it's just a fad. 1,000 airdrops keep falling down. Yeah, I'm going in and flying carpet on the wind. Baby, I can barely see the ground. Driving me, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit. It's enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down. Oh, and I'm not coming down. I'm in my bag. Treasure ship and raise the flag. Magic in the lamp can't tie me down. We're living fast. Baby, even if we crash. You gas me up when I'm breaking down. Driving me, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit. It's enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down. Oh, and I'm not coming down.
레드불 날개를 펼쳐줘요.
배치가 좀 고집을 부리고 있습니다.
배치가 여기서
이거 보세요.
두 명의 인원은 이 바깥쪽 정리하는데 배치하고 남은 두 명의 인원이 해주는 역할도 중요할 것 같거든요.
PR이
좋은데요.
이거 맞춰도 봤어요.
다 잡고 있습니다.
인피니티.
정성을 냈으면
네.
상대방에게 정보를 제공하는 거고. 와! K!
아 이거 재밌는데요.
못 나오죠.
네.
EMTEK 수류탄 세례. 세이는
1층과
마무리 될것 같고
2층으로
미사일 예.
뭐 이게 눈이 안 보이는 상황이다 보니까 젠지가
일방적으로 이렇게 아멘의 수류탄에
네.
좋은데요.
젠지 정리됩니다.
하늘로 보내줬고요.
네. 뜬금없는 유재수.
예. 그리고
이거
위에서 한번
찍어서.
찍어서. 좋은데요.
새로운 시대를 열어가는 유재수.
예.
앵글이 화가 많이 났습니다.
이러면 EMTEK
네.
올라올 수 있는 가능성은 전부해주죠.
없습니다.
이것도 뉴진스. 뭐 사이즈가 나오기 때문에 일단은 회전을 해보거든요.
혹시나
수류탄
미풍의 집값이 올라갔다고 했던 이유는요, 딱 이거예요.
네.
맨컴 수류탄 던지면서
던졌어요.
맨컴
바로 앞에.
환영합니다. 미풍!
바람이 붑니다. 아, 미폭이 이거 농심 끝냈죠.
예.
거의 뭐 쉽지 않아요.
자리한 찍히는 위치예요.
네. 수류탄 들어오는 걸 예측이 되니까 좀 더 상기해주는 모습이었죠.
그리고 수류탄이
수류탄!
날아옵니다. 하나.
근데 쿠킹이 좀 덜 되다 보니까
네. 그래도 아직 안 끝났어요. 수류탄 많아요.
파비안 득점.
결국 기전
예.
이러면 채만 남아있습니다.
건물 사이에 두고 뒷면 쪽으로 올렸을 때 그 때리니까 그게 부담스러운 거거든요. 그럼 위쪽 상황에
이때 붙여요.
왔는데
붙여요. 그러면 웰컴 수류탄.
아니 덕산 지금
예.
안에 엉겨진 게 모여있는데
네.
또 술탄 하나만 들어가도 끝나거든요.
아니 근데 소이지의 웰컴 수류탄 초대박 나면서
그리고 락스
와,
탑.
술탄 있나요? 술탄 있나요?
네.
나왔어요.
예.
자, 포탑 중요합니다. 포탑 좋아요.
예. 그런데 김정전.
피한가요?
신발자. 락스 쓰러집니다. 마무리했죠.
지금 덕산이 버티는데요.
멈춰서 6킬 그리고 순위 포인트까지.
천하장사인데요 덕산.
예.
근데 덕산 인피니티 쪽을 바라보게 되면 젠지가 일단 무난하게 치킨을 가져가게 될 거고요.
그럼 준이가 뒤통수를 잘 노렸고 킬스틸한 거 아닌가요?
그렇죠.
야, 킬스틸 나와서 이러면
하고 갔습니다.
네, 본인이 해야 될 거 했어요.
네.
얘들아 1점 벌어왔다.
네.
굳이 무리할 필요는 없었거든요.
자 푸시합니다 젠지.
가요.
푸시합니다.
차량을 통해서 밀어주고
EPT 잡으러 가자.
야,
찍으면서.
맞춤 플레이 좋아요.
와 젠지.
예.
마추가 와.
이야 젠지 스포츠.
이번 매치 기분이 굉장히 좋은 상황이고요.
레드포스는 끊임없이 싸움을 해나가고 있어요.
싸움에서 한번 승리해주면서 탄력 받아야 하는 상황이고요.
피지가 먼저 누웠고요.
만만치 않은 팀이거든요. 파비안이 이끄는데.
그렇습니다. 굉장히 매섭게 들어오고 있어요. 포에버.
이니까 해줬어요.
네.
하지만 트레이드 잘 해주고 있어요, 포에버.
받아치기 된 상태다. 받아치기 돼요.
풀어줄 수 있나요?
자 파비안 스포타. 자 파비안이 승리합니다.
예.
지금 탈옥한 상황인데 자 이거 술탄
역으로 지금 서로 간에 수류탄에 치명타는 안 나오고 있습니다.
네.
근데 젠지가
그러면 치명타를 스스로 만들어버리면
이러면
아니 젠지의 활약에 밀리면
와.
다덴밤의 코를
세이드는 총알 없어서.
자 넬스 세이드 놓고요.
아니 근데 앵그리는 자기장의 주도권을 가지고 있었는데
네.
이런 손실을 입으면 치킨과 멀어지거든요. ESG를 밀 때
지금
여기까지만 깔끔하게 그 승부를 볼 수 있으면 돼.
쥐약
더
사이.
사이에. 예.
타이밍이.
이거 유진스가 한번
자 성강
슈퍼플레이.
주고 성강 넣고 윙스
수류탄
사이.
근데 이게
자
기절을
수류탄
하네요.
채석.
하나 더.
와!
채석.
1대1 윈스와 유진스.
앞쪽에서.
자, 재석이 앞쪽으로 와줘야죠. 그러니까
네.
유진스가 혼자 하는 게 아니라
같이.
트레이드 해줄 수 있도록 앞쪽으로 들어와서 여기서 그냥 한팬 찍었어요.
이야.
아니 근데 그 와중에 윙스는 스킬만 바라봤어요.
야 이거는 똑똑한 플레이죠.
맞습니다.
네.
갈 땐 가더라도 하나쯤은 먹고 가겠다.
아 중요하죠.
안 진단 마인드가 아니라 안 이긴단 마인드.
그렇죠.
앵그리와 손을 잡고 지금 배가 쪽을 노려줘야 하는 상황인데 앵그가 좀 높아.
와! 센터!
뱅가 이스포츠 센터.
그러면
사인 봤어요. 보이는
자 여기 일어납니다. 아 먹진 못했지만. 먹었어요.
그리고 그냥 일단 버릴 거 버리고 안쪽으로 들어갔거든요.
네. 자 마초가 먼저 성공돼. 그리고 그 측면 쪽에서 이사일. 근데 이거 좀 받아칩니다. 그렇지.
여기서 너무 길어요.
그렇지.
그렇지 에임이 너무 좋은데요 트래킹이. 미래의 세종은 버티고 다시 한번 역으로 펀치 한번 날려줘야 합니다.
혹시의 위치가 읽힌 거 아닌가요? 혹시
밀고 갑니다.
혹시가 세이브했어요. 혹시가 세이브 두 번 했습니다. 혹시
혹시
자.
야 이거 혹시가 슈퍼 세이브 했어요.
저스테스와
예.
혹시
아니 이게 혹시가 오히려 내려 찍히는 각이었는데 여기서 역으로 클러치하면서
자,
네.
체력 채우고 그리고 밀고 갑니다. 혹시 또?
자,
미래의
수류탄.
세종은
수류탄
자.
여기에서 치킨 중요합니다. 치킨 먹으면 덕산이 스포츠 바짝 뒤죽거든요.
맞습니다.
그런데
네,
그래서
올킬
여기서
각이다.
미래의 세종
오늘 두 번째 치킨 미래의 세종입니다.
PT가 농심 쪽으로 뒤로 가면 이거 미래의 세종이 또
오!
한번
가능성이 활짝 열립니다 이거.
재밌는 미래의 세종
와
야!
스포르타
스포르트 안쪽에서.
야 이런 플레이가 있어야 에이스죠.
어딜 감히
지금 조심해야 되는 건 농심에서 던지는 수류탄.
수류탄.
와!
자, 근데
하나
칸이
더요. 하나
나갔어요.
더. 하나 더.
하나 더 갑니다.
야
살짝 거리 조절하면서 우리의.
중요한 게 있어요. 게임 끝에 미풍이 뒤에 살아 있습니다.
아 완전히
와 미풍이 비리 잘했어요.
미풍이 아니고 강풍이에요.
아니 이러면 미래의 세종의 마지막 역전 시나리오가 차근차근 쓰여집니다.
네.
농심리그
미풍.
버튼 초비상.
미풍
설마,
이것도
설마.
미풍이 아니고 초강풍입니다.
네.
하나씩 하나씩 만들어지고 있긴 한데 치킨이 필요한 팀이고 앵그리는 치킨을 먹어도 2위권 탈환은 안 돼요.
네.
미래의 세종이
어디
자, 그런데 이거 앵그리가 그냥 안 가고 앵그리가 LL이 휘적 이거 그냥 뒤집어 버리는데요.
축복스택이 지금 가득 쌓였기 때문에
네,
그렇죠.
허가 잔뜩 났습니다 앵글이.
축복의 땅에 가장 먼저 입주했던
와
앵글이거든요.
파이널 기절 파이널 기절.
파이널 기절 마지막 저스테스
어땠을까?
저스테스.
와 앵그리
마지막 매치에 화는 잔뜩 있는 앵글이었습니다. 사과해버렸습니다 미래의 세종. 그리고 여기도 DK 역시 DK도 광탈. 하지만 세우의 수류탄이 먼저 있습니다. 던지고 못할 때. 네. 그러니까 세우도 바로 자리 바꿔줬고요. 수류탄. 야 서로 체력 비슷한데. 결국 여기까지.
QX의 수류탄.
야 2대1 2대1 QX.
아 근데
야
상대는 두 개씩 날라오고 QX는 한 개밖에 없어요.
그럼 다 피하면서
빠지는 거.
이것도 QX.
혼자서?
야 팀을 구원해냅니다. QX 덕산 e스포츠.
이거 버텨냅니다 덕산 e스포츠.
네.
이게 윌리엄 선수가 오히려 수류탄을 좀 피하기 위해서 직접 부딪히는 타이밍이
네.
너무로 안 좋았는데요.
와
수류탄이.
QX 뭐 다 피해요.
3번 남았어요.
네.
3번 남았어요.
아세토 쪽 아세토 쪽.
장관의
와.
장비 마냥 그냥 여기서
네.
일당백을
이것까지 잡아내서.
덕산 e스포츠.
야 이렇게 첫 번째 선옥에서 매치 덕산 e스포츠가 치킨을 가져갑니다.
가요.
갑니다.
KPT 들어왔습니다만 K가
자,
막아냈고요. 그리고
한
하나
개.
와.
K. 야 마무리 잡아냅니다. DPLUS 뼈. 하지만 세이넨까지 걸립니다.
그렇습니다. 세이드 위치도 굉장히 위험한 위치거든요.
와 발가락 쉽죠. 아 디테일하네요. 예. 근데 이거 나올 수. 너도 안 맞다. 와 1대1 위쪽 근접점. 야
끌어요.
근접점. 체력으로 밀어버리고.
만세테로 막 긁고 막 난리 났어요. 칼부리 막.
조이너스 오늘. 야 이걸 안 좋은 의미로 주인공이 돼버렸네요. 팔각정 안쪽으로 수류탄 들어가면 이거 난리 납니다. 미래의 세종. 그러니까 나와서 정씨가 나와서 정리했고요.
그럼 여기서 승부 볼 것이냐 말 것이냐
승부
지금
보내요.
가요.
승부 보내요.
근데 승부 보는 게 맞는 게
예.
청불이 없거든요.
중요합니다.
젠지는
바로 앞까지 왔어요. 근접점 퇴지가 와.
여기서.
퇴지가.
지지가 슈퍼피지
문
골라면
닫고.
지지
이러면 SCBK 자 킬까지 찍어놨습니다.
만들어냈고 근데 반대편에서
미사일이
미사일이
성공의 미사일 사이드를 뚫어냅니다.
오늘 미사일
와, 미사일 나가죠.
그래도 엑지.
이러면 준이와 세이네
앞에서
갑니다.
앞에서
준이와
푸시,
세이네
앞에서
가요.
푸시예요.
잠시만요.
와.
젠지 스포츠
네.
이해는 봤는데 봤어요.
적산도 지금 이쪽 부분이 있고
근데 이게 툭 쓰러집니다. 슛과 클러치 순식간에 기절.
우리엘이
너무
너무 잘하.
그래도 샷건 앞에 모두가 평등.
글러치도
이거 능선 올라가면
잃어버립니다. 인피니티.
아니 지금 후아유가 자리를 잡으려고 하는데 그 전에 본대 무너졌어요.
비수지 어딨어?
야 괜히 왔나요 BSG? 그냥 있을 걸.
언니 잘 살았어요.
야 이거 BSG가 오히려
여기.
오
과감하게 새우.
팔딱 새우.
야,
여기도.
근데 역으로.
베가의 감바스가 돼버렸습니다.
예.
이렇게 마무리.
여긴 아니죠.
여긴 아니에요. 여긴
여기는
들어오면
그냥
벅장.
야,
주면서 슛.
나비처럼 날아서 하늘에서 그냥 갔어요.
예.
예.
DK 갑니다.
근데 준이.
예. 이거 어떻게?
준이 때문에.
설마 준이. 젠지 스포츠 살아남습니다.
나쁜 싸움을 펼쳐질 거예요.
자, 후기가
태킹. 코디가 승리합니다. 이엠텍과 미래의 사전 붙는데요. 와, 파이널. 우리의
노리고 있는
일어났고 더 차이를 높입니다.
이번의 기회가 거의 끝납니다. 원몰 이 정도 타임 들어가나요? 들어가는데요.
베네.
이그라우스 푸시.
주니어가 일단
근데 주니어 위치가
받아치고요.
너무 좋아요. 주니어가
여기 받아치기.
뒤에서 백업도 되거든요.
야,
와,
기가 막히는 베가 e스포츠.
아직 안 끝났다. 이제는 포커스가 옵니다.
두 번째 도전이거든요. 여기서 근데 주니어가 또 한번
이제 주니어가 무너졌고요. 뒤쪽 백원 인원. 어디 샷으로 이겨낸다?
세톤이 집중력이 좋습니다.
앞에 윌리엄. 여기서
근데 실텐데 안 보이고 와, 근데
배치가 좋은데요. 배치가.
야, 얘가 변수가 이렇게 될 줄 몰랐는데 그냥 준이. 역시 팀을 구해내는 건
역시.
준이입니다.
여지 없네요. 예, 진짜 어제 경기에서부터 준이가 젠지 명살 캐리하고 있습니다.
맞습니다. 이제 넥지까지 보고 있어요.
넥지까지 이미 보고 있기 때문에 세이덴도 올라올 수 있고요. 근데 과감하게 돌아요 티지.
이걸?
티지.
근데
안 돼요. 이것까지 준이.
넥지. 야! 젠지! 두 번째 매치 젠지가 치킨을 따냅니다. 자, 안쪽 들어가서
과감해요.
이파이트
근데 상대가 점프하면서 준비했고.
백업이 미사일이
돌자,
날아가는데
돌자.
도망가는
돌리고
놀자.
야, 잘 버텨요.
잠깐 포커스.
잘 버텨요.
버티지 못합니다.
누가 먼저 던지냐인데 홍균 먼저 들어왔어요.
양옆에서 던져요.
그러니까 와 여기는 뭐 난리 났는데요.
아니 이거는 잠깐만요. 이거 동심이
와
설마!
비니.
아니,
들어가고
하나 더.
적은 숫자로 지금
와 여기 난리 났어요. 아니
여기 쓸텐 너무 많거든요.
우와.
계속 터져요.
농심 레드포스 여기
하나 더.
던졌고 비니가
아직 두 발 남았다.
아직 끝나지 않았다.
아직 두 발 남았다.
스포르타가 기어가면서 위치 찍어주고 있는 거예요.
아니 와 비니 진짜
그냥 다 잡아요 무슨.
하나 남았거든요.
여기 잘못 들어가면
비니.
갓비니
거기야.
이런 미친 플레이 비니
농심 레드포스.
중에서
그리고 K.
다시
아직 안 끝났어요.
하고 있습니다. 근데 바깥쪽에서 또 타고 들어오고
K가.
카샤를 잡아냅니다.
와,
혹시
진짜.
지난주에서 오늘도 역시
농심은 중요합니다.
유카가 보고 있습니다.
위에서 티지가 일단 백업샷으로 치는 팀원들 한번
자,
지켜보고
스포르타!
스포르타
이것도.
와.
다리 위치 바꿔주고 한 번 더.
하나, 아우!
그래도
근데 이 싸움에서
자, 근데 백업 사운드 봐야 돼. 백업 사운드 봐야 되는데 위쪽 싸움. 여기 TG,
티지
식스타.
스타.
야.
견뎌냈어 일단
예.
농심.
일단 네 번째 페이지가 이제 줄어듭니다.
젠지가 저번 주에서 정말 좋은 모습을 보였던 게 많은 파밍을 통해서 득점을 하는 거 굉장히 좋았거든요.
이런
와,
야,
미사일.
샷도 좋네요, 미사일.
진짜 경기력이 정말 많이 올라왔어요.
네.
받고 있기 때문에 지금 위치를 최대 많이 쓰는 게 중요하고요.
자, 그리고 농심의 도전입니다. 덕산에게.
근데 이쪽은 아웃서클이에요.
네.
QX도 빠지는 게 맞습니다. 어느 정도 때려주고
야, 이거 엑스!
내려가는 척하니까 스포르타가 올라왔는데
속았지.
아니 이게 사실 그 창문 쪽은 잘 안 보잖아요.
네.
안
예.
걸리는 게 아니라
예.
그리고
이것도.
지옥이 돼버리고 있어. 지옥이 돼버리고 있어요.
오면 오살 일단 손 댔습니다.
이거는 판단이.
오살! 다 들어와. 너도 와.
와,
오살! 홀로 다 잡아냅니다. 오살.
자, 이 바위까지 들어와서 상대방이 뿌릴 수 있는 수류탄을 건져야 돼요. 자, 지금 센스 플레이가 나온 게 차를 붙이고 이 뒤쪽으로 빠져주면서 수류탄이 들어오는 거 미리
수류탄!
계산하고. 와, 근데 소이지가
한 발 멀리.
뒤쪽으로 더 보내버렸습니다.
예. 바운드되면서
그래서.
기절됐고요. 이러면 덕산 들어가죠. 들어갑니다.
붙입니다.
스페인 돌았고.
아, 이러면은 역전할 수 있는 가능성이 없어지죠.
파이널 안 따라봤어요.
수류탄 4개
네
있긴
개.
해요.
설마.
네.
설마.
파이널에 이 수류탄 4개가 추가 기절 만들어내.
오!
2대1.
2대1. 2대1. 그리고 방향
자,
정확해요.
방금 화염병 던진 쪽 위치 봤어요.
네네네.
네.
현배쪽.
덕산 e스포츠.
네 번째 매치 결국 덕산이 치킨을 가져갑니다. 조이너스. 원다운.
여기 인피니티가 오늘 그 인파이팅에서 좋은 결과가 좀 많이 나오고 있어요. 네, 원더 체력이 없는데.
날아오는데 행보가 될 것으로 보입니다. 6키만 남아 있습니다. 조이너스.
위치 바꿔주면
문 닫고 문 열고 어떡할 건데
수류탄.
올 때까지 올 때까지.
문 닫고.
야 나왔다.
와!
이걸 살립니다.
원다운.
야 저는 야바위 하는 줄 알았어요. 왼쪽으로 쪽. 네.
돌아서
크레이지의 수리탄.
지금 괜찮은 것 같은데요.
던집니다. 티아리 다운.
그리고 하나 더.
더.
마지막 수류탄. 마지막
마무리가.
잠깐 가요.
가자.
밀어버리자.
포에버가 결국 마지막 매치 치킨을 가져가면서 에란겔의 시작 그리고 미라마이의 마지막에 치킨의 주인공이 됐습니다.
자기장 밖에서 기절당했어.
그리고 농심 둘기절 그리고 지금 앵글이도 올라옵니다. 와요.
이러면 톡선의 흐름을 막을 수 있는 건 이제 앵글인데.
와,
근데 원거리에서 엑스가
이러면 진짜 덕산의 폭주를 막을 수.
끝났습니다.
덕산 e스포츠.
오늘 시작부터 덕산이 치킨을 따냅니다.
들어오는 쪽에서의 교전 상황을 대치를 못했거든요.
이미
대응을
불리해요.
못했어요.
예.
오리엔이 왼쪽에서
시간 벌어주고
네.
뒤에서 쏴주고.
근데 이거 우리엘이 그래도 화염병.
여기 잘 들어갔는데요?
근데 일순간에 어쨌건 일망타진 됐죠.
맞습니다.
조이너스까지만 잡아내면 일단 조금 더 길게 볼 수 있겠.
디코스 잡았어요. 스포르타.
이것도 지지가 봤고요. 이거 연막탄 때문에 뭐 조이너스는 눈이 안 보이는 상황입니다. 일단은
하나씩 쓰러져가고 있어요. 조이너스 왼쪽에서 유키가
수류탄?
지금 술탄도 잘 피해줬고요.
수류탄.
그런데 이거 본인 수류탄 쿠키
그러니까요.
왜냐면
이게 확킬.
제가 봤어요. 술
예.
앞에서 터지는 거.
로고도 떴어요.
예. 엄폐물이 있는 위치죠.
이럴 때 슈퍼 플레이가 나와줘야 되고 조이너스도 점수가 많이 부족한 팀이니까 어떻게든 교전에서 이겨야죠. 지금 2대1 상황이니까요.
그리고 이거 엑지까지 일단 확실히
퇴제.
너 거기 있지.
예, 다 알고 있어요. 다 알고 있어요.
난 알고 있다. 난 너의 머릿속을 좀 꿰뚫고 있다.
그리고 위치 바꿔주면서 상대방의 수류탄 그냥 빼주고.
솔투. 티지.
알고 있어요. 알고
티지.
있어요.
알고 있어요.
봤어.
티지.
티지가 정리해냅니다.
연막탄 작업이 미리 선행이 돼야 합니다. 연막탄 뿌려놓고 밀어야 돼요.
자 연말 일단 뿌리고요. 엣지.
자, 그리고 차량이 멈춘 위치에 디플러스기에 수류탄이 하나 정도 들어와 줘야 되는데요.
예.
자, 안쪽에 들어가 있고 바깥으로 나가 있고 이거 예측을 좀 해야죠.
이게 위치 파악이 지금 전혀 안 되고 있는 상황.
엑지.
농심 레드포스의 오사를 잡아냈던 그 킬로그 하나가 이런 자신감이
포리코도 위험합니다.
융단 폭격이에요.
그리고 이 파이팅 상황 들어가는데요.
그리고 안쪽에서 티지가 또 이게 절묘하게 살았어요.
이걸 디플러스 게아를 잡아먹습니다. 왼쪽?
근데 젠지가 잘 피하고 있어요. 잘 피하고 이제는
잘 나왔고요.
역으로 갚아줄 시간인데요. 젠지가
예.
연막탄을 뿌려줬고 이제는 수류탄 날아갑니다. 젠지.
자 연막 사이에서 과연 누가 먼저 적중을 시킬 수
가요.
있을지.
젠지의 포화가 쏟아집니다.
아니 이게 수류탄 양쪽에서 한 20개씩 던지고 있는 것
우와,
같은데요.
세이든이 먼저
세이든.
스포츠.
다기절이에요.
엣지도 누웠어요.
와!
농심 레드포스 무너지는데요.
젠지의 미사일 부대가
대황전.
아니 위쪽에서 그냥 미사일 폭격을 하고 있습니다.
미사일이 그 중심에도 있고 근데
TG.
널 붙여.
설마
여기서
모습
모습은 보인다.
세력
모습 보인다.
강해지면 몰라요. 이거 젠지.
세이덴의 수류탄 또 들어와요.
화염병 아래쪽으로 빠지면서
젠지 연속 치킨 젠지.
그런 게 있잖아요. 뭐 예를 들어서 뭐 영화가 개봉을 해요. 그런데 예매하고 기다리는데 옆 사람이 영화 보고 나와서 범인은 누구다 얘기하는 거예요. 그러니까 정해져 있었어요. 그러니까 이 디플러스 기아의 빌드업은요 결국에는 치킨을 맛볼 수 있는 빌드업이 아니었어요. 그래도 여기서 끝까지 끝까지 뭐 세이브를 해줄 수 있는 오살의 플레이가
오살?
오살 거기다가 퍼즐까지 잡아내면 설마
잡았습니다.
여기서 그냥 무너지면 안 되잖아요.
자, 세이덴이냐 이클립스냐?
남은 건 5발이에요. 이제는 조금 신중해질 수밖에 없는 이클립스의 상황인데요.
자기장도 지금 들어와 있는 상태이면 데미지를 막고 있는 양 선수가 되겠습니다. 그리고 계단 하늘 사이에 두고
부상을 감아주는 타이밍도 세이덴이 좋았어요.
네.
타이밍 싸움 계속하고 있습니다. 서로
여기서
간에
타이밍이
세이덴이 승리합니다.
대한민국 배틀그라운드 모바일 e스포츠의 최강자를 가리는 PMPS 2024 시즌1 파이널스 어느덧 3일차 마지막 날 경기로 인사드립니다. 안녕하세요. 저는 아나운서 박민선입니다. 여러분, 파이널스 잘 즐기고 계신가요? 현재 덕산 e스포츠가 114점으로 1위를 유지하고 있는데요. 12번의 경기 중 1번의 치킨을 포함해서 무려 8번의 경기에서 탑5 안에 들 만큼 정말 안정적인 운영을 보여주고 있습니다. 하지만 덕산 e스포츠 안심할 수는 없는 상황인데요. 2위인 DPLUS가 96점, 그리고 그 뒤를 이어서 앵그리와 포에버가 95점, 또 농심 레드포스가 94점, 이렇게 촘촘한 점수차로 덕산 e스포츠의 뒤를 바짝 추격하고 있습니다. 정말 치킨 한두 마리면 1위가 뒤바뀔 수도 있는 상황이기 때문에 어느 팀도 마지막까지 긴장의 끈을 놓치면 안 될 것 같네요. 그리고 이 치열한 접전이 이루어지는 현장, 대전 e스포츠 경기장을 찾아준 많은 팬분들이 계신데요. 우리 팬분들을 위한 이벤트도 안내해드리고 경기 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 배틀그라운드 모바일이 어느덧 6주년을 맞이해서 특별한 이벤트를 준비했고요. PMPS 설문에 참여를 해주시길 바랍니다. 이 설문에 많은 참여를 부탁드리면서 다음 이벤트까지 소개해드릴게요. 대회 시작 전과 2매치 그리고 4매치 종료 후에 PMPS 대회 현장에서 진행되는 즉석 뽑기 이벤트가 있습니다. 이 이벤트에 참여하시는 선착순 300분께 PMPS 에코백, 우산, 치킨 메달 키링, 그리고 배그 라이언 쿠키까지 푸짐한 상품 준비했다고 하네요. 여러분, 아직도 참여 안 하셨다면 꼭 참여해보세요. 또 마지막으로 현장에서 6주년 축하 포스트잇 이벤트도 진행이 된다고 하는데요. 몹에 6주년 축하 메시지를 남겨주시면 치킨 메달 쿠폰도 드린다고 합니다. 정말 많은 이벤트가 있으니까 오늘 푸짐한 상품 양손 가득 들고 집으로 돌아가셨으면 좋겠습니다. 대한민국 최고의 배틀그라운드 모바일 팀을 가리는 PMPS 2024 시즌1 1위를 달리고 있는 덕산 e스포츠가 오늘 우승 트로피를 차지할지 혹은 반전의 진격이 시작될지 오늘 그 주인공이 탄생합니다. 우승으로 가는 오늘의 첫 번째 매치 준비가 돼 있다고 하니까요. 바로 중계진들 먼저 만나보시죠.
Haseyo. Welcome, ladies and gents. It feels so good to be back at the caster's desk. It is the final showdown for the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea, brought to you by none other than Ruthless Hype Esports. Time to break that glass ceiling, push boundaries, and break limits as we head on to our final 6 matches for today. My name is Red Queen, joined by Pika Lozano.
Oh yes, you know what? You beat me to the finger hearts. I was actually having second thoughts there, but all's well, and we're starting off well, ladies and gentlemen. I missed Pro Series Korea, not gonna lie, so I, for one, am so excited to witness at least the last day, Red Queen. I know that you guys and a few other casters have been giving the commentators have been giving the action out, so I just want to jump right in.
You know what? It is nice that we have this English broadcast for the Pro Series of Korea. At least we will have an idea like how they play the game, right? Day number 1, Pika, it was leaning towards the passive side. They were all feeling each other battle-wise. You know what I mean? Okay. Aggression was definitely lacking from the games, but looking forward to the fact that since this is the last day, a change of pace will definitely be in order.
Yeah, you're right. Looking back at season 0, folks, that's when we, me and Red Queen, we were given a little bit of taste on what the Korea meta is like, right? So, yeah, without further ado, this is gonna be the distribution of our prizes, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, that is a ton of loot here, Red.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Just imagine how much is the prize pool. It's 50 million Korean won. I do wonder what I can buy with that kind of moolah, Pika. There's a chance for me to, of course, upgrade my gaming experience, buy myself some pretty nice stuff and perhaps travel. I don't know how these guys are playing it, but I do know that some of the esports stars, as we call it, loves to get themselves some awesome sports scars.
Okay, I'll take note of that for sure. Not to mention peripherals for our players. So again, we're just kind of looking forward to the potential of such loot landing on their laps. But as we know, this is the Ruthless Hype kind of traditional formula, right? We're gonna have to start off our day in Sandhawk as the usual, followed by a triple Erangel, capped off by a couple of Miramars to end our entire Pro Series with a bang, the Ruthless Hype Esports way.
And you know what? Just to give you a little bit of a background when it comes to the map sequence, usually we see Sandhawk in the middle of Erangel and Miramar. So how do you feel like starting the set of games with the jungle that is Sandhawk?
I'd say that's the pace setter right there, Red Queens. But we're gonna get back to that a little later on. Check out the stats right here, folks. This is what we're dealing with right now. DUKSAN Esports with a whopping 54 frags, total of 114 points combined, of course, with placement and eliminations. Not far behind would be DPLUS, Kia, Angry, Forever, REDFORCE, all within the 90-point plus mark.
And since we actually passed the season 0 for the Korea Pro Series, this is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, that I've seen Join Us and Focus participate
you're right.
for season 1, right? Most of the teams here goes for placement points, meaning they try as much as possible to not have an early engagement. Drop clashes is almost non-existent, considering the current point system. PUBG remains to be an ultimate kill-centric game, right? Meaning you have to push for the elimination points, and that's really the way to do it. It is such a huge gamble, to be honest, working your way up to stage 4 or perhaps stage 5 in a match only to be obliterated with no elimination points whatsoever. I'm not saying that this strategy doesn't work, but it isn't always as effective. I just want to point out the fact that we've got teams with like 60, 66 elimination points compared to DUKSAN, who is currently at the top spot. But in terms of like having that perfect balance of getting the placement and kill points, DUKSAN seems to be, providing us with a top-notch gameplay.
Yeah, I was about to get to that as well, Red. When you mentioned 66 frags, right? 66 total eliminations. That's a big deal coming off of Beyond STRATOS Gaming to add to that point. So having a lot of elimination points, they really will not always equate to higher placement in the leaderboard. So that's what we have to find here, ladies and gentlemen, especially for day number 3. Day 1, sure, a lot of our teams, they are going to be very bloodthirsty, right? They're going to have an itchy finger, so that they're really going to have to pull that every now and then. But it all boils down to strategy, because this is it. This is the last 6 games that they have, Red Queen, and if they don't make haste, trying to get to the top, they're going to lose their chance to be part of that lion's share.
Well, you know what they say in our country, when your fingers are like your palms are itchy, it means that you're gonna have money, right? So anyway, guys, drop them comments below if you got something to say. We'd love for you guys to engage, of course. Give your thoughts about this Pro Series, or maybe if you have a favorite team that you do support, please let us know down there. I mean, DUKSAN Esports, DPLUS Kia, we've got MSJ, we've got Angry Esports. These are the familiar names, the names that I always see really dominating lobbies when it comes to the community of Korea.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, we were actually shocked, right? I remember that when we did the prototype season, the season 0, there were some teams that we were both kind of unfamiliar with, but at the same time we saw what they're capable of. I find that to be to be a refresher, to say the least, because we've seen teams from different regions right off the bat. Even if the map isn't Sandhawk, they would go straight for those eliminations. But this meta right here, folks, if you're new to this Korean scene, oh, they do things different here.
Yeah, it means that they try to really avoid conflict at the first or early onset rather. But let's see again if we're going to have a change of pace, because we are kicking things off for match number 1 in Sandhawk, ladies and gents. We're just waiting for the flight path. And again, as you can see on the rightmost of the screen, DUKSAN Esports is at the top spot with 114 points in total. As for those bottom teams, we've got Genji, EMT, FS, which is Focus Esports. We've got EOS or Eagle Owls, and Join Us. Now, this is also something that is sort of unusual for us, Pika, considering the fact that Genji during Season 0 were one of the heavy hitters.
Yeah, you're right. And I for one, remember I voted a lot for Genji. Like I rooted for them quite a bit. So this time around, the tables again, ladies and gentlemen, they never turn for the same teams. Not at least not all the time, right? So we have a saying here in the Philippines: the wheel always spins, and it always turns. So let's see if any of these teams can shock us even further than what we already know. Speaking of teams, here we have some of the teams that we've been really familiar with, Red Queen. Starting off with DUKSAN Esports, right? Saisei, saw this name a lot, many times before. Let's see if they are gonna stick with that meta, or are they gonna bring the global, I'd say, carnage here in the final day of the PM Pro Series.
Oh man, I would definitely love that. You know what? Sandhawk is known for its erratic behavior. The circle, as you can see on the screen, it had favored the northwest side of Sandhawk. So we can see EMT or EMTEK Esports. We've got If You Mine, right, around the area of Hatin. But for boot camp area, it had been taken over by MSJ, pretty close with REDFORCE, and it looks like we already have first blood. It's one of the players coming from Angry Esports. Here comes Uriel now with a charge, sealing the deal. There goes the point for MSJ, and a casualty for the side of Angry Esports.
Okay, so that answers our question, Red. This time around, I don't think they'd be playing. They gotta be a little assertive, right? When it comes to these eliminations, you can't afford for the other teams, especially the ones on top, within the top 5, I would say, just to kind of catch up, because we saw the difference in the placements and the prizes. So first place to second place, that's a huge gap. It's a huge chunk.
Man.
So you can't afford to drop your top spot. I'd say that for DUKSAN and DPLUS Kia. Meanwhile, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As we know, MTech Storm X, they also kind of turned up last time, Red Queen. So this is no surprise that they're gonna try to maybe add a few more points. At this point of the tournament, they have to come up with a miracle, because 58 points so far, that's not gonna cut it.
And yeah, for the side of DUKSAN Esports, I guess they are really raising the bar here. They're the only team that had crossed the 100 point mark, and it seems to me that they're looking to do just that, maintain their position in the overalls, which is, I mean, you wouldn't want to let go, right? I mean, that's the lion's share of the prize pool, as we always say. Now here comes an engagement between REDFORCE and If You Mine GPT. Now XZY opted to go for that revive, so I don't understand why If You Mine game PT. I mean, this is the perfect opportunity for them to actually push and get the job done. I mean, the opposition at this point is vulnerable, so that could have been like a great push for them.
True enough, right? And as you mentioned while we were talking, Red, I was also looking at the feed here. So we already had a casualty on the side of ROX Esports, right? They have their hands full against Eagle Owls here, and they look to be very, very successful in this encounter. Look at that. So Zenta took a lot of damage already. I'd say Pumba right here with a little bit of utilities to go around. I don't think this is a very smart move though for ROX if they continue this, because again, I don't think they have a clear shot of the vicinity. Maybe somebody's gonna dip in. Maybe for now.
You don't want to mess with the Pumba inside Sanok. This guy's been trained
Absolutely,
by Simba, y'all. But anyway, ROX, ladies and gents. One casualty. We've got Tom on the ground. We've got one more bleeding out there in the open. But it is fortunate for the C because they managed to win the fight. So there's a chance for them to pick up their comrade and continue on with the set of zones that we still have for this match with the 3 players. I guess, I mean, it is still pretty doable.
Yeah, we're going to be very optimistic on that, right? And wiping out a squad at the expense of one, those are good odds, right, Red? So I think that's pretty okay. I can't say the same for Eagle Owls, unfortunately. Being the first team to be eliminated in this really stacked Sandhawk is not going to leave a good taste. Not to mention they're at the bottom few teams, Red. So that already ends one game out of the last 6 that we have. My goodness, Eagle Owls, they're not in a good spot.
Okay, but again, it's a pretty passive Sandhawk. But this is stage number 1, so everyone else is busy trying to get their loots. But we do hear some gunshots, right? Coming from somewhere around the jungle. If I'm not mistaken, one of the players come from Angry Esports getting damaged, and this is because MIRAEN SEJONG or MSJ has spotted one of them just, trying to go for a swim, but unfortunately, Uriel is in the mood to fish.
I like that. Interesting stuff. Now, also, I like the fact that Angry Esports, they're one of the teams that stood out to me, Red Green. Just to give you a little bit of perspective. I remember that it was from Angry Esports before. If I'm not wrong, Angry Esports players before, they're really young, right? And they popped off during their wins. I remember those times where in Angry Esports would be focused on camera, and they would really give us a good time. But I think as of the moment, they are not having the best time of their lives. With 95 points and no eliminations, they're tied against Forever Red. So they really have to go for the skies here.
I was checking if in the Korean community, is it also possible that when it comes to nade eliminations, if it's a meta for them?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, no, but for day number 1, I don't see that much, nade eliminations coming from the teams. I mean, it's an okay stats. But, okay, getting back to the action, Team Infinity. 2 players are knocked down, and they're up against Focus Esports, if I'm not mistaken. And from the kill feed, I think one of them had already been set back to the lobby, so this is not a good place for Infinity. But you know what? This is a good, opportune moment for Focus because you would want to finish the job, right? You want to get those elimination points that you need. So it is really time for them to actually go for that pinch.
Oh yeah, lots of knocks, right, on the side of INF. So they gotta think. They gotta think here. Granted that, yeah, they've already picked up one. The numbers are not on their side. I'd say those statistically, Red, because they're currently at number 8. They're not at a bad spot when it comes to gathering points, right? But if they could push a little further, they might even break through the 90 here. And again, that's just wishful thinking for now, since it's so early. Remember we talked about how this meta right here, they kind of kick off very late. Like I remember during the very first time that we casted Pro Series Korea, the first elimination, there was one game wherein the first team eliminated was like stage 5, maybe even more. So again, you're gonna have to enlighten me here. And how did the first day go for you? Like how late did these teams take it?
Oh man, fights really happen during stage 6, 7.
What?
Going on?
Nah.
I mean, it's always the late game for most of these guys. But again, it might change for today, but that's something that we just have to stay tuned for. I mean, can you imagine being at stage 6 or 7? Maybe stage 6. I don't want to over exaggerate, but yeah, stage 6, and we still got at least 14, 15 teams. So yeah, we lose some players, but man, 14, 15 teams in a lobby or in a match, and you're already at stage 6. I mean, it's they really try to avoid conflict as much as possible. I mean, they don't fight unless they need to.
So we're looking at soldiers more than assassins here. So I can get used to that, folks. I mean, we all can, right? You gotta love it. Now, back to the action here. NS REDFORCE, I believe yesterday, NS REDFORCE was the one who took the very first chicken dinner, right? So there's a huge chance that momentum could carry over here. Not to mention they're at a good spot, Red. So 5th place with 95 points, like I said, and already 1 elimination. They could overtake potentially entirely. They could overtake Team Forever here. Actually, if you think about it, they already did, but not yet Angry Esports.
Man, and again, first team to get eliminated out of Sandhawk would be Eagle Owls. This team pretty aggressive, but in terms of like really choosing spots or like team engagement, they always lose it. You know, gunfights, they're still, I guess, not at par, you know, with the other veteran teams that we have in the community. So I think they will still need to work on their chemistry, their training and whatnot, in order for them to at least catch up with the domination that has been set by the other veteran teams. But for the side of VEGA Esports, I believe this is inside bootcamp area. Already with already one casualty, I believe. So there are only 2 active members left for the side of VEGA, which is of course an advantage for Join Us. Now this is a team who is also part of the bottom of the overalls. So let's see who's going to be winning the fight. This is the 3rd day, and they will be needing a lot of points to even, I don't know, improve. But at this point, Pika, I guess these guys will be playing for experience.
Yeah, I would say that if this was day 1, right, it would definitely be baptism by fire, right? So in this case, though, we got 2 days worth of knowledge checking, right? Information gathering for JS. But yeah, you're right. You know, this is probably the end of the line for them. But not to say, of course, that they cannot deal damage. They cannot stop the other teams from advancing. Because imagine if you knocked out the current top player, the head honchos, right? If you're able to knock out DUKSAN, that's huge because that allows the other teams to chase your points. But as of the moment, the sun is really setting quick on the side of JS, unfortunately. Let's see how they're going to go for the rest of the stages.
Yeah, and circle time, and it went up north. We've got ROX, Focus, and Anna's REDFORCE, if I'm not mistaken, already down there in the middle. But, you know, the south side of Sandhawk definitely going to be busy, and it's going to be a little bit tricky for the side of Genji, JS, as well as MSJ, because they will be coming from the eastern side, southeastern side, and in front of them is actually just water. So they will have to swim just to get across.
And we never like those, right? We never like those situations for our players because, again, you cannot really kick back or you can't really inflict as much damage as you'd want to if you're submerged. So, yeah, you know, may the heavens be with you if that does so happen. But now at stage 3, with stage 3 already fast approaching its conclusion, we're gonna head to stage 4 in just a bit, folks. You can no longer withstand or try to tank as much damage from the blue zone, as I always say, because again, that burns through your resources. Oh, however, the big dogs right here in the form of a DUKSAN still getting their hands dirty. And look at this, Red. They're taking their sweet time. 2 eliminations. 2 of them have vehicles. They're not really looking to be too, in my opinion, violent here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, this is one thing that I noticed about Korean teams is the fact that they do love to hang around the blue zone area. Honestly speaking, most of the fights really happen outside of the zone. So again, this is something that is unusual for me because honestly, when we go for Sandhawk match, considering the size of this map, it's more confrontational. There will be a lot of CQCs, but it's again a different gameplay when it comes to the Pro Series Korea. And just to give you guys an idea from which direction DUKSAN will be coming from, they are actually coming from the southwestern side, and there's that big possibility that they will have to engage with EMTEK Esports and DPLUS Kia.
Yeah, that's gonna be a mess to say the least, right? So, as we mentioned, the blue zone, folks, we already lost another member from MSJ, care of that play zone, just taking you out of there. It's very, very unforgiving. Now, that's really tough for MSJ now, granted that they're at 76 points currently. INF is literally 1 point ahead of them, Red, without a single elimination. So, if MSJ can kind of hold on a little longer, beat that, they could definitely push INJ rather away from their spot. Meanwhile, back to where it is most dangerous here. Look at how many teams, Red. Look at how many teams we still have outside. Not just the play zone, not just the safe zone, but the blue zone. My goodness, why y'all doing this to yourselves?
Well, I mean, that's what I said, a while ago. Which brings up the point once again. Okay, just wait a minute. Okay, let's see what's going to happen between
Ooh.
Forever and DUKSAN Esports. And another point done by a QX here. Good performance as well, good execution with that accurate aim. But yeah, getting back to what I was saying a while ago, imagine, I mean, if you get your team, if you manage to get to stage 5 or stage 6 with a complete set of players only to get eliminated without having, to put up any numbers for your elims, I don't think it's going to do you good. It's not going to be an effective strategy because
Mhm.
oh man, it's always going to be about elimination points. Even if you exit the game, but you've managed to put up like a decent number, like 4 or 5 elimination points. Oh man, it's already a big deal. Going through this set of matches in a day.
Oh yeah, that's considered a staple, right? Or at least that's what we would consider fair when it comes to elimination points and placement. But you know what? We're not kidding, folks. When we said that it's gonna be a slow burn, we've only lost 2 teams at stage 4, folks. So, and unfortunately, both these teams that got eliminated, but they only had 1 elimination per. That's what you were talking about. If you try to be as passive as possible, right, squeezing out as much patience from your opponents, but you yourself, you're not getting any rewards from that patience, it's also pretty useless.
And just look at that. I mean, Yuki, coming from Join Us, has just given himself up with the blue zone, in the blue zone, rather. So, I really don't know what's happening here. Forever, Malboy has been taken down as well. Just like that, Forever eliminated with 1 elimination point. Again, this is day number 1, I'm telling you. I mean, most passive Sandhawk that I've ever casted. At least, we've seen a couple of fights happen, right? I mean, this is a huge progress for me, honestly.
Mhm. Yeah, to say the least, we're getting somewhere, folks. But this is improvement. To say the least, that's what Red Queen would imply. Now here we go back to the topic here. Red Queen. Now we're approaching stage 5. Can you believe it? And we're still up to 12 teams strong. And this is one thing, by the way, folks, that I really did notice here at Pro Series Korea. A lot of players, a lot of teams get taken by the blue zone. It's also very wise, I'd say, because this way, they don't allow the other teams to gather points.
I mean, it works. It works as well.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, yeah. Also, coming from DPLUS Kia, ladies and gents, is currently knocked down. We've got K just on prone, waiting for that right opportunity to clap back up against EMTEK StormX. And there you go with a nice S12K shot. Oh, he got someone knocked down. Unfortunately, I mean, he wasn't really paying attention. For at the back, so he gets tagged as well, rather. But I don't know who is really winning the fight. But yeah, I believe it was EMTEK StormX because yeah, DPLUS Kia has been eliminated.
Oh, that's
Nice
pretty
turn of
sad.
events.
Yeah, that's what I like, right? When an action happens here, it's really unpredictable. It's usually a flip of the coin. Whoever makes the better decisions, or even who's luckier, right? Like we can already call it that. They get out of this. They get out of this alive and with flying colors, with awards to say the least. Now, Rocks Esports a while ago, they already performed masterfully. Unfortunately, they are paying the price of said eliminations as they lost 2 players already. Panning over to DUKSAN. Wow, I didn't even see who took out Say Red because of all the action that's been going on. But DUKSAN, they got to be careful here. They have a lot of company.
Oh man. At least I'm hearing a lot of gun
Yes.
gunfights happening all around Sandhawk. Day number 1, it was I'm just looking for the right term, ladies and gents, because I don't want to sugarcoat it, but at the same time, I don't want to come off as someone who is all-knowing. But we did have like a water kind of zone, but we had a bridge. But most of the teams actually chose to just go for a swim, so it was really like a slow burn finish for Sandhawk during that time. But I guess we might see another bridge get included in this zone. But what's new for this one is a lot of them on ground duking it out with one another, which we all love. I mean, we came here for the action, and that is what we're getting from Sandhawk. But as for the side of If You Mind,
Oh, whoa.
this is not really good because they're at the edge of the zone. But it's so great to see that Neil,
Yo.
if I'm not mistaken, yeah, he's trying to eliminate
Yo.
players from EMTEK, even if he doesn't have that much visual. But 2-piece skill for this guy.
This is amusing. This is basically a last stand for If You Mind, right? If you look at how they're positioned, right? Blue zone closing in on them, enemies coming from all directions. Cinematic, very, very cinematic moment right there. Let's check up on them a little later on. Wow. BSG Beyond STRATOS is still complete with 6 eliminations, Red. That is absurdly good. What a performance so far. But I guess yep, that's me. That's on me, folks. That is my jinxing right there. I had to say it. I'm so sorry.
It's so hot here in Sandhawk. This is a tropical, map. That's why we can understand why there's a need for this team to actually go for a swim. But yeah, 8 teams remaining, stage 6. We've got 23 seconds on the clock before we move on to the next zone. We can see Wings here. Okay, just behind this box, just really doing awesome job of actually shutting down opponents. Let's just wait if he can translate that damage into a full-blown elimination point, because right now, considering the distance that we have, it's pretty hard to close the deal.
Yeah, never an easy task. Let's get back to that a little later on. Let's go to the nitty-gritty here, folks. NS REDFORCE basically crossing the entire bridge for BSG, or at least making sure that they don't overextend, right? They don't become too comfortable pushing forward. That was insane. I want to see how that happened, how that's gonna end, because with just the shy last man standing. Oh no, man! I had to say it, Red. BSG with the whopping 7 eliminations, just taken out of that match in an instant.
Right? I mean, it is still good. 7 is a decent number.
Very good.
Going out from the first match with 7 elimination points, I mean, that's already okay for me. I mean, just look at INF. Okay, fine. They're still alive. They still got 3 more players in their team, but they haven't set any elimination points just yet. And just imagine if they get eliminated, right? I mean, we're talking about the final 5 teams. Unless they get the chicken dinner, then that would be good for them. But oh man, Sixta already knocked down. Oh, and he has been sent back to the lobby by Bazzi of Focus Esports. So the future is not as bright.
Dim, if anything, Red. So let's check out how that's gonna turn out a little later on. Now with only 5 teams, Red, this is what we're talking about. They do know when to step on the gas. So all of our teams, they are gonna be very, very polluted here for sure. They're gonna start to close the distance. They're gonna have to pick up the pace now. NS REDFORCE. This is not looking good because DUKSAN Esports, they have them surrounded amongst other teams, by the way. I don't even know where to start, but the play zone also putting a little bit of that work here, Red. They gotta be careful. Just like that, missile out of there, care of the Blue Reaper himself.
It is not too late, honestly, for the side of Gen G to rack up a lot of points and improve their overall status. And
yes,
that's exactly what they're doing right now, even with just 2 players left. I mean, imagine what Satan is actually doing right now. 5 elimination points for this player alone. Man, this guy is carrying the whole weight of the team. So let's see what's going to happen, because we're down to the final 3 teams. We've got Hyunbin from DUKSAN Esports on your screen, ladies and gents. 10 elimination points for this spectacular team.
Are you serious? Okay, so this is why, folks. This is exactly why DUKSAN is the top performer so far here. Let's see if somebody's gonna be able to flush them out. But just like that, again, ladies and gentlemen, I always say this, and Red, say it with me, we blinked and we missed it. DUKSAN Esports once again making sure that the food chain stays untouched.
Right, they're very stealthy, very good at what they're doing. They're good with their skill prediction, because when it comes to like picking an area when they can maximize getting those elimination points, they're pretty good at that one. And they can read everyone, I assume. Everyone, I guess, for them is a little too predictable, the way that they move inside the maps. Because imagine, they managed to get into the latter stages of the game with a complete set of players, ending the game with a chicken dinner. I mean, it's an overall stellar performance coming from this team.
Oh yeah, of course. Let's talk about DUKSAN a little later. But yes, on your screen, folks, a little bit of the action that went on earlier here showcased through our highlights. So we did see a very good start for a majority of our teams. Even some, I'd say, remarkable frags and or clashes just like that from DUKSAN, right? It took a while before they lost their very first member, Red. So that just goes to show how, as you mentioned, how tactical DUKSAN really is. Now, if you look at the upper right of your screen as well, Stage 5, folks, Stage 5. And we still had a bunch of teams, to say the least.
Man, okay, so they have already crossed that 100-point mark, as we've mentioned a while ago. So having this numbers once again for the first match here in Sandhog, that's only going to cement their spot, you know, as the Apex Predators for the Korean Pro Series. So I guess most of the teams here are going to be fighting for the second spot down to the fourth, because that is it. I mean, the throne has already been occupied, ladies and gents.
Yeah, and this is DUKSAN Esports, folks. There's a reason why we talk about this team extensively, right? They've established their names time and time again. I'm not gonna say that they're gonna emerge champions here. No, the journey's not over. But look at how they did, right? And you know what, Red? I'll agree with you on this one. Gen G. Now here I am again talking about Gen G. They had the opportunity to up the ante, or just to put themselves a little higher, and that they did, making it to the grand finals with a good amount of eliminations. You got a slow clap for these boys.
I think that's what makes the team very effective, right? If you can carry your own weight inside a tournament, especially, this is already the path to being like like a solid pro player in the PUBG mobile world, and this is just within their community. I just want to give acknowledgement to the fact that Satan of Gen G did an amazing job. I mean, 5 elimination points, and he did that all by himself. And we're looking forward to, of course, a lot of explosive action coming from Gen G, considering that they are heavy hitters, from the last time that we saw them, and we expect nothing less from this team. But more of what happened in Sandhog the moment that we come back. So don't go away, Red Team and Pika will be right back.
날개를 펼쳐줘요.
Welcome back, folks, to the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea Season 1 Grand Finals Day 3. My name is Pika, joined by Red Queen. And yes, we did take things slow a little bit, for Sandhawk, but now it is time for the triple threat known as Erangel. Now let's see if the teams are going to pick up the pace or are they going to stay steady for the whole day.
Ooh, that is the big question. But I'm Red Queen, this is Pika. And you know what? At this point, DUKSAN Esports have managed to give themselves some wiggle room for mistakes, but I believe they are so meticulous in terms of decision making, because honestly they know which positions to take. Again, circle prediction is a nice skill to develop, and plus they're absolutely cool when it comes to gunfight, so their formula is really great. But just to give you guys an update, just in case you tune in late, DUKSAN Esports again with 22 points, followed by Genji with 11 and Focus Esports with 10. So in terms of which teams actually finished the game with a double-digit score, these are your top 3 teams. And for the MVP, QX, I was saying double Z, but it's QX triple Z. Oh man, 5 elimination points, 593 damage output.
And that's one of our really standout players, not just for this game, but ever since we've seen him, Red. QX and in Sir Cloud's words, ZZZ, add a few more Z's there. He's always been one of the guys to beat, right? So let's see if he can replicate that moving forward. DUKSAN Esports again untouchable so far with 136 total points, guys. That is not funny.
And if you just pay attention to the teams just a while ago, Join Us, they have a total of 13 elimination points, but none whatsoever when it comes to placement. So it only goes to show that Join Us, they always have this early elimination, or they can get into, let's say, stage 4, stage 5 inside the matches, but really couldn't they go out without any elimination points whatsoever. But okay, damage output, we've got Pumbaa, ROX, we've got Basil from Focus, UX, ZZZ from DUKSAN Esports, XZY, and Hyun Beam. So this guys we need to watch out for inside every map.
Yeah, this just begs the question: what's next, right? Who or what is next, even for our Erangel? Because DUKSAN, they've dominated this without. At least for the Sandhawk, right? They dominated it without question. But is this gonna be a chill season, right? A chill last few games for DUKSAN, because again, Red, 5 more games, and imagine the teams below 9th place. They're gonna have to either double time, triple time, or just run out of time. To say the least, they're 5 more games. No, only 5 games, Red. Not 5 more. Only 5 games.
I believe, for DUKSAN Esports, they're playing this one a little on the chill side now, considering that they have already cemented their their spot in in number 1. So I guess they're playing with no pressure whatsoever. But for the side of DPLUS Kia, just to mention it, they have already been taken over by NS REDFORCE. They have been pushed a little bit, down in the overalls. There's also the fact that beyond STRATOS Gaming, oh man, they're heavy hitters. They're really heavy hitters. I mean, just imagine 73 points in total for elimination points. That is outstanding. But then again, what they need to improve on is really getting those elimination points, perhaps at an early stages from inside the map, because again, most of the teams here, they try to avoid conflict as much as possible. So in terms of we always say, there's need to have a change in the pace of the game. That means we need to see more drop clashes happen.
If they choose to, that is, which is at this point, Red, it is almost a must for some of our teams to try and be as aggressive as they can, if possible. So having said that, it's also very arbitrary. I know that we said that DUKSAN's safe, right? They're pretty much okay with the points that they have. But 36, imagine if one of these teams, specifically NS Red Force, they're able to enter that flow state. They become unstoppable, right? Maybe imagine 16 points. Imagine 16 eliminations. Possible, we've seen that happen. So 16 eliminations and then a chicken dinner. Ooh, that's gonna be a lot closer between them and DUKSAN.
Oh man, yeah, that is true. I mean, the thing is with DUKSAN Esports, they have that little, you know, wiggle room to have those mistakes, to have those errors. But of course, one mistake can be expensive, but and it can cost you a game. But let's see what NS Red Force is going, because I believe they already have that momentum, considering the fact that they've already taken over the second spot. Now, what we need to see is some consistency. Consistency will always be key here.
Apart from that, it's also the grit, right? Consistency, you're consistent, but what if you don't have that animal in you? It doesn't kick when you're supposed to, right? Whoa. Yeah, you gotta get that inner cat out of you, the inner tiger, to say the least. The shout outs to those two cats behind red. But having said that, we have more than one contender, right, for the top spot. Pretty sure that the others between third place to fifth, they have chances here. With the amount of points that they have, they're all within 90. So it takes a few good games, maybe. I'm not gonna say just one, a few good games for them to be able to at least tie up with DUKSAN. So Red, is it safe to assume right now that DUKSAN is probably king of Pro Series Korea? We'll never know, but what do you think?
I guess for me, yes. Considering the fact that, you know, they've managed to be like a strong competitor for the Pro Series from day 1 to day number 2 and day number 3. I don't think it would make any difference. They will be at the top of the food chain. But as for those teams like Focus, like Join Us, we always say this either, right? That you don't go empty-handed, especially when it comes to tournaments like this one. You can always use the information, the knowledge that you have gathered from playing these tournaments and improve your XP, improve your formula, improve your strategy so that you can apply those in the next tournaments that you guys will be participating in, because you need to start somewhere. And this veteran teams that we have right now inside Korean community, well, they were once like you.
I like that. A little throwback to the humble origins of some of our teams before the Pro Series even kicked off. And as the name entails, folks, Pro Series. So a lot of these players, no, all of these players are considered professionals already. Having said that, Red Queen did mention it. You are taking home notes, right? Different lessons that you can apply for the next, not just the Pro Series, no, but even the other leagues, right, Red?
Yes, absolutely right, because so again, we are about to drop into our first wrangle for today. And again, this is already match number 2. We've got 4 more matches before we call our grand champion of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series. And there you go. I believe we are northbound, because I can see military base down there. And yeah, I mean, speaking of military base, I did see at least 3 to 4 teams drop around this area.
Ooh.
But again, I don't know how they managed not really confronting each other. So let's see if that's still going to be the case for today.
I'm trying to recall as well the statement that I made from season 0, that I think there's an unspoken ceasefire that goes on with these teams, right? Especially during the early stages. They want to be able to loot and have as much equipment as possible before they start getting their hands dirty. So in this case, Red, I don't think we're just looking at 3 teams. No. I think we're looking at more, or at least at the very edge of military base. Look at the bridge. Look at how crowded it is.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Beyond STRATOS Gaming, EMTEK Esports already down at the south part area of the Wrangle. We've got ROX heading up north around the central location. I believe we've got DPLUS Kia, we've got Focus, we've got FU Mind going for the vehicle gameplay. We've got Saisei on your screen, and he managed to well, get into this house, get some weapons. I can see a micro Uzi right here, but yeah, I mean, this is such a nice weapon to have, but unfortunately, right now the meta is a shotgun. Either you go for an S1K or a DBS. Those are the only two options for for a shotgun. But did you know that we have an upcoming patch up for PUBG? And I've heard that they are going to nerf even more, the DBS. So, ooh, that could be a big trigger right there, Pika.
Oh, honestly, it's a well-deserved nerf, and we don't even know the damage output of the DBS once it gets nerfed. What if it's only for balance, right? Because S12K still exists. We've also seen in previous leagues, Red, both on and off season, that those are not the only shotguns they use, right? They go for even the S686, 1897, as long as it really puts the opponent down for good. Now, speaking of putting an opponent down for good, there goes Yuki from JS, one casualty. That goes to the scoreboard of Angry Esports.
Man, it's a good thing that Saul, managed to escape with his life and a 30%. Okay, really not good for you to engage in a conflict, considering that you haven't even gathered yourself some weapons to begin with. So I guess this is a good move for the side of James. Unfortunately, this is not how you want to start the game, losing members in an early onset. So might as well head on to another location for a while and just get everything that you need, pick smart battles, and just make sure that, again, you get to the last few zones and invest on a lot of kill points.
That's the point that we're trying to make here as well. You can't just go to the very end of the game not putting up an elimination. That's really gonna look bad on your record. Not to mention if you're some of the teams at the bottom, right, Red? So it's gonna be a painful sight. Not to mention it doesn't give you good XP if you don't have clashes. It doesn't have to always be a game of being a mole. You don't have to stay underground all the time. You also got to be a hunter. You got to be a predator, to say the least. Now, here we go. DPLUS Kia, formerly, yes, it pains me to say this, formerly higher, honestly, than NS REDFORCE and or potentially Angry Esports. But now, this kind of, Red Queen, this kind of nudges them to try to be better, because at 96 points, they're tied to Forever. And if Forever does better than them in this game, they're going to sink even further.
You're absolutely right. And again, we only got 4 spots. That is equivalent to a share of the prize pool. So those are the only positions that we will be focusing on later to our perhaps like halfway through this day. And you're right, I said a while ago that DPLUS Kia, they are at the 3rd spot, so it looks to me that it's NS REDFORCE taking the 2nd and Angry Esports taking the 3rd. But in terms of gap, again, it's not that far, it's not that big, and there's still a lot of opportunities to see like a reshuffle happen between all of those teams. But as for, again, DUKSAN Esports, 136 points. That's a huge gap right there.
Man, I was trying to be optimistic as well, Red, when I said that it's very doable, right? But at this rate of how the teams are going, 101 being the nearest contender in NS REDFORCE, they also have a lot of work to do. It's almost impossible to score 36 in one go at a competition as stacked as the Pro Series, right? So who knows how long DUKSAN can stay undefeated, or rather untouched, when it comes to the total number of points. You also said yourself, and I bore witness, grenades here, they're not the way to go for some of our teams. They want to stay as stealthy as possible.
And I can see a portion of the map there, leaning towards the west side. I can see a lot of teams flocking around that area. So perhaps a fight can happen in just a while. We'll see the kill feed just light up. But then again, there's this point that I always make. PUBG, it's not always about the gunfights, because every team that we have here in the Pro Series knows how to aim. They're very precise. They're very accurate when it comes to like throwing nades. So skills wise, everyone is I guess okay, at par. But you need to be able to outsmart, right? Outwit your enemies. I mean, that is, I believe, one way to go. So that's why we say knowledge will always be power. Because if the
Mm-hmm.
teams here are too predictable with how they move, oh man, it's gonna be easy for the likes of DUKSAN Esports, DPLUS, Kia, Angry, and let's put in Forever as well, and MSJ.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it will be easy for them to actually accumulate the points that they need to stay at the top of the spot.
Yeah, to add to that, Red, the habits of players as to where, or teams entirely as to where they drop, that is really important for you to note if you're if you're an opposing team, right? Or if you know the map and you've encountered these teams before, like say they're very fond of going to military base. You gotta take note of that because that allows you to probably contest for that spot and take the resources before they could. Now, New Jeans from Angry Esports. Definitely not being shy here as he takes his shots at, oh my goodness, Eagle Owls. Already suffering one knock here, Red.
Oh man, Eugene's. This guy put on a spectacular show during day number 1. Amazing guy. He had been putting up a lot of elimination points, but let's see. This is a 1v3. Oh man, he is in big trouble. But can he defend himself? Oh, but we've seen this happen as well. But oh, here comes the backup Pika.
Okay, the cavalry has arrived here. Oh my god, indeed, for New Jeans here. I didn't think that he'd be able to pull off that door shot. That was pretty far for an S12K. Beautiful encounter here, but again, unfortunate turn of events, or rather an unfortunate streak, to say the least, for Eagle Owls being the first team again, Red, to be eliminated.
I mean, they've executed wonderfully. I mean, Eugene's, he just hid there, is really not being too aggressive. He waited for them to actually come inside the house, waited for the team, he waited for the backup, and that was an absolutely crazy fight to take. And amazing for the side of Angry Esports to win that one. Unfortunate for Eagle Owls, considering the fact that, they are always seem to be the team to go out of every match that we have.
Right.
I mean, good game well played. I mean, I don't want to shut you guys out of any compliments here, but I'm pretty sure you guys did well.
And charged to experience as well. To be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen, stuff like this, when you see that the future isn't looking too clear and it may not be as triumphant as you'd expect it to be, you are definitely gonna go get out of this entire league, this entire tournament with more wisdom than you intended. Meanwhile, the big dogs, as I always say, still just keeping their feet stretched here. Their legs are nice and comfy, not really doing anything too drastic, Red. They know that they put their backs into game number 1. Game number 2, okay, we'll probably have a little bit of the fun. But speaking of fun, it is Angry Esports right now. Currently having a lot of fun, Red, with 5 eliminations and casualties. So, DUKSAN, as much as I would say that you're okay watching TV right now, you better look at the win as well.
They're unscathed, right? But yeah, I would like to give a shout out and a hi to our audience. We've got Noah Chomwi Hawk down in the comment section, and he just said, I am rooting for NS REDFORCE.
Yes.
So, yeah, welcome to the stream. Also to Friandika Laroon, man. I mean, I'm not sure if you're a girl or a guy, but welcome because I can see you. You're very active down there in the comment section.
Yes.
So we are actually inviting you guys to let us know about your thoughts, your opinions about this whole series, or like which teams you guys are rooting for. We would love to know about that one. Getting back to the action, again, unfortunate situation for the side of JS or Join Us. I mean, we're looking at 2 active players, and they are now being gatekept, or I guess being challenged rather by Angry Esports. They now have 6 elimination points, so I believe they have picked up one of JS's players.
Yeah, you're right. So, having said that, Red, let's see how this is gonna pan out for the remainder of stage number 2. Because again, the bare minimum expectation here, folks, is that we're gonna see more eliminations come stage 5. So, hang on to your seats. This is gonna be a solemn yet tricky ride for our players. Look at the circle as well, folks. This is, yep, you're not getting fooled here. This is real time. These teams are very close to each other, but no, they're not really. They're not going full throttle here. They're being ever so cautious as to not lose a single member moving forward. This is probably one of the most yellow leagues I've ever seen, right? If you get my meaning. Look at all these players who are still alive.
You know what? Only goes to show that Korean, they're very, very peaceful people. I should say.
Yes. Hell and
Yeah,
thank you.
early. We don't see that much early fights, right? So yeah,
Hmm.
even though they're pretty close within each other, right? They're within proximity. They're in the same area. Like what I said a while ago. I mean, there were always 3 to 4 teams that drops around the military base, but nobody would want to push forward. Nobody would want to engage. So again, we are looking at the possibility that since this is already day number 3, um something might change. I mean, there is this change that we can witness, but not so much. Maybe like 30%. That's it. But it is
Hmm.
still like really passive.
The tall order for us to ask for our teams to step on the gas here as usual because of how high the stakes are, right? So you,
Yes.
you guys saw for those of you who started the show with us, you guys saw what's at stake. Millions of Korean won. And that goes all the way to fourth place. So can't afford to not try, right? To get the top 4. Now speaking of trying, I know that Gen G a while ago, they had a really good run making it to the grand finals, but now Red at 70 points, they're no longer that low, I would say, but they're still a long shot from making it to top 5. I don't know what their plan here is gonna be.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Well, in order for you to get a chicken dinner, you always have to like make really good choices here. And perhaps for the side of Gen G Esports, okay, it's stage 3. We still have a complete set of players. That is an advantage. We are in a position wherein we can probably challenge up another team here, which is
Mhm.
ROX, as you can see on the screen. But just check it out. I mean, they're practically neighbors here, Pika. But yeah, I mean,
No
nobody
one.
is
Mhm.
trying to open fire right at their opposition at another team here. I mean, look at Vega Esports, also pretty close with MSJ and JS, but again, nobody's really making a move whatsoever.
That was the point I was making earlier. If you guys looked at the map, yes, it is real time. They are absolutely close to each other. And no, it was not a drop. It was not the first drop. We're already at stage 3 yet. Yet they're very, very picky with their shots here, Red. Look at Infinity. 0. They don't care. They don't care at all if there's somebody uphill, downhill, the house right next to them. If someone's ringing their phones, they don't care. They gotta be super slow on this one. Might as well make it to stage 7 without a single elimination, and they'll be happy with that. My goodness.
Yeah, you can already tell at this point what kind of meta we would want to expect, coming from the Korean community. I mean, they always gun for the placement first, and eliminations, I don't think it's it's something that they would want to get at an early onset. So yeah, that is the pace of the game here. Infinity, okay, they're trying to challenge up the boys of D plus Kia, but D plus Kia, are you guys taking the bait or not? But we can see them just roaming around the hill, but not
Mhm.
really pushing the compound, which is the school area. But you know what? There's a lot of teams also surrounding this particular spot. So yeah, we'll just have to wait for the kill feed. And speaking of kill feed, it is If You Mind. I believe one of their players got picked off.
Oh, okay. I hope we get better visual from that a little later on. One of the most struggling teams right now, obviously, would be Join Us. So I have no visual whatsoever on how they're doing so far, but they did lose 2 players with 0 eliminations. Again, a very, very rough start here at the Pro Series. Meanwhile, so Vega Esports, you did mention this, Red. They have a lot of company. A lot of company. I'm not even exaggerating when I say that. Very, very near them. So if push comes to shove, they're gonna have to try to hold the fort with as much firepower as possible. Getting back to your point, before I pass it on to you again, I feel right now though that this circle is gonna be very violent to say the least when we get to stage 9. We saw a road because we're near the school area. There will be a lot of teams bound to cross that. Let's check that out later, Red. I don't know what to make of this circle. It's a little too tricky.
Yep, and one of the things that I need to point out is the fact that If You Mind needs to reposition themselves. I mean, you don't want to stay in just one spot because you can be wiped out with just one nade or one molly, right? They're all really cramped up in there inside that small shack. So yeah, a repositioning should be in order in just a while. But you're right. I mean, stage 5, we're just waiting to see which area is gonna be how to say which area is going to be uh favored by the circle. Okay. But let's check out what is happening between Beyond Stratos Gaming and DUKSAN. I believe, yeah, this is DUKSAN Esports.
Oh boy!
And this guy took a nade to the face, and now this is the opening knock by DUKSAN. Seiwu goes down as well, so it's just Wings now left to defend the team.
Not good for BSG, folks. And this is arguably the highest, or statistically the highest fraggers that we have here for the final red. But no, DUKSAN just breezed through BSG just like that. Left with only one player remaining. And look at this, DPLUS Key as well. I think they wanna dip in on the action. So is that it? Is that it for BSG? I feel that we still have one more player. Look at this encounter. So third party. This was bound to happen either way, right?
I love the fact how DPLUS Key actually entered the scene and really circled around Soz like vultures, right? Just really waiting for them to devour that fallen teammate coming from DUKSAN. But let's see what's going to happen. It's a 3v4 situation between DUKSAN and DPLUS Key. We can see QXZZZ throwing up some nades, but you know what? No hard push it coming from any of the teams here. I mean, we can see a trade of nades. But I guess we are waiting for the gunfights to start.
This is also pretty unusual, right? We know that some of the Korean metas are not really grenade centric, but for the time being, I think this is the best way to go about it without exposing themselves, right? Now, stage 5, folks, you see the play zone come forth honestly, and just tries to inflict as much, honestly, violence as much as these other teams are. Look at this, DPLUS Kia and DUKSAN. Okay, is this gonna be a peel out by DPLUS Kia? Did they bite off more than they can chew, or are they just regrouping? Because we've already lost Soez here for DUKSAN.
Yeah, the thing is, EMTEK Esports also trying to do the third party here. I mean, DUKSAN getting a little help as well coming from EMTEK. So let's see what's going to happen, because this space is actually a little open. And if you're going to be paying attention to the minimap, I can see at least 3 teams here having a 3-way battle. So obviously EMTEK is doing the sidelines here. Here comes K again. For the side of DPLUS K, they already have 1 elimination point, so they have the advantage. They have the upper hand up against DUKSAN here. So I guess they are really going for eliminating the boys of DUKSAN. They have the like big targets on their backs anyway.
Massive targets, Red, to say the least. So this is what happens, right? This is the power that beholds for those who are on top. They're gonna have a lot of enemies. So it's just a matter of time, I would say. I don't want to jinx it for DUKSAN before they get flushed out. Oh, there goes QXZ. So but there's a pickup. There's a pickup that happened for the never mind. The feed is a little late on that one, pardon us, folks. So now back to the action. Side say, last man standing. Red, we better start praying for this man.
Yeah, needs to pray. But yeah, I can see 4 teams competing around this particular spot, duking it out with one another. We've got Saisei inside the house. One player coming from EMTEK. He is on the ground just trying to go for help, honestly. And no help is reaching him as of the moment.
You're done.
Okay,
all right.
Clutch. Okay, Clutch now is here to save his comrade. But yeah, they're going to need all the firepower, considering that 2 of their teammates have already been eliminated.
Oh no.
DPLUS is not going to let go of their advantage here. And they keep throwing a lot of nades to shut them out.
QXZ out of there, folks, in the hands of DPLUS. And just like that, Red. Just like that. The Guardians of the top spot have exited our lobby at 6. Oh, basically stage 5. And without any placement points, to say the least. So imagine that. You know what this means, Red? They can't relax just yet, just to say the least. There goes K, taking out Horu and Clutch with a bit of vengeance. So this is between DPLUS Kia and EMTEK. Oh, man, Red. Oh, but you know what? There it is. And I feel that was a third-party dip here from Angry Esports.
Yep. I mean, DUKSAN,
really was.
They've managed to put up 3 elimination points at least before they exited the game. So mean, it's an okay performance to say the least. I mean, DUKSAN is still at the top. I mean, I don't think it's gonna change soon. But yeah, I mean, Forever as well gets eliminated by MSJ. 4 elimination points for the team, and we are already at stage 5, with 1 casualty. For the side of MSJ. But you're right. I mean, Angry Esports, they're pretty quiet, but they did manage to put up 8 elimination points so far. So in terms of like momentum, they are at a very good pace.
Yeah, easily the top contender here for the winner in a chicken dinner, Red. I don't want to speak in finality just yet, but imagine that. Full squad, 8 elimination points, towering over every single team that we still have here. You know what that means? If they hang on to that numbers and that flow state that they already have, they could potentially emerge out of this and go ever so closer to the top spot against DUKSAN. So I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for that. Meanwhile, DPLUS Kia not out of this yet. With 3 players and 4 eliminations, they're looking to keep this going. But as I said that, Osal falls. Red, I'm jinxing it again.
Yeah, and it was even MSJ that took down Osal, not even Eugene's of Angry Esports. So, I mean, you don't want to get sandwiched in between 2 teams, right? And it's a good call coming from, Angry Esports, considering that, okay, we'll be coming from the low grounds. This is not a good spot. And they opted to just back away. So, live to fight another day for the side of Angry Esports, which is honestly good. And this is what I said a while ago, because if you might needed to reposition themselves because they're all cramped up in there in that small shot, and that is like an easy win, for the side of VEGA.
Now we had to say that out loud. 0 eliminations and exiting at number 7. So while you do have 1 point, yep, that's us saying we told you so, guys. You gotta put a little bit of back into that elimination, at least the attempt to have eliminations. Angry Esports, though, as bad as they are with 8 eliminations so far, they are getting flushed out here by MSJ. There goes Jamin. Now, DPLUS Kia also has their hands full with MSJ. My goodness, this is pandemonium, Red Queen.
Oh, man, here we go. 10 elimination points for the side of Team Angry, and they did win another fight. MSJ, one of the top contenders there, has just been eliminated by Angry Esports. Now, 4 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and NS REDFORCE looking to get a claim of that top spot as well. 4 elimination points for this team. They're still alive at stage number 6. So if they play their cards right, if they are patient, if they do make good decisions, they could bag the winner chicken dinner. But of course, it all boils down to how good the execution will be.
Yeah, at this point, Red, you're right. We're already higher. They're already higher than Angry Esports. So just a matter of time before they possibly walk away with this. And I'm not gonna say untouched, right? But with a full squad, this is gonna be really good for their record. Meanwhile, DPLUS Kia, again, I don't want to be a jinx, with 5 eliminations so far and 1 knock. If they manage to salvage their player, Red, we're gonna have a match here. We're gonna have an insane top 4, which as we already do. Now, INF, I'm also in shock that they are doing really, really well this late.
And they know it. DPLUS Kia, they know that they have dropped the ball there somewhere. They know they have to pick up the pace. So it's nice to see that they're still alive and kicking it. During stage number 6, they belong in the top 4. So if they bag the chicken dinner, then I guess it's a good game for them. So let's see how well they're going to be performing up against Team Angry Esports here. Because absolutely, they have the momentum. Just look at how wonderful that nade was up against DPLUS Kia. But you know what? Noble says no again with a shotgun kill.
Oh man, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, Angry. My gosh. A complete squad, stacked troop right here, down to the last active player, with only a tree to stop any incoming assault. Oh man, New Jeans, yep, there he goes, folks. So, and Ellen, is that Ellen? Yeah, I think that's Ellen. Wow, with, you know what, Red, not bad of a showing, right? Not bad of a showing for Angry. Imagine 12 eliminations and very good placement points at number 4.
And if this standings are actually right, they are now currently at a second with a wonderful game that they just had. Even if they exited, no chicken dinner. I mean, 12 elimination points is still a stellar performance. Now back to the ball game, and it's REDFORCE, Sporta on prone. I can see one of them have bagged 3 elimination points for the team, which is absolutely crazy. XZY. Now this guy also day number 1. Very good with DBS, very good with getting those elimination points. So hopefully he can carry the same energy back to the last day of the grand finals. Now, this is the current position. I mean, as you can see, we've got Infinity taking over the west side. We've got NS REDFORCE coming from the east, and a little bit on the southeast area. That would be the guys of DPLUS Kia. As for who's gonna be winning the fights, well, I guess all teams here are waiting and just taking their sweet time. But in terms of like higher ground advantage, that would be DPLUS Kia. But here comes the tricky part. Even though they have the high ground advantage, it is going to be devoured by the blue zone in just a while. So I don't think it's gonna do them good.
Yeah, let's wait, right? Because this is considerably early for Pro Series Korea to have this final circle with still 3 teams, right? Or with only 3 teams remaining. At some point, Red did mention it. Sometimes even at stage 8, we'd have like maybe a top 8. But right now, I am pretty much torn because look at the stats that they have, folks. We have NS REDFORCE, complete squad, but only 4 eliminations. DK, we have DPLUS Kia with the most eliminations, but only with 2 members remaining. In the same manner, INF, we have Infinity, probably the best looking stats here with 91 points and already at 6 eliminations, Red. So who's gonna take this? It's so tough. It's so tough to call.
It was like, okay, even if we are at stage 8, this is the same scenario. Everyone is still passive. Nobody would want to push forward. But really, I mean, is it possible for you to fit in 8 teams here? I mean, 3 to 4 teams, yeah, stage 8, it's okay. But yeah, DPLUS Kia, again, okay, they've managed to get inside a circle, but they don't have cover whatsoever. They're pretty exposed. Even though they have the high ground, I mean, it's they're sitting there like,
oh boy,
they're like dogs, like easy kill for both of the teams here. So it's an obvious outcome. It's going to be NS REDFORCE versus Team Infinity for the end game.
Oh man, who would have thought? INF just hanging on to their complete squad. Well, I'd say the same for NS. And look at this, 6 eliminations already per team. This is highly in the favor of NS REDFORCE because of the points that they're going to make. Speaking of favor, there goes Trey, care of the nade from Sporta.
All right, here we go. NS REDFORCE looking to paint the town red. What a great kill right there coming from Sporta. Accurate, on-point nade elimination. We can see that INF trying to clap back with their own nades as well, but I don't think they have the information just yet as to where NS REDFORCE is located. We've got 1 player from NS REDFORCE going for the off angle. Obviously, that would be Sporta. But 3 of them, Benny, XZY, as well as TZ, they're all together.
Oh boy.
Oh man. Oh, that's pretty close. But okay, it's a good evasion still coming from NS REDFORCE. The thing is, INF, they're all already running out of grenades.
Oh man, we had to jinx it. XZY here, trying to suppress whatever anger there is here. So go moving forward. TZ from NS REDFORCE taking out 1 down. Yeah, I think this is the position disadvantage here, Red, which that's making it so difficult for INF to try and survive this predicament. Yep, I'd say we're counting down the seconds here. Up. Yep.
I guess one of the things that made it very possible for the side of NS REDFORCE that they took their time, right? They were very patient. They waited for DPLUS Kia to actually get exposed before they tried to open fire up against that team. And then they popped up the smokes to conceal their location, to blur the opposition's visuals, which is perfect, I can say. Because they already know, they have the information as to where Team Infinity is located. So it was easy for them to go for those nade eliminations. So again, it's a convincing win for the side of NS REDFORCE.
Yeah, to chime in also on what you said, it really was the position, Red. I'd be very honest. If not for the way that INF was clustered behind, or rather in front of the blue zone, and with no cover prior to that, it just made things a lot trickier for them to try and punch back at NS. But good stuff for both teams nonetheless. We're going to take you back to some of the action that happened earlier on here, folks. So Angry Esports, you're seeing them during the early encounters that they had, but imagine how far they got with a bunch of eliminations. I feel that they were still almost undefeated, Red.
Honestly, yes. For this round, they're pretty unstoppable. They were juggernauts for our first ranked match. I mean, 12 elimination points. That's the number that they put up on the scoreboard. Very solid number, I can say. And this is what we pointed out a while ago. If you mind GPT, they were all cramped up in there inside that small shack. So it was a very vulnerable position for that team. They didn't even have the chance to actually clap back at some of the teams that did try to put them down.
So during these last moments as well, I was very, very torn here because the stats really looked insane, right? So down to the final, this is what I was talking about. Down to the final few seconds of this game, INF tried to hold off all that violence, all the push coming off of NS REDFORCE, but it was just so overwhelming. Imagine how they had to leave their only source of cover, Red, just so they could disperse, but it was really no use.
We did say as well a while ago that DUKSAN Esports, they have this leeway to make some mistakes around the, I mean, in a match. But I guess they already took that ticket, right? They didn't put that much number up on the scoreboard, 3 elimination points in total, and they did have an early exit from the game. So to make up for that one, because we can see a lot of teams getting aggressive right now, considering that this is the second match of the day. We are on our way for the third match. So we do expect the games to be a bit more fast-paced compared to the previous games that we've had. But you know what? Don't go away. Red Queen Pika will be right back.
was just a fad. 1,000 airdrops keep falling down. Yeah, I'm going in and flying carpet on the wind. Baby, I can barely see the ground. Driving me, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit is enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down. You got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down. Oh, I'm not coming down. my bag. Treasure ship and raise the flag. Magic in the lamp can't tie me down. We're living fast. Baby, even if we crash. You gas me up when I'm breaking down. Driving me, I can feel the rush to be the one. One hit is enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet up off the ground, and I'm not coming down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down. Oh, and I'm not coming down.
레드불 날개를 펼쳐줘요.
Lots of debak moments from match number 2, and we do expect more of that to happen as we are halfway through, not just for today, ladies and gents, but for the whole competition. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Korea Pro Series with me, Red Queen, and VEGA.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know what? It flew by so fast, Red. Fast enough, to say the least, that we are now halfway through our day. And as you mentioned, before we end the entire finals. Here we go. NS REDFORCE, a perfect 10, honestly, for the placement points and the eliminations. That's a beautiful venti to look at.
Yeah, perfect 10, just like Pika's girl. Anyway,
Oh,
for the bottom
Pause.
three teams, I just want to point out beyond STRATOS Gaming. I mean, this guy's they know how to do the gunfights, right? They are one of the teams that has the most number of elimination points, so it's an unfortunate event for Beyond Stratos Gaming to exit the game without having to put up any numbers from the match number 2, the first E-Wrangle that we had. But yes, it is Sparta, of course, with 4 elimination points and 423 damage output, who was the most valuable player inside E-Wrangle. As for the overalls, it is still DUKSAN Esports, even though they've had not quite a good game from a while ago, but it's still okay. We're talking about 139 points, but pay attention, because NS REDFORCE is already at 121. The gap, oh man, it's reachable at this point.
Yeah, that's also an understatement, right? It is already within reach, right? Just to say the least, because one winner chicken dinner is all it takes for NS REDFORCE to probably tie up, not to dethrone yet. No, we don't want to jinx that, but to tie things up with DUKSAN. So having said that, let's see how the second Erangel is going to be. Here we go. Angry Esports here, taking a lot of these, these small wins, right, on our charts here, Red. So let's see if that anger can come into fruition for our next game.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe we also have an individual prize, which is the most valuable player for the entirety of this tournament. So, yeah, we can see a lot of familiar names, consistent names, to be honest. But WWCD stats, again, it was NS REDFORCE that took the chicken dinner, Sporta, TZ, Beanie, and XZY. But, I failed to see who got the most number of damage output. It was the second guy right there in the middle. I didn't catch the name. Sorry for that one.
Now, what you do need to catch and watch here, folks, would be these teams who have been giving us quite these moments, these details to put into account, right, moving forward. Now, I'd say that this might be more of a DPLUS Kia-centric game, Red Queen. Granted, how close they also got. But yeah, this is just me trying to be optimistic when it comes to our top 5. The gap, as you mentioned, is really starting to shrink, right? So gotta be careful there, DUKSAN. You gotta look over your shoulder. Somebody might be right behind you this time around.
Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. But DPLUS Kia, I don't think they like the fact that they have been pushed even further down the line, considering that Angry and NS REDFORCE now really showing up, stepping up the pace here and just really racking a lot of points for themselves. And so DPLUS Kia obviously needs to improve their gameplay. Obviously their their chill pace kind of strat is not gonna work out for day number 3 of the grand final. So again, there needs to be a change in terms of like overall tactical gameplay for this team. So let's see what's going to happen, because NS REDFORCE, they've done it. They did a very good job, coming from the latter part of the overalls. Now they are at the top 4. Oh man, if I were part of NS REDFORCE, I wouldn't let that go, especially for Angry Esports. They just have to really, push it for the remaining 4 games that we still have, and they can have a shot being at the top and getting that lion's share of the 50 million Korean won prize pool. That is what is at stake.
Apart from that, of course, it's bragging rights, folks. So Pro Series Korea being called top dogs, the head honchos, the El Capitanes of the league. You're going to want to go home with your head held high, right? You got to love that. Now, of course, if we're going to talk about a little bit of the games that went by, ladies and gentlemen, it's also pretty unpredictable. Seeing how Infinity, Red Queen, they were the ones to make it to the very end, right? They're not even in top 10, if memory serves me right. Or they're not in the top 8. Imagine though, they stood way further than most of the heavy hitting teams. Most of our upper bracketers, they got to the very end. So that says a lot.
We're always looking for that amazing plot twist, I mean, in PUBG Mobile, it's not just about the action. We also have drama, suspense, the thrillers, and everything else in between. So, we've seen this a lot of times, already, that even though, okay, there's a team part of the second page, but the moment that they pick up their momentum, it does them like wonderfully and really improve their overall status. Perhaps that could be the fate for the guys of Infinity. We never know, because again, Battle Royale, what makes it an interesting game is its unpredictability.
It's the randomness, you know. It is the spontaneity of how these teams go. That's only 2 games, right? Imagine what would happen for the next few games after this. Are we going to see a repeating winner chicken dinner? Are we going to see we're probably going to see Join Us get their first winner chicken dinner, right? Because that'll be fun. That'll be very, very amusing to say the least if we get that shock factor and be proven wrong. I like that. I like it when we're wrong sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah, that could be a good point. But we can see a lot of
DK.
Yeah, DK fans out there. We got Perico, Aston, we've got Seiwu coming from Beyond Stratos Gaming. Oh man. And again, I mean, we always cast online. You know, it would be a great experience if we can with you guys, hoping for a LAN event. Really manifesting here, crossing my fingers that, you know, in due time we can also cast a LAN event for PUBG Mobile. I'm really looking forward to the Clash of Giants LAN event. So hey, production, hope you guys are listening.
Hopefully so. Again, we're gonna put that on our bucket list for sure. I would definitely want that. Having to be there, right? See and feel, by the way, the energy of the crowds, right? Because this right here, it just goes to show what production can do. At the same time, it puts players on a different atmosphere, right? Comparative to how they do it online at the comfort of their own home. Now, speaking of comfort, this is anything but comfort as we go straight to Erangel for our 3rd match of the day and halfway through our final.
Man, look at the flight path. Okay, we can
This is
see
sad.
military base once again down there, but it's at the bottom. Oh man, I do hope we see a military base finish. That would be very exciting to watch. But will the same teams drop around the south part area, or will we be seeing some sort of alterations coming from our Korean teams? That's so what we are about to find out. But Beyond Stratos Gaming, they have already opened up their parachutes. Not exactly sure if they're headed towards Milta or dropping down the military base. But MTEK is the same drop spot. We've got Join Us, probably headed towards Mansion or Lipovka. INF, there's Quarry, there's Gatka. But with this kind of flight path, it already gives you an idea which of these areas are going to be the point of impact, right? But it is still going to be the initial circle that will dictate the pace.
Which I am also terrified of, not gonna lie. Because with Erangel, granted we have so much water to worry about. Right?
There you go.
There's already a huge possibility. There, as we mentioned, there's gonna be water here on our first encounter. Now, if this name is what I think it is, then thank you so much for giving us a little bit of that Philippine pop treat here for NS REDFORCE's mini. So we already saw New Jeans, you know, we're just putting 2 and 2 together. I'm not gonna lie, but thank you for being a fan if that's the case. So now on the move, NS REDFORCE, previous winner chicken dinner. Again, it's pretty much anticipated we're gonna have a little bit of a truce for our first few stages. So let's swerve off a little bit off topic of at least on screen here. Would you prefer ending a game at Stalber or Zharki? Hypothetically.
I would go for Stalber, considering that, you know, we have a mountain right there, so it's gonna be layers of hard gunfights. I mean, that's the way to put it. Yeah, I mean, that could also be interesting. I don't know. Would you want a Zharki finish?
Yeah, I personally do, because Zharki, to begin with, very untapped, right? Unless you really have no choice to probably stay at Zharki because of that. That's how the circle lands, right? But people really never choose Zharki to begin with, so that will also be an interesting take, an interesting twist for me to say the least. Yeah, to me though, Ruins. It's been a while, Red.
Oh man, Ruins. Yeah, that's also one of the interesting parts of the wrangle to check out. Honestly, it's hard to win a battle there. You always have to go to a higher ground just to make sure that you utilize that spot completely. But okay, position. DUKSAN headed towards where? Gatka Mountain? Perhaps the south of Jorgapul area, but they're scattered around the map, so we don't exactly know what the game plan is. But for
For
the side
now.
of MSJ, they are around Quarry area. 4 teams still around the military base, but this is what you mentioned a while ago, Pika. It seems to me that they have some sort of like a treaty or like a truce of some sort that, okay, for the first few zones, we shouldn't get into a fight. We respect each other's drop spots, and I mean, again, we really rarely see a drop clash happen.
Which I would pay at this point. I would really pay. We're already past that, right? It's safe to say that we're not seeing a drop clash, but we are seeing first contact here, ladies and gentlemen, between Join Us and who are they up against? Who are they? Nothing. Okay, forget it. All right, Oxygen. That is basically it. So just a little bit of a probably just weapon stress test going on. Okay, never mind. So yeah, the truce remains.
Trying to check if the guns are working, but as you can see, there's a lot of callers now inside the zone, and everyone is just trying to go for the rotations, right? And again, we'll just wait if this teams will decide to actually collide with one another. Will they be taking the fights? We still don't know, but Angry already down there in the middle. Same thing with NS REDFORCE. JS is also there with If You Mind, GPT, and VEGA. But you know what? EMTEK Esports will be coming from Novos. So if in case they pass through the Eastern Bridge, oh man, they will definitely collide with one another.
Which we will get to a little later on. Don't look now, Red, but a while ago when we had a glimpse of the map, Gen G had the entire shooting range to themselves. 0 company. So you know what that means. They're going to have a lot of privileges when it comes to those good stuff, right? The good loot off of shooting range. Let's see how they're going to handle any encounters moving forward. Should we lay our eyes upon them? Meanwhile, Eagle Owls. You know what? I'll be real, Red. I'm shocked that they're not eliminated yet. I am so sorry. I'm just being real here, guys. Eagle Owls for the first 2 games, they were the first to go.
Yeah. It's Eagle Owls really. They have a bad habit of choosing the wrong drop spots. That always results to them getting eliminated at an early onset. So again, this is the secondary wrangle. This is basically the cash cow, right? Because this is the OG map. This is that one map that you should know inside and out. I mean, you cannot really call yourself a PUBG player if you haven't played around wrangle. So this is one map that will not be taken out, from a competitive tournament. Just checking out what is happening. Again, Gen G Esports still a complete set of players. They're just getting everything they need, getting all attachments and just packing their stuff right in before they get into any conflicts. Now same thing goes for Team Infinity, but I can see they're pretty close with NS REDFORCE and If You Mind. But again, the big question lies whether or not they're gonna be taking the fight.
Always. It's always the paradox, right? When it comes to these teams. If I take a fight, I'll get points. If I take a fight and I lose points. It's how it is. Am I supposed to win this whole thing? There's always a dilemma of whether or not it's the wiser choice. But again, some questions are gonna be unanswered until further notice. So back to this. We have VEGA. Again, a little bit of loiter. I'd say the same thing goes to DUKSAN. Now, you gotta be thinking right now, Red. If you're DUKSAN, 139 to 121, that's not huge. That lead is not huge. So that's what, 11 points, right? That's about 11, or rather, no, sorry, that's about 18 points. 18 points to say the least. So that right there is probably doable in, like, say, 2 games. So if DUKSAN doesn't further the lead here, they will be in serious trouble.
Yeah, but the thing is, having a bad game previously, I feel like DUKSAN Esports will now be on guard, right? They will
They
be
have to be.
even more meticulous or like really be strict with how they make decisions inside the game. So I guess we will see them perhaps with a complete set of players during the latter stages of the game. That is not impossible at all. We've seen them do this over and over again inside the PUBG Mobile Korea series. But as for NS REDFORCE, okay, they've already picked up their momentum, right? But again, it's not always how you start the game; it's how you finish it.
Oh,
You have
yes.
set the pace, right? You have set the pace, but you need to follow through. Again, consistency. NS REDFORCE, they're closing in the gap against DUKSAN. We just want them to like really follow through with what they have set.
Mhm. And that's a really high bar to say the least. Now, as you were speaking, Red, we had a little bit of action here on the side of If You Mine already. So that's one elimination on board, inflicted damage on the side of FS. So this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough for FS. Oh, they also have a little bit of dips from MSJ. Oh my gosh, Red. Okay, not a good start here. Not a good start for FS.
Yeah, we're losing players right off the bat here. MSJ, one of the top competitors. We've mentioned this a while ago. Now they're trying to flush out this last remaining player, perhaps coming from FS. It's a broker. Oh man, but wonderful shot though. Two is knockdown coming from a broker, and again he reloads his DPS. Might go for the third kill up
No
against
way!
MSJ, but can he do the clutch? Oh my goodness, they're playing hide and seek at this point, but look at both players, Pika, very low in HP.
Oh no. The bloody game of tag is going on here, ladies and gentlemen. So that nade, okay, by broker. But he's running out of resources,
man.
Red. This is very tough. Running out of resources. Last nade in hand.
No.
Last med kit. Armor is not gonna hold on for long. Oh, and still fails that throw against Hoxie.
There you go.
Now it is up to broker here.
I mean, I almost thought he's not gonna go for the heal. I mean, he's been throwing out those nades, right? So, okay, I lost my words there, but okay. I mean, we're still not done. Okay, the fight is not over yet between these two amazing players, I might add. It's a 1v1 situation, but you know what? Whoever wins the fight, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Because, well, there you go. So, it was Final who had the final say up against Broker. But then again, just like what I mentioned, it's a Pyrrhic victory considering the fact that, okay, you won the fight, but at what cost, at what expense? Losing 3 of your members, and this is just stage number 2. So, whew. That's gonna hurt them.
And even then, this should be an unbothered state for most of our teams, right? Because we know they're gonna last after this apparent clash that we had here. Red, the next one might be in what, 3 stages, like maybe 3 more stages before the next encounter here. I don't want to jinx that, but right now, again, let's get back to the action here. GP, they already had a little bit of action earlier, which pales in comparison to what we saw against Focus, right? And MSJ. You said it ever so clearly a while ago, Red. At what cost did 3 points come with, right? So, man. And I really thought that Broker was going to go for the 4 there.
Oh, man. He had the momentum, so I don't really understand why he didn't really push. Both of them already low in HP, but he could have done it. I don't know it's easier said than done, right? I'm casting. You guys do the gunfight, so I'll just say what I think could have been done right. But anyway, we still got 15 teams. This is stage 3. We've got Malboy from Forever, and now he's trying to do a massive spray up against EOS. And again, EOS, one of the teams that really need to improve their overall gameplay, considering they are currently at the 15th spot, right? But in terms of like catching up and like getting into the top 10, I don't think it's gonna happen for the Pro Series, because they're so far out. To be honest, not gonna sugarcoat anything. But yeah, I mean, going back to DUKSAN Esports, like I said, they're going to be on guard. They're going to be even more careful at how they play this one out, considering that they've had like a not so okay first Erangel match. So I just know that they're gonna retaliate. They're gonna do some they're gonna put out a monster game for this second match in Irango. That is for sure. But Malboy from the kill feed has been shut down. Same thing goes for Jerry of ROX.
Oh boy. So now this is complete opposite of how we saw the encounters of RX were earlier. Is that it for ROX? I think it is, right? So, yep, definitely so, Red. With 1 point, only 1 elimination point on board. Really not the best position. Leaving at number, let's say, what, 15th place? So, pretty tough start for ROX. Just to chime in on what you said. So, I feel that a lot of these teams, especially the ones who are at the bottom, you know what? If we're gonna be real about it, Eagle Owls. Eagle Owls at 20, 42-point lead between them and Focus. So what could be going through the mind of Eagle Owls here, Red? Are they gonna do this just to gatekeep, or maybe just maybe still try to go for points? I don't know. It's impractical at this point.
Yeah, but I feel like they're just going for experience.
Yep,
At this point
yep.
in the competition, honestly. And again, you always need that experience because most of the team here, most of the veteran teams here, they've already done that. They were. I already mentioned this. Before we even started the matches, that they were once like you. So I guess for the likes of Join Us and Eagle Owls, you can take home what you've learned so far from the entirety of this competition and apply those you have learned. That you have learned in the next games to come. I mean, that is the best thing to do. You got to get those XPs. The more XPs, the more chances of winning, I guess. But I mean, there's also that question: what kind of mentality, right, will be coming from the teams here? It's going to be like different. Those teams that are part of the upper half section and those teams that will be coming from the bottom half section, are they just going to cause nuisance? Are they just going to cause some sort of problem for those who are actually leading the tournament? So we don't know. But the thing is, it's gonna be an interesting fight for everyone.
Yeah, it's true. And experience-wise, you did say that they could just use it for the next tournaments, right? The problem is with said mentality, I would dare say, is that some of the other teams know that right? They know that what they're gonna do, so it's gonna be a little bit of a back and forth between ideas and strats. Now, speaking of back and forth, for this back and forth, it wasn't Forever's CXXN, one of my favorite dudes out there, who emerged on top. Really unfortunate. So I think the truce is over, Red. We're at stage 4. A lot of our teams are starting to crumble, right? Look at the feed. We're seeing a lot of gray areas there.
Ooh.
So MSJ as well. My gosh, that's huge. That's huge.
Okay, yeah, that is huge. I mean, MSJ, before we even started the final 6 matches for today, they are part of the top 5. But now, I don't think that's even possible. I mean, it's already 2 games for MSJ that resulted to an early elimination. So this is not doing them good whatsoever. As for the strats and ideas, I mean. Okay, we're going to go back to that in just a while because Misa has just been knocked down by EMTEK. 2 of the players coming from If You Mind is bleeding in the middle of the road here. And EMTEK, oh man, they're just capitalizing on this situation. It looks like it's going to be an easy win for EMTEK Storm X. But, the fight is not over just yet. They're not out of the woods because Vega is here to challenge them up next.
Oh boy. Yep. Gen G. Of a stellar first game here, folks. Now, once again, biting the dust with only 1 elimination. Let's see how this is going to go for Vega, as you mentioned, because they're doing okay. Albeit with 0 eliminations, they're not bad, right? We're at stage 4. They didn't have a single casualty, and they're going up against a damaged MTech. So if they're able to close the lid up, there it is. That's 1. If they're able to close the lid on MTech here, then MTech's going to have a bit of a hard time moving forward for the next few games. They do have 7 eliminations, Red, but down to the last player, though. Oh, yeah, that's it. I had to say it. They're gone. Yep.
EMTEK, 7 eliminations? Was that? I think it's only 4.
Oh, 4 rather. 4 eliminations, right? So
Okay. It's
at 67 points, that is. Yeah, 67 points with 4 eliminations, right?
Really not. It's not gonna help them that much, honestly speaking. But okay, let's team stage 4. We are seeing like a change of pace, like we always hope but Vega now getting cornered by Join Us. Okay, different Join Us on your screen. They're aggressive, which is doing them good so far. They Okay, there you go. 5 elimination points, not bad at all. But Junior is still alive though, and he is retaliating. He would want to avenge his fallen comrades, and now, oh man, he's trying to give it up against Join Us. But you know what? Join Us said, okay, you need to join the rest of the team back in the lobby. Oh,
Vega's gone. But yep, there we go. Picking up the pieces here from BSG is Seiwoo. He saw that firefight, so yeah, why not, right? I'm gonna get in on the action here. Care of that Og. So let's see some more. Seiwoo, again, another one of the players who I personally enjoy watching. Already had 2 eliminations on the side of BSG. BSG didn't really do too strongly during our previous game, so maybe this time around they can they can remind these players, oh, we exist. We're pretty high up. We're at number 7 so far, so you better watch yourselves. Now, this is what we were talking about, Red Queen. Join us at 6 eliminations. Imagine that. They are even of a better stat, at least for this game, than forever.
Oh. Yeah, I think we spoke too soon though, because
yeah, we did.
Them, and actually it took him out. So we're talking about, okay, never mind. JS is eliminated. Okay, that was a 2-piece kill though, coming from the side of Beanie, if I'm not mistaken. And now we've got Angry versus Eagle Owls. 1 elimination point for the team. LXN is cooking up a nade, throwing it up against EOS. But oh yeah, Eagle Owls not in a very good spot. And there you go, Angry just really ended the fight between EOS and well, yeah, maybe they won the fight.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, not only are they not in a good spot, no, they're out of there, guys. But that's another ironic turn for Eagle Owls. They never had a single elimination, Red. They tried. I mean, I know they tried their best to get to the top 8, but even that was denied. So imagine that they exited neither eliminating anybody. Oh, sorry, both not eliminating anybody and not getting into the placement point zone. That is so sad for Eagle Owls. This, however, this is a very, very good spot for probably our top dogs, right? DUKSAN Esports to try and get in on the action, right? Ooh, they have company though. They got to be super careful here.
Yeah, we are now getting a lot of action, right? For
absolutely
the regular match. Okay, now if you mind, one of the aggressive teams we have in the Pro Series going up against DUKSAN Esports now. This is one fight that DUKSAN cannot lose to, because then again, if they would want to maintain their
yes, they can't.
They will have to finish this one off and make sure they get to the end zone and bag a winner with a chicken dinner. But oh man, Pika, 2 of them. Okay, yeah.
Oh boy.
Already out. I mean, no, we have 1 casualty. Tamra is currently bleeding out, so let's see what's gonna happen. Oh!
Okay. They better be swallowing hard here, because DUKSAN, ladies and gentlemen, they do not have a single elimination point just yet. And we are going ever so closer to the possibility that NS REDFORCE, should they hit 130 for this one and get the winner chicken dinner, they'd be tied with DUKSAN Esports already. That is not a good spot for DUKSAN. Now, you know how that meme, ladies and gentlemen, where if you're taking a game a little too lightly, then you start to sit properly. This is what's happening with DUKSAN. They have to sit properly. They have to be upright now. Everybody's on their tail. Last member standing here for DUKSAN.
I feel like, okay, we've already had 2 broadcasts for the PUBG Mobile Korean series, and
they're done.
Have already gone through this. I mean, all of the fights that just happened, right? Is it one of the reasons why perhaps DUKSAN is losing right now? It's because they've done predictable as well for the other teams, because oh man, it's they have worked so hard, to actually put just enough points to set that gap, right? But with the performance that we've seen, we are seeing from them for the past 2 games, oh man, it's not doing them good so far.
Yeah, fair point there, Red. What if their formula hasn't changed, right? For how many leagues already? So this puts them at a very vulnerable position. Everybody must know how DUKSAN really operates. Now, we're going to hold our thoughts there for DUKSAN because right now the important fact here is that Angry Esports is taking the action to DPLUS Kia. They don't want DPLUS Kia to have any recovery time whatsoever. Look at that. Chips is out of there. I believe Chips is also chicken, right? From a former team, and DPLUS Kia, that's Nobu. I feel that Nobu was the last piece of the puzzle. Yes, he is. Top 5, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know where the last member of DPLUS Kia is, but he has to at least put one on the board, Red.
Oh my goodness! I mean, we are.
This is exciting.
Possible twists and turns here. And Angry and his REDFORCE, they are still alive. I mean, NS REDFORCE managed to put up 6 elimination points, and it's 7 for Angry. Man, they are on a killing streak. But let's see if Angry can survive a fight up against Beyond STRATOS Gaming. And again, Beyond STRATOS Gaming, they're very good when it comes to close quarter combats and gunfights. So they have their chance of actually eliminating the guys of Angry. Just look at that. I mean, this is not even a very good position from Angry Esports. They are from the lower ground. So what they're doing right now is just making it rain nades just to shut them out from this angle.
Yes, absolutely. I feel that Angry right now, they have a little bit of a underlying pressure because they're so close. They are so close, Red, to getting that second spot. But there's still a bunch of work to be done here, right? So close, but yet so far, if that makes sense, right? So here we go. There goes LXN, or Ellen, I would say, care of Seiwu from BSG. Red, I'm gonna pick your mind here a little bit. Look at Infinity. They are still complete, right? Even without eliminations. This might mean that they're the contenders for NS REDFORCE a little later on.
There's a possibility. We're not, trying to take out that idea, but then again, it's such a huge risk. I can still say it's such a huge risk considering that this is stage 6 and they haven't put up any elimination points.
Yep.
I mean, that's one scenario that we can look forward to. But this is just like Doctor Strange, like just going through a lot of possibilities. But okay, let's see what's going to happen because we're looking at the final 4 teams remaining for these.
Oh my god!
And Beyond STRATOS Gaming, okay, opted to, okay, let's reset. We need firepower. We need manpower. New Jeans. This guy is all alone. So, again, the possibility of him surviving this one is pretty low, considering he is also at the edge of the zone.
Oh, man. And I remember that Eugene was one of the players who popped off last time on Season 0. He is burning alive here, folks. Okay, there, the stop, drop, and roll for a few seconds managed to give him a little bit more time to at least clap back. But the play zone, too painful for New Jeans to take, right? So, and that's also very good. It means he didn't become an elimination for any of the other teams. Meanwhile, INF looking over the distance here, looking over the horizon. It's just a matter of seconds here before they lay contact on one of them, but no! Already got spotted before the plan even happened.
Yeah. Okay, so I will have to give it to Infinity. Okay, they have a
I told you.
Pretty surrounded by concrete walls here. They've got that vantage point, of course, which they will absolutely need in shutting down players. But then again, we never know where stage 8 might land, and if the zone continues to favor them, then they will have to give up that compound. And if they move forward, they will be exposed. So a lot of things still can play out. I mean, one is going to win. But Team Infinity, okay, here we go. So they've repositioned themselves, manages to challenge up the guys of NS REDFORCE. So let's see if they can win this one. Again, let me just point out, they haven't set up any points whatsoever for the team.
Ouch! Okay, yeah, they haven't, right? Now they did. Now they did, right? So now a top 4, they're guaranteed a good amount of placement points, but this is not enough because BSG, even with where they stand, they're good on points and they're good on elimination. So, man, I am so excited on how this is going to unfold. NS REDFORCE, by the way, newsflash, folks, they have dethroned DUKSAN Esports already. So, that's gonna be very, very intriguing for our next few games.
And again, NS Red Force, they don't have that much pressure for now, Pika, considering that they've put up 11 elimination points. Even if they win the chicken dinner, that would be just bonus points. But landing at a second spot, even for this match, will give them 6 extra points per placement. So in terms of like comparing the strategy against Infinity, I would still go for NS Red Force here, even
Yep.
if Infinity catches the chicken dinner. But then again, it's going to be an absolute chaos for this 3 teams, because I mean, we're running out of space here, Pika.
Oh, and time. It's not just space, but also time, folks, because now we're approaching stage 9. Infinity, once again, holding their own. Taken out. Oh, BSG out of there. Now, NS Red Force being flushed out. I knew it. I knew it, ladies and gentlemen. Infinity, with all that patience, gonna make the winner chicken dinner for our 3rd game. I love it.
Okay, good game. Well played. I mean, just look at the stress on their faces. I mean, you can only imagine the adrenaline flowing in their veins right now, and just really celebrating the fact that they did catch a chicken dinner for this round. So congratulations again to Infinity. I believe this is the first time that we've gotten a chicken dinner. Not sure, because I haven't really gone through the second game podcast for.
I think so too. Yeah.
For the pro series, so I believe
Yeah.
this is their first chicken dinner. But overall, great performance for this team. I do hope that they can, like bring the same energy back to the last 3 matches that we have. And I'm looking at their position. Okay, so Team Infinity is currently at
Number 8 so far.
place,
But
right?
yeah, so far.
Not a bad position, I can say. I mean, the gap is still pretty reachable at this point, but then they will have to end each team with a double-digit score. So it's going to be a lot of work.
True enough, right? A significant leap, though, compared to where they are. I'm gonna just make that point as well, folks. So now, even though Infinity, I won't take the shine away from where they are now. This begs the question where they stand, more so with the top 3. The top 3, even 5 teams right now. Where do they put themselves in the food chain? So, Infinity, beautiful plays. I hope we get to see a bit of that last few seconds before the winner chicken dinner, because it also just solidified the way that they were gonna overtake NS Red Force in that last encounter. Two more members, complete squad, or at least majority of their players are still active. Yeah, that was really an Infinity finish.
Yeah, it was almost close for the side of NS Red Force. Had they not lost members rather. I think it was possible for them to actually bag the chicken dinner as well. But it's still a wonderful performance for the side of NS Red Force, even though, again, we've already made this point that even though they don't bag the chicken dinner for this round, with the number of elimination points they were able to put up on the board, it's still, like an amazing feat, for the team. And you mentioned it, they have already taken over the top spot, so dethroning DUKSAN Esports. So that is the headline for today's event.
True enough, Red. I would not look anywhere else except for that, because DUKSAN Esports, imagine being so close yet so far, right? I don't want to jinx that, but now there's a new head honcho in town in the form of NS Red Force. So let's see how the rest of the games are gonna be. Oh man, I'm being teased, right? It's like being presented a cookie box and I don't know what's inside. So let's see. I like it, and congratulations again. We're not really ruling out the fact that Infinity managed to bag the winner chicken dinner. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the upper half of our finals day. We're going to take a short break. Red Queen and Pika here to bring you more action when we return.
레드불 날개를 펼쳐줘요.
Inarguably, ladies and gentlemen, the most crucial final matches here at the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. Let's see if NS Red Force can stay on top of the charts. My name is Pika, joined by Red Queen. And yes, we are down to our last Erangel, but not the last match of the day.
Oh yeah, day 3 shaping up to be an exciting one. Again, we did expect that change of pace, you know, in terms of like how these Korean teams really took it out against one another. So yeah, we are seeing that right now. And as just like you know, Pika mentioned a while ago, okay, NS Red Force ended the game with 17 points in total. But that Infinity with 16 points. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, it was Infinity who actually caught the chicken dinner, right? So, okay, this is the previous round. Okay, I have to ask prediction about this. But beyond Stratos Gaming, 12 points. Angry with 11. Forever 7. And again, looking at the bottom part, those teams just need to kind of pick up the pace, especially now that we are down to our final 3 games.
No pressure, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that some of our teams have already pegged themselves to just have fun, right? To bag as much experience as possible. Specifically, join us. Right? Oh, okay. Never mind, folks. I feel that because of how they are. Oh man. Okay, this is really, really interesting, to say the least. Maybe, just maybe, there are some details that we missed, but DUKSAN Esports apparently still supposedly the top dog of our game, Red. Oh man, that is really intriguing, to say the least.
All right.
Woo!
This makes things very interesting for all of us. I mean, we're talking about just a 3-point lead coming off of DUKSAN Esports. So let's see what's going to happen as we enter the 4th game, right? The final Erangel match. Now, kill elimination points, top 5 players. We've got Seiwoo, we've got Binny, Salt2, Shun, and TZ. So again, we do have that individual prize, which is the MVP. And these are all familiar names, consistent names in the list. So we'll just have to wait until we get to the final games to determine which of these amazing players will receive that extra moolah.
Oh, me, I'm also lost. I don't really want anybody to go home empty-handed here, but there can only be one winner. That's really, yeah, that's really it. But again, folks, as much as we want to crown just one, these gentlemen, they're doing their thing. You know, they put in the work and they deserve the recognition that they're getting, at least from our chart so far. Oh man, so Red, you know, this is it. Infinity, as I did mention to you a while ago, if there was actually a prediction part of this, I would have gotten at least 1 point because of Infinity.
Yeah, I know, right? But just look at Cena here. He was able to put the highest number of damage output, and I like his pose. This was really familiar. It looks to me that pose is from what was the Matrix?
Okay.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Peace to much. NS Red Force, Infinity, Beyond Stratos Gaming, and of course the ever so hot Angry Esports. You know what they say. If you make the bull angry, you definitely will get the horn.
Oh man. So it's also pretty ironic, right? That their logo is actually red. So it means would that mean anything? But again, hilarity aside, ladies and gentlemen, it is now down to our final Erangel of the day, and we still have a couple of Miramars after that. So you know what it is? This is the last chance of our teams to get their shot at Erangel.
You know what? Now that you brought up that point, Angry Esports, it's a Red Bull, right? And then we've got NS Red Force, color red. Red is the color of love. So I guess that's why they're lucky. I mean, look at me, Red Queen. I'm the lucky charm when it comes to team predictions. I'm just
not here. There are no predictions here, unfortunately. But you know what? To say the least, we're gonna head right back to the topic here. I feel that the top 5, anything can still happen. It could be a good shakeup. You saw what happened, right? You saw what happened. It was quite an arbitrary previous game with Infinity. Just when we looked away for a second, they took that final opportunity from NS Red Force. So
Yes.
who else is gonna pop off this game?
I don't know, but Angry, they are on a roll, right? I know. I mean, I feel like we're gonna be expecting more of that kind of action, that kind of pace coming from not just Angry Esports, coming from NS Red Force as well, right? Okay, yeah. Now for DUKSAN, okay, 3-point lead. Oh man, that is really, really, really close. Having to work from the get-go, day number 1, day number 2, only to lose the top spot at day number 3, day 3. That matters most, right? So, oh man, I'm just excited, Pika, for the last Erangel.
I am. I'm gonna correct you real quick there. That's like 4 points. That's a 4-point lead, but still, it's not too huge, right?
4 point, okay.
Yeah, between DUKSAN and NS Red Force, very, very good standing right there. But again, if they're not worrying, if DUKSAN Esports isn't worrying, then we should be. We should be for them because that spot is gonna be up for grabs. So, hello there, little blue shark. Hopefully, we recognize who you are in the near future. This is no surprise as well. A lot of DUKSAN Esports supporters out there. You gotta love you gotta love this enthusiasm, right? The hype that the Korea crowd is bestowing upon these teams.
Yeah, blue shark. Okay, I is there any team that has a logo of a blue shark?
Here?
I'm gonna call him Baby Shark. Baby
It
Shark.
could just
Anyway.
be. It could just be like the available costume at the moment. I feel
I
so.
don't know. Yeah, I mean sharks. They're predators, right? So I guess we are amongst the predators of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea because, well, let's see which of these predators is gonna be on top now that we are headed to the last Erangel for today before we head on to the barren desert of Miramar. But again, this is the same flight path. It started from
Yeah,
the
boy.
bottom, right? Military base going up north. So I don't think we will be seeing a lot of change, I guess, when it comes to drop spots. But again, we need to see some sort of alterations. We need to see, teams that would go aggressive and just really challenge up another team in a specific area. I mean, those are some of the stuff that I want to witness before we even wrap things up for the PUBG Mobile Korea series.
Yeah, honestly, I'd like that. A shock factor, a surprise, if you will. So maybe, just maybe, we're about to get that a little later on. For the time being, let's see who among these teams actually chose to drop at military base. So, goes without saying, we have BSG, right? Very brave as well for EMTEK to do the same alongside our previous winner chicken dinners in Infinity. So now, Stalber being the last stop, it looks like Rox would want that piece, right? They want to be there for quite a hefty bit before they move on to the circle, which is apparently landing right in the middle of the map. So what, we're looking at Gatka and Ruins here? Hopefully, maybe a little hospital action.
Yeah, that could be the case. That could be the case. But yeah, as for the teams that chose to drop around south, then they will have to deal with those teams that would stay at the edge of the circle. A lot of gatekeeping opportunities here, Pika. I mean, considering, we've seen more than 12 matches for the Pro Series, right? We know that these teams, they love to stay at the edge of the zone, at the edge of the circle. So definitely a lot of cleanups will happen. But yeah, beyond Stratos Gaming, military base remains to be their territory. No team would want to contest them for this one. So I guess they can loot peacefully here. They don't have to worry about any gunshots just yet. Now checking out ROX, we've got Jerry, Pumbaa, Tom, Simba, and Otto, and they've actually chose to drop along the northern side of Erangel, which is not far, from the initial circle. So I think it will be an easy rotation for the side of ROX as well. I mean, yes, Naya. Okay, we've got Eagle Owls. This is a huge area right here inside Erangel. You can actually fit at least 3 teams here. But again, no team is within proximity. No, and if there's ever a team, inside Yasnaya as well, I don't think there's a fight gonna happen.
Yeah, at least not this early, right? Supposedly. Now, looking at the roster here on the left, folks, so you see that Yuan is was substituted. They had a new member in, so probably a change of game plan here, Red. So that's very important, right? When it comes to composition, when it comes to maps, some players, or maybe they just need a little bit of a breather compared to how they were in the previous games, because that could play a part, right? That could be absolutely necessary if you want to make the best results come out from your team. Now, speaking of great results, this right here, this circle right here is a very, very questionable result from the RNG gods, right? Because look at how many obstructions we're going to be facing there, Red, should we come to the final circle. And again, no ruins just yet.
I do understand the fact that some teams really choose to drop around the central location of Irango because the circle is not always that far away. I mean, there's the rotation wouldn't be as hard compared to those teams that would drop around south area. So I mean, in terms of like seeing teams or seeing a lot of colors inside the zone, it still amazes me up to this point in the competition that no teams really would want to go for the early clashes or early fights. I mean, they are respecting their I guess their side of town, the inside Irango, to kind of just get everything that you need first before we do some action, some gunfights here inside any maps. But then again, I've seen how the teams play inside Miramar. If I were to compare the pace against Sandhawk and Irango, Miramar is supposed to be the slow-paced game, considering how big it is, right? And it's usually mid to long-range fights. But during day number 1, we've seen a lot of rush fights. So it's the way that the Korean teams play every map is something for me unexpected. So I get unpredictable, I can say.
They tend to lean more towards the submissive / passive approach, at least for some of our games, right? But in a manner that also puts you at a huge deficit when it comes to getting leads or elimination points, right? Because again, it's not just about the survival here. You have to also be somewhat combative, especially if you are trying to gather points, if you're not as secured. And that's the crazy thing I would dare say, Red Queen, about PUBG Mobile. You're never safe up until you establish a really significant amount of points ahead of everybody. Like we were talking about that earlier. DUKSAN Esports and NS REDFORCE, 4-point difference. So imagine if we had to say stage 7 and neither of these two teams would already have eliminations, but say Angry Esports does. That could again be a shift. That could be another, as you mentioned, plot twist.
All right, EMTEK going in for an early fight, okay, which is what we expect from them. And amazingly, Waru is using an M762, which is one of the guns that uses that 7.62mm ammo. But yeah, it's a hard gun to control, but I don't see any problem with Waru whatsoever as he tries to do a massive spray up against VEGA Esports. But then again, I mean, considering the distance that we can see here, it's a bit far, and I don't think any shutdown is gonna happen. Or even for the side of Vega, I don't think they're gonna take this one. Oh, but yeah, with the consideration, of course, of Aston actually being at the foot of the bridge, so we might see a clash happen after all.
So it's only gonna take a matter of time here. Not too long now, folks. Maybe, just maybe, because they already have Genji already has one elimination, right, at the expense of Rox Esports. So let's see if they're gonna be getting any more follow-up. So granted, where Horu is standing, he already sees movement right up north. Yep, that's what I was talking about. So maybe this information is already being disseminated. Let's just see if Horu will also spot Aston, or I hope that's Aceton, from Vega right at the bottom. See how the blue zone is already moving as well, folks. You know what that means? These players also have to go for rotations.
Yes, you're right. And Warren took a big hit there. Okay, so that is a good defense set by Vega Esports. Now,
Oh!
oh, that's not gonna do him good. But the thing is, these guys have already played the game a lot of times, right? So they already have an idea from which direction, their enemies will be coming from. And this is a good strat coming from Vega Esports, anticipating the rotation from EMTEK. They know they're gonna be passing that bridge, and so they're just right there, getting into position and ready to assume points. So, EMTEK now losing one member. I feel like they need to drop it off, in terms of like effort, right, in eliminating Vega, because that is one fight that is inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I like that. Inevitable, absolutely. This is one of those moments, right, where you really have to either fight or fly, to say the least. But I think that fly option is going to go out the window, right? Because we still have a lot of teams all over the place. Here we go. Angry Esports. Again, one of the teams that are currently at the very top of our charts, right? Upper echelon, to say the least. They do have a bit of leeway when it comes to making it to within at least the top 4. But who can tell? Infinity might kick them out. Remember, Red, they did have momentum coming off the previous game.
Yes, you are right. Okay, and it's REDFORCE. Oh man, I can feel the pressure considering that we only have 3 games left, right? And this is even the last Irango. We're going to head on to a different terrain up next, so their luck might not be the same for the 2 Miramars, right? So while the iron is hot, this is now the time for them to actually strike. So while they have their momentum up against DUKSAN, well, they just really have to hold on tight to that opportunity there of dethroning the DUKSAN Esports. But for the side of DUKSAN, man, oh man, I don't know what's gonna happen for the last Irango, but they need to make some changes, obviously, because they're getting too predictable, I guess, inside Irango. That could be, that could be the case.
And remember, apart from predictability, like there's also the RNG, right? There's also the luck of the draw as to where DUKSAN will be and who they're gonna come up against. So let's see, 142 to 138. This is one sprint away, right? For NS REDFORCE. They just wipe out one squad and they're tied already with DUKSAN. So I want to lay eyes on them a little later on. Meanwhile, Eagle Owls again, as maybe slowly learning where they went wrong, but already too late to say the least. Just putting on a little bit of pain even further on the side of Rocks.
And if we're going to be looking at the overalls, DPLUS Kia also not out of the woods, considering they've put up 111 points. 3 points, right? 3-point lead up against Infinity. There's also the possibility of Forever, Beyond STRATOS Gaming, and even ROX catching up with DPLUS Kia. So, I mean, those are just some of the factors that you might want to consider checking out, considering, again, we don't have time. We if there's anything else, time is actually against these teams. And so I just want to say that in order for them to pull off like really a blockbuster hit, they need to go for those elimination points.
Yeah, they're running out of games, Red. So speaking of running out of things, they're running out of playable space here as the circles shrinks again. Now, I did mention a while ago, there's a huge chance that we're gonna go all pun intended, to school on this one. So now the circle slowly shrinking and probably somewhat favoring the school area. Look at all these teams. They're going to start clustering towards school. Probably the building here in this entire circle that has the most possibility of covering. So it's a matter of time, Red, before they start shaking hands.
There's some sort of intramurals going on in the school area. So lots of teams actually going there. But yeah, it's going to be a wild west, I guess, for this circle. Given if the teams really decide to battle it out with one another, but so far again, it's still passive, right? But we can see at least one of the players from Eagle Owls getting shot at, getting damage. But again, these are all just warning shots, I can say. I mean, there's no hard push yet coming from even Join Us. I mean, Saul too, however, already back in the lobby. So when it comes to Join Us, we're playing with just 3 players. And as for the other teams that lost a member, that would be ROX and EMT playing with just 3.
Man. And this is already a good sign, right? Seeing some casualties at stage 3, at least for the Korea League, this is already in our opinion, uh, honestly a silver lining because most of these teams they're actually very hesitant to pull the trigger, especially even though they have clear shots, because they know that they're gonna compromise position, possibility of getting traded out, right? So yeah, I'd say we're at an okay spot here, folks. Just to hang in there, be as patient as we are, because right now these teams they're gonna try to collate themselves in as much resources as possible before they enter the safe zone. Red, this is the problem. We have so much roads here, so you know what that means. A lot of given free information, to say the least, if our teams do choose to cross these paths.
I would avoid the roads, honestly.
Yeah, if you can, right? We would.
It could be an easy target there, but I can see a lot of teams, pretty close with one another. But yeah, we hear some gunshots here and there, but we're still waiting for an actual fight to happen, honestly. But everyone is really sticking at the edge of the circle here, at the edge of the zone, really avoiding conflict whatsoever inside the games. And we'll just have to be really patient here, ladies and gents. And we've already given you the facts, right? That DUKSAN Esports just they only have a 3-point lead now. We're not seeing them challenging up any teams here. But okay, this might be a different story between Beyond STRATOS Gaming and ROX, because again, they're neighbors.
Yeah, actually they are, right? Now that we look ever so closely. Okay. So who is gonna knock for that cup of sugar? But oh man, okay, never mind. Now we do have DPLUS Kia teeing off. They spot some move. They spot a little bit of movement here against our big dogs. There it goes, QX Triple Z. Oh, first blood on DS. Make that 2. Hyunbin also falls casualty. Oh man, DPLUS Kia handing it to our big dogs here, Red.
Oh no, this is not looking too
Not good.
Right? I mean, losing two
Not
members
good.
at this point in the match. Oh man, DPLUS Kia also. I mean, they have something to prove for the final Erangel here, Pika. So 4v2 situation, ladies and gents. Oh, make that 4v1 because Hyunbin is also on the ground. So it's just Saws. And as you can see, he doesn't want to compromise his position. Now he is on prone to not make any noise when it comes to footsteps, right? So we can keep DPLUS Kia guessing where he is. So that could be a great element of surprise. But okay, never mind. Forget I said anything because Saws actually fired a shot.
Oh. And yep, you saw that right, folks. First team eliminated is BSG, and no earlier than stage 4. So that right there is what the Korea meta is all about here for the Pro Series. Meanwhile, we have a bit of an encounter here, but to no effect yet between Infinity and the previous opponents that they had, NS REDFORCE. So this is going to be very personal, Red. Let's see if one of these two titans are actually going to start teeing off. Speaking of teeing off, we have FS here. Focus. A while ago, Broker nearly gave us a remarkable moment, Red.
Mm-hmm. You know how freshmen are when it comes to college. They're all together. That's the vibe I'm getting from If You Mind. They don't really they stay so close with one another. So I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But okay, let's see if that strat will actually work for their team. But for Forever, okay, let's see if Forever is enough up against the EMT. But oh man,
oh boy,
on the wall, getting a shot here, and S12K, S12K kill. That's pretty awesome. But the great thing about this is the fact that they are still complete.
Yeah, that right there. Numbers will prove to be very, very important, especially this late in the entire league, right? Especially this game. Yeah, I'm overshooting that, but here for the game alone, let's see how long they can hold up. 13 more teams at stage 4. My goodness. So everybody's really sipping on their tea for the time being, right? No one's really choosing violence this even at this portion of our game. Remember, folks, this is our final Erangel. And I'm not talking about today, like ever, for this season.
Yeah, oh man. A series of unfortunate events for the side of DUKSAN Esports. They might lose, right? The key term might lose the top spot for this round. So Oh man, lots of pressure there for the side of DUKSAN Esports. Okay, so as there you go, D+E.
Oh, that's
man,
it?
They're out for blood, man. They hunted the last remaining player coming from DUKSAN Esports, and now they've gotten all 4 of them. So that is an amazing gameplay coming from D+E. And now we're down to how many teams? 12 teams remaining, 45 players. And stage 5, man, it's getting crowded in here. But Angry INF will be coming from the southwestern side. VEGA will be coming from the south. But NS REDFORCE still haven't decided yet. To leave this specific area right here and to get inside the zone. I don't know. They might be going for the dramatic entrance.
Yeah, maybe they might just stroll right in and shoot the first thing that moves, right? But this is too late in the game, guys. 12 teams at stage 5. This is not gonna turn out. This is not gonna turn out as peacefully as we would want to. Here we go. Tom and Jerry, both from ROX, putting the hurt on JS. So yeah, the entirety of JS out of there. Imagine that, right? We still have 11 teams, and we're approaching stage 6. So this right here, a good try for join us, right? But with only 1 elimination. Again, Red, this is not it. This is not the tournament that Join Us is gonna pop off.
Oh yeah. All right. But still, we have to give them praise for the kind of effort that they're really putting out there. Still good game coming from this fellas. 11 teams remaining, ladies and gents, and it's REDFORCE on your screen. Ooh, now this is one fight that will absolutely do us all good, right? Angry versus NS REDFORCE. Oh man, Angry. Okay, they have a fair chance of actually winning the fight up against NS REDFORCE. But let's see, because TZ already knocked on the ground.
Okay, so in this case, we are gonna. Oh man, there goes TZ, care of Alex, and I really cannot tell if that's Alex or Ellen. Maybe that's a silent X or something. But this personal clash right here, ladies and gentlemen, this and probably a 3-way. We see that there's a possibility of a dip. Yep, there it is. There's the possibility of also an involvement of a different team here. Let's see. I feel that this is going to be very, very productive for both these teams, right? So if they go on a back and forth in terms of elimination, we're gonna move a little faster, Red. But who's gonna emerge on top? It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it was Team Infinity actually that
right.
shut down one player coming from Angry Esports. But you know what? NS looking to just get inside the zone. Probably will try to get into another entry point. But the INF not letting go of this one. They are really punishing Angry Esports at this point. Ooh, Sixta just manages to dodge that car, which is absolutely great. But unfortunately, he exposed himself, and now he is on the ground as well. INF. Oh man, 3 active players remaining, and the kill feed starting to light up. Ooh, and this REDFORCE Pika getting picked up 1 by 1.
Hey. Oh man, if you mind, after a very, very good performance from previous games, or at least from the previous few games, they did pretty okay. But no, ladies and gentlemen, another giant has been kicked off the playing field here. NS REDFORCE, and you know what this means? Red. Neither of these two are safe from Angry Esports.
Oh man, and if there are teams going down, there are teams that definitely will go up, with the turn of events that we are having right now, which is absolutely great. 8 teams remaining, stage 5. Okay, this is the kind of tempo that we want, right? The kind of beat. Okay, 3 elimination points for the side of Infinity, and we've witnessed, Infinity catch their first winner in a chicken dinner for the Pro Series. Let's see if they can actually do that once again now that they have picked up their momentum. As for the side of Angry, 2 elimination points, and oh man, it's going to be a struggle. It's going to be hard, to even get inside the zone. Stage 6, it's really, really small. A lot of gameplays, a lot of strats will definitely come into the play here. But let's see what's going to happen. As oh man, Jerry got picked up, coming from Angry, as well as Jamie. So I guess we're close to seeing Angry Esports getting eliminated. Yes.
Oh, and we did, folks. With only 2 points to boast, none of our top 4 so far made it to our top 4 as well. So even I was about to say that FS was actually doing really good as well, ladies and gentlemen. But good attempt. That is it for them with only, I'd say, what, 4 eliminations? Or was that even 1? I think that's 4 eliminations on the side of FS. So good stuff. But ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Imagine that Infinity again. If they manage to pull this off, that'll be a trend for Infinity. Meanwhile, I'd say statistically here, Red Rocks is the team to beat.
Oh, definitely. 9 elimination points followed by Infinity with 5 elimination points as well. Ooh, same thing goes for Vega. Okay, all right. And the good thing about this is the fact that they still a complete squad, right? For INF and Vega, so big chance of actually scoring that chicken dinner. You always have to make all advantages work on your side. So that is one of the secret ingredients, I guess, for that secret sauce to be really tasty. But for If You Mind, ZZP got picked up. Same thing goes for Malboy. And now Forever is eliminated. So I guess there really is no Forever.
At least for this game, right? No, not anymore. So we did try, but I know who else are trying here. Of course, Gen G. This is a very good look for them. Remember, they did go to the grand finals during our first game today, so they might be picking up the pace here. Of course, realistically speaking, 77 plus 1 elimination point, really not enough to propel them even higher from where they stand. But if they can put a stop to some of our teams here, especially Infinity, oh, that's gonna be huge.
Oh man, really, I agree with you. Okay. Genji, stage 5. Okay, you guys are here. Currently at the 12th spot. The 1 elimination point again. Oh man, it's always a big risk here. But let's see if they can pull off a winner chicken dinner, even with just 3 players. This professional players, they always train themselves, even if they're lacking in manpower, right? I mean, it's one good training, I guess, so that they know how they will respond to every situation inside the game. So Genji Esports with just 3 players, still pretty doable. Now that we are left with 5 teams remaining. But as for the biggest chance of getting the winner chicken dinner, it is still unclear yet because we've got at least three teams that will be coming from the northern side. So I guess those 3 teams will have to battle it out first before they can even, safely stay in the zone. But you know who is not safe? That would be Tom, because he caught that nade and now he is on the ground. What will Jerry do?
Well, this is probably the best time for you to set aside your differences, Tom and Jerry, honestly. But for the time being, they still do have 9 eliminations, Red. So if they manage to at least get back on their feet, they could continue putting that reign of terror upon the other teams, right? So again, I'm waiting. I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on them. But oh man, Gen G going for a raid here. The compound will be very beneficial for them if they manage to shut them down. Oh my goodness, but they walked right into the claws of MSJ.
Yeah, Junie. And this is, again, one of those things that we say, because okay, you managed to get to stage 7 only to get eliminated like that. I mean, 1 elimination point is not even that great of a number. And they walked exactly into a trap here. And now Junie gets blown up. And now Genji already out of the game, which brings us down to just 4 teams remaining. Now ROX crashing this compound, challenging up MSJ. Pumbaa will definitely go for that nade here, flushing out MSJ. Here comes the backup, Tom and Jerry. Unfortunately, Jerry took some damage as well as Tom. It is now just Pumbaa.
Oh boy. Oh, we're not really looking good here. So MSJ, folks, now in terms of numbers, they have trumped ROX, and there they go. The 9-kill streak is over. MSJ now top dog here with 10 eliminations. At this rate, Red, imagine how many teams they've gone past. They're already tied with Forever in terms of points. And if they manage to dethrone Infinity, oh man, we have a new contender. This is what we were talking about, folks. It only takes a good flow state for your team to jump right from one spot to a higher ground.
Infinity have the upper hand up against Vega.
So
because
far.
Vega will be coming from the lower ground. So, oh man, okay.
They're
this
still
is
going.
not good at all because one of the players from Infinity is currently knocked out. Okay, so this is the situation. Oh my gosh, it doesn't look good for the side of Infinity. Oh man. Okay, so I'm just looking at it. But MSJ, man, with the kind of elimination points they managed to put up on the board, they might score the chicken dinner just because of position.
Oh man, patience is the name of the game here now, right? I don't think being bloodthirsty would be the wisest thing here for MSJ. They're already at a good spot, right? So 103 and then 10 points. That's already a very, very good standing. I'd say the numbers really will not favor them here, Red. But who's to say that they can't clutch this out? We've seen that happen before. But now Vega and Infinity tied on eliminations, not on points, but. I think they're gonna, just my take, they're gonna fish off the remaining players of MSJ first. Just a thought.
Oh, man. I mean, Infinity, they're not in the best spot. They're sandwiched in between. But here comes Tika now with a shotgun. Oh, manages to put down one, unfortunately. Oh, man, it's 3 altogether heading towards his direction. So, where is the support? Infinity is, of course, looking for that support. Trey manages to actually throw in some nades, but Vega, it looks like they've already anticipated the attack coming from Team Infinity, and they continue to be evasive with those nade eliminations.
Oh yes, very smart right there. So far, at least, to exit the premises. So let's see if there's going to be a successful pickup here. Look at the position of MSJ. This is very, very bad. They're going to get pinched here by 2 teams, Red. Oh, there goes Justice, right? No pickup, mister. So, ladies and gentlemen, MSJ in peril, about to exit, supposedly, with 10 eliminations. Yep, that's it. That's it. MSJ's out of there.
And, oh man, we might see a back-to-back winner-winner chicken dinner from INF. Okay, it's I mean, the way that they flipped the script is absolutely nice, you know, from the side of Infinity. And now they just have to deal with the last remaining player of MSJ and also VEGA Esports. It's a good thing they have the higher ground, so I guess that puts them in a very good vantage point. But 37 bullets left for that player, so I hope it's enough to actually shut down their opposition.
Whoa! Okay. Whoa, very, very bad backstab over here. But we're down to our last couple teams here, ladies and gentlemen. It is a matter of survival for Infinity. They're still punching back. There goes Foxy Ski. Vegas so close to getting their victory here. But look at this. INF narrowing down the numbers advantage.
Woohoo, man, this is already exciting. Very low in HP.
Still? No! No way!
To infinity and beyond! Another chicken dinner for this team. Wow, absolutely. You know, like a great execution there coming from. I almost thought, honestly, I was at the edge of my seat. I was holding on to my chair because I thought that Infinity might lose this game. But you know what? They proved us wrong, and they caught that chicken dinner fair and square.
Man, I don't wanna be blamed for this jinx, but seeing how Infinity was so calculated, they had momentum on their side, Red. They were able to pull off an upsetting 2 versus 4 on the final circle. Red, Infinity is definitely gonna leap notches above where they are now. I'm so excited to see the leaderboards later.
Yeah, man. That was a beautiful thing to watch, honestly. Okay, that really has gotten me excited. That was again a shot of espresso. Okay, so here are the highlights, you know, from this round. As you can see, ROX getting their early elimination as well as Infinity here. Before getting the chicken dinner. Focus, or not a good spot to be in, as well as If You Mind. You know, just trying to reminisce, right, from the season 0 of the Korean Pro Series. If You Mind also one of the teams that are pretty good at getting those elimination points, though we don't exactly know what happened. Perhaps they had a change of roster because chemistry-wise it's not working out for them.
Yeah, we saw that quite a bit, right? A while ago, we saw from the games, folks, that there has been some ins and outs when it comes to the players of the team. But this right here, my goodness, straight out of the book of Mr. Wick himself, INF, able to power through insane odds right here against a completely game of VEGA.
Absolutely right. Oh man, this is a great win, you know, for the side of INF, and 2 back-to-back winner chicken. There's 2 absolutely stellar performance that will definitely catapult themselves up to the the higher position in the overall. So I would want to see, I would want to take a peek at the overalls now, Pika, because I just want to check the numbers, because again, in this round, right, our Titans, which is the DPLUS Kia, DUKSAN Esports, and I believe it was MSJ as well. Right, and Angry Esports. Was that Angry? Okay, and MSJ. Yeah, and it's REDFORCE. Okay, they've had an early elimination, so there will be a shuffle, no doubt. There would be a shuffle in the overall rankings.
That's what I was talking about. The fact that the first few teams, ladies and gentlemen, they got eliminated quite early without a chance to redeem themselves, at least for the final Erangel of our season. This just begs the question, who's next? We're going to find out after this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Red Queen and Pika will be back for more PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. Stay tuned.
was just a fad. 1,000 airdrops keep falling down. Yeah, I'm going in and flying carpet on the wind. Baby, I can barely see the ground. Driving me, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit. It's enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down. You got my speakers pumping loud, I'm feeling every sound, and I won't turn them down. I'm in my bag. Treasure ship and raise the flag. Magic in the lamp can't calm me down. We're living fast. Baby, even if we crash. You gas me up when I'm breaking down. Driving me, I can feel the rush to be the one hit. It's enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground,
날개를 펼쳐줘요.
Back-to-back winner chicken dinner for Infinity. An absolute crazy turn of events here for the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. 4 down, 2 more to go before we determine the kings for this tournament. This is Red Queen and Pika taking you where the action is.
I don't know what happened. Somebody jinxed me. But anyways, action indeed, ladies and gentlemen. As Red Queen stated earlier, we are going back to the land of sand, as it is Miramar that will be the closing few moments here in our finals, ladies and gentlemen. Now you can see up top, we have Infinity with a whopping 22 points. Red Queen, are you serious?
Oh man, I'm just waiting to see the overall ranking. Unfortunately, for the side of Beyond STRATOS Gaming, as well as Dennis REDFORCE, I mean, and this absolutely, these absolute heavy hitters inside the game have had an unfortunate series of events for the last Rango. So let's see if they can make up for that one as we head on to our first Miramar. But for the MVP, it is 1 down with 8 elimination points. Absolutely crazy performance. But speaking of the Kings, it is still DUKSAN Esports with 142. And NS REDFORCE coming in at second. You know, nothing much happened, right, during the previous match, because both of these teams actually exited quite early from the game. So Infinity, I mean, that allowed Infinity to catch up and land themselves at the 3rd spot, dethroning again Angry and DPLUS Kia. Woohoo!
Man. Again, Red, we did spoil the people before we started today, right? Those 90 pointers are no longer, right? All the way to MSJ, we're at 100 points plus. So that right there is an indication of how close these matches can get. Meanwhile, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the eliminators, the fraggers, the triggermen of our finals. We have 1 down, Pumbaa, Uriel, Hoxie, and Foxy Ski, all giving us the much deserving credentials, right? That we know them for.
What a high damage output coming from Junior of VEGA, 1,143. You know, I actually failed to see how much Korean won the MVP will get. I believe it was 2 million Korean won, if I'm not mistaken. This is, I mean, there's so much at stake here for the Pro Series.
Oh yeah, I'd say that it can't be any higher, right? When it comes to what's right there, what can be reached, and in the same manner, what cannot be reached. So, fingers crossed here, Red. I am just really excited to see who among these teams are gonna go to Miramar and the couple maps with a bang.
Yeah, this is a well-deserved position for Infinity when it comes to teams to watch out for, right? Followed by MSJ. Okay, MSJ picking up the pace. VEGA Esports, ROX. These are all formidable teams for the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea Season 1. And we do expect a lot more action to happen now that we are headed to Miramar. Oh, and say hi to Hero, please. Hey.
You guys can say hi to Hero.
Clingy cat. Yeah, it is. Oh, by the way, just want to greet everyone because it's Mother's Day. So happy Mother's Day to all of you out there. Thank you for watching.
Yeah, celebrating that here in the Philippines. So much regards as well. And that right there, Red Queen is a fur mom on her own right. So gotta greet her the same. Now, it is again the bittersweet map of Miramar, as we always say. A lot of our standout moments came from Miramar. I'm not gonna say everything, right? But because of the difficulty in overcoming this map, it just really goes to show how this is the best place to end the best map to end our Pro Series with.
And of course, we're not shutting down the possibility that Esports might retaliate for this first match. I'm so sorry. It's super clingy, but yeah, I'm not shutting down the possibility that DUKSAN Esports might retaliate, right? At getting those elimination points, they need to set themselves, again, to be the unstoppable team, the showstoppers, the game changer for the Korea Pro Series. But it will take them great effort, great work, because there's a lot of teams, especially teams that belongs to the top 5 that are looking to claim the very spot that they are sitting on.
Again, we did say that a while ago, Red. That top spot will be up for grabs if DUKSAN's not careful. So now with only 4 points to go before a tie, and I could say even more than that for the teams from 3rd place below. They really have to pick up the pace here. DUKSAN Esports, vacation's over. You guys have to get back on track.
Well, perhaps DUKSAN might be putting up a show for us. They're just trying to make things interesting. Maybe they just want to take the punches first before they actually do their haymaker, their counter punch, just to make sure that hey, we are still the apex predators when it comes to the Korean community. But let's say hello to the fans out there. We can see EOS or Eagle Owls, despite the fact that they are at the bottom half section of the overalls. This fans, they don't care at all. Win or lose, they're going to be supporting them, which is great. Gen G, we also got okay, I cannot read Korean letters, but yeah, VEGA Esports, we've got Foxy, Junior, Will, Aceton, or Aston. Don't know how to pronounce that one, but yeah. I mean, I want to feel the energy. I want to feel the vibe, what it's like, to actually be with you guys. Although we've attended some LAN events, and that's why we are looking forward to be part of perhaps one of the events from a official PUBG tournament. We're excited.
Yeah, I am too. I really, really am. So, apart from that, this is not the last, folks, that you'll be seeing the Pro Series Korea. So me and Red, we're keeping our hopes up that we'll be doing this even further, right? LAN or not LAN, or LAN or online, we'll be very, very happy. So, and thank you, by the way. We never got the chance, or not all the time, that we get to thank the organizers here, not Ruthless Height Esports, and the crowds of Korea for entrusting us with this English broadcast. So definitely thankful. Now look at this, Red. Infinity again. Imagine a third, right? Imagine a third winner chicken dinner.
The crowd will definitely go wild. Back-to-back winner chicken dinner is always, something that we look forward to, right? And this is a major plot twist, not to mention. I mean, we are expecting the likes of DPLUS Kia, DUKSAN, MSJ, NS REDFORCE to be the teams that would go through the rest without any pressure whatsoever, but Team Infinity is actually proving us wrong. So, are you guys ready for the first Miramar match? Okay, here we go. We are already preparing ourselves. We are cleared for takeoff.
Oh,
now,
wow.
We've got players dropping, or teams dropping, or headed towards their favorite drop spots.
Oh my goodness, Red. Los Leones again. This right here is, I'd say, the opposite of Paradise Resort. This is where a lot of the troubles take place. And so whenever we have classes at Los Leones or final circles here, it never turns out pretty. But speaking of pretty, Puerto Paraíso, supposedly a name that means pretty, is going to be our final drop-off point, right? So it looks like it's going to be BSG who will call the final, honestly, the final shot. Oh, never mind. There'll be more teams probably headed that way. Look at this. We also have FS and Infinity. Seriously?
I just hope that they really go crazy inside the battlefield and just really go at each other. But yeah, Los Leones, again, this is always expected, right? I mean, this is probably one of the areas that we will definitely see teams dropping, because we need to consider the fact that resources are limited inside Miramar, so you always have to go to the prominent cities like Los Leones. You can actually fit 2 to 3 squads here without even having to engage right off the bat. So but then again, that's always the case, right? For
Mhm.
the Pro Series. Okay, this is a wild initial circle. It had favored Chumacera. Okay, that's the focal point right there. Most of the teams dropped around north and east, so it. I guess there will be a lot of car chase and teams that would fight it off with one another before they get into the zone, considering that they will have to go for the rotations and repositioning in terms of the circle that we got.
Yeah, a lot of adaptation that comes into play here, right? So hopefully, Red, we see the fruits of that a little later on. Meanwhile, Rocks, a while ago, we did see a little bit of action from Simba, but now it is Otto who's re-swapping himself in. I would say I don't know whose call that is, but he's finally back, right? So Otto, it's this is probably a necessary change for ROX, right? So let's see how that's gonna go a little later. On the circle, Red, are you serious? Look at this!
Ooh.
We are straying away from Los Leones at least this early on.
Oh man, DPLUS Kia versus If You Mine. Oh man, this puts
Oh,
DPLUS Kia in a world of trouble. I mean, three players instantly dropped to their knees here, and If You Mine Game PD had already picked up their momentum and really just goes in for the charge. So DPLUS Kia, not a very good start at all.
And yeah, wisely so, Nolbu has to get out of the crime scene there, Red Queen. That was not a good start for DPLUS Kia. One of our earliest encounters, by the way, from the entire league, I would say. Not even halfway through stage 1. So you know what that means. You know what that means. These are inevitable clashes, Red. So DPLUS Kia, even though they're currently at top 5. This is what we were talking about. Just because your points are high, it doesn't make you immortal, right? Other teams can put on the hurt.
It doesn't make you safe. Actually, it puts you, you know, in the middle
Maybe
of
a tougher spot.
shooting range, right? You're growing targets at your backs just because you are part of the top 5 or the top performing teams for every tournament. So I guess that is exactly what is happening with DPLUS Kia. I mean, day 1, day 2, they were really dominating. Same thing goes for DUKSAN Esports. But then again, we brought up a point a while ago that all the teams here have gone through the first and second day of broadcast, and so they have adjusted accordingly. Their strategies, their gameplay, what to do, what not to do, what could have been right, what we did wrong, and now they're applying everything that that they have learned, the information that they have gotten so far, and it's working wonders for most of the teams here. Not except for, I mean, DPLUS Kia and DUKSAN Esports, because I mean, the possibility of them getting dethroned and getting pushed down when it comes to ranks, it is there. It is, it's gonna happen at some point.
Yeah, that right there, Red, we're gonna go back to it, is indeed inevitable. Look at this, right? DPLUS Kia, I think, in the attempt to try and flush out supposedly a point inferior team, they received a heavy blow right back. So, my goodness, I cannot imagine what Nobu's gonna have to go through a little later on, should he be able to come across a complete squad, right? So, meanwhile, this is it. This right here is the team, the superstar team to beat DUKSAN Esports. Now with only this time, Red, this time 3 points behind. This time with 3 points behind, right? This is gonna be tough for them to try and get across. They have to survive, Red. Not just survive, they have to rack up the eliminations.
And also, one consideration is the fact that we're done with the 3 wrangles, right? So this is Miramar, new terrain, new map, new strat, definitely. So again, we don't know what kind of pace DUKSAN Esports will be showing us, or like if they will be aggressive during the early stages of the game, but we haven't seen them just yet. But for the side of DPLUS Kia, man, it is looking really not good. I mean, the only good that I can see is the fact that Nobu has an M416, but that doesn't even make him safe, you know. We're not even sure if he has enough ammo to avenge his fallen comrades up against If You Mine, but If You Mine is just smelling blood here. They're really hunting out this last remaining player coming from DPLUS, and I don't know if he can pull off a clutcher, but it will take a miracle for him to win this fight.
Yeah, exactly. It's too much of a task for Nolbu, right? Look at that. He fires one shot. He points his barrel so much at one direction. Okay, that's one down. It might be it. That might be it for Nolbu. Oh, yeah, I said so. I had to jinx it. So, ladies and gentlemen, our current 5th team, DPLUS Kia, eliminated at stage 1 by, oh man, it even pains me to say it, by If You Mind GP. So, Red, it just goes to show no one is safe. Nobody.
And, you know, with this elimination, for Forever, ROX, Beyond Stratos Gaming, even MSJ.
Oh boy.
They're still alive. This is just stage 1, and if they manage to put up just enough points, you know, that could you know, push DPLUS Kia down the ranks, which is will be sad, heartbreaking, unfortunate event for the fans.
Yeah, that that right there again. Not to poke fun at DPLUS Kia, but that right there is an indication that sometimes when an animal is backed up against the wall, they will bite back, and it's probably gonna sting, right? So in this case, it was If You Mind, who had nothing to lose, by the way, Red. Upon that encounter, they literally flushed out a whole team without a single casualty. So that right there is not a good trade. It is a great push by honestly by GP.
Yeah, good performance. I mean, like it was a calculated risk.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, I guess this is a hard shift here. Oh, not really. Chumasera, yeah, okay. I mean, it's an okay shift. So, I mean, we've got teams coming in from the north and the east side, even down south. So, it'll still turn into a bloodbath, even at just stage 2, considering the team's position. I mean, just look at If You Mind. Okay, having won that fight, they're now being challenged by Join Us, and mind you, Join Us, they have nothing to lose at this point, so they're really going all out.
Yeah, and that's what makes them dangerous, right? They don't even mind probably losing a member or two if it means gatekeeping those teams who are about to probably enter the good stuff, you know, the good zone, the good area of our point system. Now here we go, more action underway. Rocks, they do have their hands full a little bit here against, who's this? Who is this? Is this? Whoa, okay. REDFORCE, my goodness. Now they want to solidify their spot, Red. 141 so far. Oh, man. DUKSAN Esports is in deep trouble.
All right, good move right there coming from XZY. He's popping off the smoke for their position not to be compromised. At best, you know, but ROX, they've been throwing still a lot of nades, but this is a good move coming from NFR. They know they couldn't really
ouch,
an effective trade up against ROX, so they just managed to really put in an effort at escaping their situation, live to fight another day. So, good catch for the side of NS REDFORCE.
Oh man, okay, so they're okay. They're good. They're at a very good spot right now. Complete squad and managed to get 1 elimination point. Red, this is it. The dream is being realized for NS, right? They only have 1 more point to go before they could tie up to DUKSAN Esports, who originally had a massive lead. 40 points, I believe, or almost 40 points when we started today. But while we were talking, GP already out of there with a good standing of 4 eliminations at least. So thank you so much. We'll see you in the final game later.
All right, Malboy. Oh. Okay, here we go. Here comes the attack, the spray. Malboy is, of course, not afraid to engage. Pulls out the M416, or like AUG, rather, and a DBS. But the fight is really gonna happen this time between Forever and Focus. 1 elimination point for the side of Forever, and now there's a possibility to assume a lot more, since I believe they have the upper hand now.
Supposedly, yes, they do. Oh, nice retaliation from KS4. There goes CXXN. Now they have 1 knock. This is going to ruin the whole plan for Forever here. Now, Fabian, he does have his sights set on the opposition against Focus, but So yep, no dice. Good enough hit, but still no knock.
All right, say woo. Oh man, a little mishap there. I guess he got knocked down at his own doing. Let's see if it can get picked up. But for Rever, okay, doing some reset here. 3 players left, I believe, and they're throwing a nade up against the Bazzi. Bazzi obviously buying some time for his team to recuperate in this situation, but in terms of like advantage, I can't say which of the teams here actually has that angle.
Yeah, they have to keep moving, right? So this is very, very understandable. At stage 3 with still 14 teams, look at how open this whole space is, Red. So you said it yourself a while ago, there needed to be some time bought, you know, in order to heal, because there's no compound nearby. All you have are your own vehicles, and that right there can only take you so far. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the chart. So far, our highest fraggers would be JS, right? So, having said that, join us finally out of the bottom spot. Believe it or not, Red. They switched places with Eagle Owls.
Oh man. Okay. And again, stage 3. Okay, just to keep you guys up to date, we've got 2 teams that got eliminated. DPLUS Kia being the first one, followed by Mine. And now Focus going up against Angry this time. Oh, what a clear
Oh, wow.
backstab by Angry. Oh, this is what I meant by outsmarting your opposition. This is just really taking advantage of the fact that, okay, there is a team busy doing their business right there. Okay, this is the time and the right moment for us to attack and assume poison. That's exactly what Angry did.
Oh my gosh. Okay. It is going in at the right moment, at the right time. Right, the right angle as well. So here we go. Gen G, ladies and gentlemen, one of the teams that I'd say have been sleeping dragons thus far, Red, with 0 eliminations. I don't know how they're gonna bounce back from this, Red. I think that they've been so hot and cold for the whole finals.
Oh man, fluctuating.
Yes, Red. Yeah, there we go. That's a good way to put it.
All right. All right, so Gen G Esports, we've got 1 player knocked down, and I believe they're getting challenged by, MSJ. Okay, we got Hockey on your screen. Oh, massive spray then. Sayden, their best fragger, is down.
Okay, Hoxie though, nice angle here. I'd say they don't know really where he's coming from, right? 1 duck and he's okay. He'll be able to flush out the oppositions from that safe distance. And Justice going in for the kill with this little health. I don't think this is a very smart move here.
Oh man. Okay, here we go. Here comes the attack.
He's done.
Going in for the pitch.
He's done.
SOK goes in for the charge as well. But it's taking them a little time to shut down Gen G completely.
I know it.
Oh man. Oh man. MSJ might even lose this.
That is probably the greediest play. Yeah, that was the greediest play I have ever seen, Red. Honestly, at least for this season, that cost them big. I am doing a facepalm moment right now. I'm so sorry.
Oh man. Okay, here we go. ROX not even letting Gen G lick their wounds. Of course, this is the time to attack. While Gen G is vulnerable, Sayden goes down again. Missile is the only player remaining, but this is going to 2v1. Missile anticipating attack. Brings out this UMP.
Seriously?
Oh man, it's a 2v2, 2v1, and you just know what's gonna happen. It's going to be ROX coming off victorious from that clash, but they did lose, 2 of their members, so that took a toll on them as well.
Yeah, 50-50 to be honest. So we get a good 50 out, but we got 100 in return. So it's way more than a trade, to say the least. So, and they are currently top fraggers. But man, what a disappointing push from MSJ, Red. They were doing so well just because of 1 knock. Justice tried to go for a push with half-life, and he was already being shot on the way there. So I do not know why he went for that full engagement.
We never
Oh man.
Oh, okay, here we go. down to 11 teams remaining, stage 4. So this is a huge improvement on our side, honestly speaking, because we can see a lot of actions happen at an early onset, which is amazing. 6 elimination. Wow. Okay. All right. Now
We
we're
see it. We see it.
talking.
We
6
see it.
elimination points for JS. Okay, we see your effort there. Okay, now they're going up against Eagle Owl. So okay. Oh, this is one battle I'm interested to watch.
Yeah, I am. Let's go. Let's go. So complete squad right here. Yeah, maybe have a little bit of information over there on nameless. Yeah, I think he does know. But no dice on the nade. So Eclipse gotta regroup. Right, I like this. I like what's happening with Join Us here, Red. So despite having one casualty, again, this is like in my opinion, this is doubled merit. So if they're able to take out at least one more player from Eagle Owls here, this is gonna be nice. And Eagle Owls, they have nothing to lose, Red. So I'm not saying just put them out of their misery. Oh, but look at this. We have Hood taking out one player from Rocks. Oh, we got too much action to call here, Red. A lot is going on at this very moment.
Okay, here we go. I guess that's just capitalizing on the fact that nobody's looking at their direction, so they just went in for the kill. But you know what? Auto says no. Okay, we would want to get a point as well. 5 elimination points for ROX, still a decent number. I will have to say. I mean, they're at the 75, so man, this could do them a lot of wonders. Honestly speaking, but join us, Eagle Owls, going at it. Head to head. Oh man, JS winning that fight. Oh, that is great. But okay, there's still you won. The fight is not over just yet.
A big favor a while ago, right? But I'd say that was really sad for JS. They had that in the bag. They had all of that in the bag. ROX just really dipping in at the right time. Okay, so we're not done with that. We are apparently going to probably a bit of a hybrid circle here from Valle del Mar and Minas. So I kind of feel very, very torn on how this circle is going to be, Red. But speaking of torn, there goes forever some S12K frags. Oh man, really painful sight. So Angry Esports still looking pretty good, by the way. Not bad.
No, stage 5, 10 teams remaining.
Right?
All right. Angry, 6 elimination points, unscathed because they still get to keep all of their players. So that is one heck of a job there coming from this team. And again, they're wrecking balls at this point, honestly speaking, with the kind of performance they're showing us, landing at the 3rd spot, and they can even do more. But, you know, we have to call it out because DUKSAN plus NS REDFORCE pretty quiet. No, we're not too quiet. Has got say, all right, trying to do a rapid spray against JS. Will this be an easy encounter though for the side of DUKSAN?
Yeah, that really begs the question. I think DUKSAN's really playing it so safe here, Red. They haven't done anything since we saw them. So with that 142 points, right, NS REDFORCE, should they bag one here? One more elimination? Yes, Red, they are tied. They are tied. NS REDFORCE and DUKSAN Esports, they are tied. Oh, never mind. NS has finally... This time, completely dethroned them with 145 points.
Okay, chill. It's not over.
We're not done.
I mean, this is the second to the last game, so you just know that the fight is now becoming intense, right? We already know which of the teams here are kind of really gunning to take the top spot, you know. And DUKSAN, honestly speaking, they will have to exert a lot of effort just to maintain their position because NS REDFORCE is coming after the throne.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. But don't look now. We also have contenders here in, honestly, in Angry, right? Angry with 132. It's still not impossible for them to actually score higher than this. Because now at 138 points, Red, look at this. 138 with a complete squad. You do the math.
All right, here we go. Again, it's a quiet Miramar, okay? Probably the teams are trying to catch a breather here, all right, and just resetting. But around this area, okay, we can see DUKSAN. They're taking hold of this compound, right? They're not really
Mhm.
exposing themselves. They have vehicles, which is good. It will be easy for them to go from point A to point B, especially if they would want to reposition themselves, go for the multiple angles. It will be easy for DUKSAN Esports. But now, circle time. DUKSAN, oh man, huge chance here to gatekeep
Yep.
Angry Esports. Oh.
Yep, exactly. This is what I was talking about. We are just getting to the good part here, Red. The exciting part, as we say here in the Philippines. So now, look at these teams outside. They are unbothered so far. With BSG still not having a single elimination, I'm pretty sure they're gonna wait for the numbers to go down. Maybe get to the top 8, and then they can start pushing for it. Because right now, this is a very dangerous NS Red Force that we're looking at. 4 eliminations, already dethroning DUKSAN, who is yet to have their own frag. This is a very volatile situation to say the least.
Well, DUKSAN at this point, they're known to have a dramatic entrance, like late game, so to speak,
Mhm.
and just really retaliate at during the last few zones of the game. So we're not seeing the aggressive DUKSAN just yet. You know, they're probably conserving their energy. But the zone is shrinking, and eventually, you know, it's gonna get crowded. Eventually, they will have to leave their current positions if they're not gonna be favored by the zone. But again, it's this is an ongoing battle between the final 9 teams that we can see for the first Myanmar. But the situation remains to be the same, Pika, because Angry,
Mhm.
oh man, this is going to be a hard approach up against DUKSAN, considering that there is that huge pressure in terms of like
Yeah.
their overall position and going
Yes.
up against DUKSAN Esports, which is the team to what I mean, the team to beat, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. It's so easy to drown in that hype, right? So they gotta be super careful. Now in this case, Eagle Owls, one last player here, just still doing some work, but slowly eyeing for in my opinion, the lower echelon of our tournament. So just uh join us rather. Join us is out of there with 7 elimination points. Actually, that's a very good record to say the least, Red. And even though they didn't make it to top 8, that's still a good amount of numbers. Meanwhile, DUKSAN Esports here. You see how they're slowly dipping into the pool, but not really jumping in?
Okay, so lots of questions there.
Lots of questions.
I don't exactly understand why there's the need for Angry Esports to actually go down. Because they know that this is not a good spot to be in. Higher ground will always be an advantage when it comes to Myanmar. So going down from where they are, I mean, just look at Jaesuk. I mean, he remains to be at that point or at that angle. So I don't understand why New Jeans actually decided to go down layers from that mountain. So let's see what's going to happen, because that puts them in a world of trouble as well, considering that um it's going to be predictable from which direction they will be coming at.
Yeah. They're in pursuit of safety at this point, right? So you gotta have eyes everywhere to say the least. Otherwise, you
Oh
are gonna get flushed
no.
out. But yes, this is really sad as well, Red, for on the side of Angry Esports, because they're with one last player remaining. This might be a huge denial of them catching up or even overtaking Infinity. Who Infinity, by the way, if not for their 2 winner chicken dinners, Red, and the good amount of eliminations they put, they'd still be stuck like below 8th place. So we gotta give them a little bit of credit for what they were doing here.
Absolutely right. NS Red Force, they are on a 2-2 split, right? Holding off both angles, so that is a huge risk. But of course, the fortune favors the bold, so that could also do good, you know, for the side of NS Red Force to kind of really be aggressive in accumulating a lot of elimination points, especially for this round. I mean, this is the second to the last game, and if you want to go big, just really go big or go home. That's it. Now that they have taken over DUKSAN in the overall rankings, oh, this is such a huge pressure for them to follow on, or follow through rather, on the momentum that they have set. Now from the kill feed, Jaesuk already out of the game, so Angry eliminated.
hmm Man, that was a good attempt as well, Red. They're up to 6 eliminations, but it was just really the numbers game not really falling in their favor. So DUKSAN right now, Red, amidst all the efforts of REDFORCE, as you did imply earlier, now they're back on top. Right, they are back. This is once again their territory. Now maybe they've had their share of fun. So now it's serious business, right? But it's not easy. It's not an easy task to try and stay here up top, especially when the whole world is pointing at your direction. Unfortunately, though, for Eagle Owls, despite being at the bottom, supposedly, they made it to our top 8, leaving at number 6 with at least a favorable amount of eliminations.
Yeah, obviously Yuan denied the point to the remaining teams there. Yeah, he just gave himself up to the blue zone. Like, blue zone, take me! But yeah, let's check out REDFORCE. We did mention this a while ago that they are on a 2-2 split. It's a 2v2 up against EMTEK, so I guess this is a fair fight. But yeah, it's a nade battle, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, XZY on the ground, probably. Okay, not on the ground. He managed to actually heal himself up, but this is such a tricky maneuver that they're trying to pull off. I mean, throwing nades from down below, no visual whatsoever. It's hard. It's hard to pull off.
Oh yeah, and if anything, it's a snowball attempt, right? So you gotta be super careful, or in some cases, lucky for you to land anything here. Now here we go, EMT on the high ground, and look at that, the baseball swinging arm of TZ. Did that hit a mark? Did that hit a mark? It looks like it did, but not enough to knock down anybody. Here's another one. No, this time though, landing on Shun.
Now that's a great nade there coming from TZ. I mean, he's been just really guessing at this point, but
whoa!
His kill for TZ there with a nade elimination. So 4 under his name, not bad at all. 4 teams remaining. Beyond STRATOS Gaming getting punished by NS REDFORCE. So, whew, okay. I mean, the important thing right now is NS REDFORCE. They do not give time for Beyond STRATOS Gaming to even recuperate in this situation. Nades still being thrown, but this is a great exchange being, coming from off of this team here. XEY again with a shotgun kill. Oh man, let's go. INF already eliminated as well.
That's a denial of a third winner chicken dinner, at least consecutively, right? So we'll see you later in the final game, Infinity. Still not bad of a showing. Now, here we go, folks. BSG, originally a complete squad just moments ago, with still 0 eliminations, Red. Imagine holding it out for this long, stage 8, and still unable to knock any single person down, or at least go for a sure frag. Yep. There goes BSG. Ladies and gentlemen, DUKSAN Esports and NS REDFORCE. The two strongest forces right here, Goku and Vegeta. Let's see how they're gonna end this clash here for our first Miramar, second to the last match of the day.
Okay, here we go. A massive 4v4 battle between these 2 amazing teams. Here we go. This is like X-Men, right?
Boom. Yep, exactly. Hey, you're right.
Force versus Professor Xavier. Okay, here we go. Sporta being at the front line together with Beanie and TZ. TZ going off angle here. Would want to check out if there would be an opening spot, but let's see if Saisei will be aware of that one. If they are actually have an extra pair of eyes just to maintain their game sense, their game awareness. But yeah, QXZZZ is currently knocked down, so it looks like NS REDFORCE has the upper hand advantage now.
Oh my gosh, okay, yep. I don't think the ground matters here anymore, right? It is gonna be a lot of the outplaying for both these teams. So NS REDFORCE still in this with now 10 eliminations. Oh, Hyunbin punches back though. So who got it? Was it... Yo, was it NS REDFORCE? It is!
Wait, REDFORCE? What was it?
Oh no, it's DUKSAN! DUKSAN Esports!
Oh
my goodness! Okay, back on top, baby. Let's go.
Man. I mean, look at the boys, they're so cute! They're so adorable, but yeah, I mean, you can only imagine again the stress, the amount of stress that they have just gone through. I mean, it was a close call, right? It was an amazing performance coming from both of the teams, and you can just see the smile on their face. Like, guys, we pulled up a great win, although it was like pretty close to getting us burned 6 feet under, but we still managed to win the fight. So DUKSAN Esports defending their position as the best team for the Pro Series. Let's see. Woo! Some of the highlights here.
At least so far, Red. Let's see how DUKSAN Esports is gonna power out of the final game here. They bagged a lot of points, to say the least, Red. But NS REDFORCE, in their name is embedded the word force, right? They did not make it easy at all for DUKSAN Esports. Imagine, one of the reasons why it was confusing for us here at the desk, ladies and gentlemen, is because it went down to the wire. 4v4 down to 2v2, and as soon as we saw those 2 digits, we didn't even know who emerged victorious.
Honestly, at that point, I was just really waiting to call it out.
Yeah.
Winning the fight, right? But both of the teams, honestly, they have a fair chance of getting that chicken dinner. But then again, NS REDFORCE, if they have pull off a win there, it would really set them out as the team to be sitting on the throne. That would really push DUKSAN out. But NS REDFORCE, they did manage to put up a lot of elimination points. And I think they ended the game with almost the same number of points. I'm not sure, because 10 elimination points, and if they finish second, they have a total of 16. But we did see a while ago that DUKSAN managed to put up 5 elimination points, so that would be okay. All right, the fair chance. It's a 20 plus points for the side of DUKSAN.
Yeah, this is insane. This is insane.
19?
Right. If we're gonna estimate, yeah, definitely. We got a good amount of points right there on the side of DUKSAN. So yep, ladies and gentlemen, DUKSAN Esports once again snatching the crown and the sword from NS REDFORCE, getting back their empire, at least for the first Miramar and second to the last game, Red.
Well, I mean, NS REDFORCE just proving that, they're a force to be reckoned with. I don't know. I mean, it looks to me that they are on a mission to really dethrone DUKSAN Esports at this point. And it's not even impossible for them to do so now that we are heading to the final game, which is a Miramar. And like I said a while ago, Pika, Sandhawk, Irango, slow-paced games, right? Slow-paced, the way that they played it out. But Miramar, man, we already lost quite a number of teams during Stage 4 and Stage 5. So it is going to be even crazier considering that this is the final game.
Final game it is. You heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. Not only is it going to be the last Miramar, but it is the determining match for the entirety of the PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. Don't go anywhere. Just a quick break from yours truly and Red Queen, and we are going to bring you the final touch of this action-packed season. Don't go anywhere.
날개를 펼쳐줘요.
Got it. It does not get any more important than this, ladies and gentlemen. The final match of the day and the season for PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea. My name is Pika, joined by Red Queen. And yes, we just witnessed our second winner chicken dinner for DUKSAN Esports.
Okay, so
Okay, you got kidnapped as
my
well,
turn,
just like
my
me.
turn.
Yeah.
But
You
yeah,
got kidnapped.
we've got two teams that actually won two chicken dinners for today. But you know what? I'm not even. I'm gonna prepare myself for the next round to come, as this is going to be the final game, the end game. We snap our fingers, and all of the 15 teams will be eliminated. Which team will come up victorious, or which team is gonna be reigning supreme for the final round? And just look at that, 19 points for DUKSAN just a while ago, and it's REDFORCE with 17. And oh man, Yun Bin. Okay, this is a Korean name I always hear, from K dramas or like naming K-pop. So, oh yeah, 5 elimination points, 390. This is a very skilled oppa right here.
Not just say that, but okay, DUKSAN Esports 161 points, folks.
Wow.
So again, the gap a while ago has been slightly broadened, right? But not as big as when we started the game. No. NS REDFORCE with 156, 5 points away, Red. 5 solid points. So that is just one. That is literally one squad and one stray player from another team. So if you can get that down, or maybe one squad and make it the top 8, you're tied. But of course, we're not going for the tie. They're going for the win.
This is going to be a Royal Rumble for the final round. It's always hard to get those elimination points. So just imagine how these teams actually rack up a lot of points in every match. It's not going to be an easy feat for any of the teams here. I mean, we're talking about the superstars for Korea, DUKSAN, DPLUS, Kia. I don't think DPLUS Kia is gonna just end this tournament being very low in terms of their numbers, right? So we can definitely say that a lot of teams here will go for a massive retaliation against one another here. So it's gonna be crazy. That's one thing to look forward to. But will there be any change in terms of like drop clashes, especially for those teams that who has nothing to lose, who just want to cause chaos, play for some fun, play with no pressure whatsoever, just really enjoy PUBG Mobile?
Yes. So this is it, folks. This is the Royal Rumble, to say the least, for most of our teams. Imagine if DUKSAN Esports would be unable to score more points here, Red. Would that be it for NS REDFORCE in probably the biggest steal, one of the most massive robberies in PUBG Mobile history, right? So, having said that, I'm keeping an open mind here, but that also kind of puts pressure on the teams, right? Are they going to be able to put a stop to the continuous double winner chicken dinners? Because today, it was DUKSAN Esports and Infinity who did that.
We still don't know. We just have to wait for the Miramar match to start. But yeah, honestly, I'm really trying to conserve energy here, Pika. I'm pretty sure that there's going to be a lot of drop clash. I might be wrong. I'm not saying that's exactly what's going to happen, but it is the final round once and for all. It's time to settle the score. And at the end of this day, we are going to crown just one winner, the grand champions. I mean, okay, there's the first runner-up, the second runner-up, the 4 runner-up, etc. But the thing that matters is that you land at the top spot. So,
oh yeah,
which team would it be? Do you have your guesses? Please type it down there in the comment section. Let's make some noise.
I would, and I know you're making virtual noise already. We definitely are from where we are. So, having said that, it is Miramar. No other place to end this. And then I'd probably be shrieking at the top of my lungs at the very, very last encounter that we have, our top 2, right? And it would be so nice to see, Red, if that would be both, in my opinion, if that would be neither DUKSAN Esports or NS REDFORCE. It'd be nice to see a different team.
Okay. Well,
But that's just me.
Check out the what the fans have to say. Okay, I can see Sixta coming from INF. Okay, he's trying to change. Okay, Zenta, Santa Boy, Yuka. Okay, coming. Oh, so this is a fan for Team Infinity here. We also got a human, U1 rather. What did I say? U1. All right, and MTEK. All right, so this is a player from MTEK. I love how Koreans just really draw accurate representations of themselves, right? Of this player. It's so on point.
Absolutely, I like it. I like the fact that the effort alone speaks volumes, ladies and gentlemen. But again, we're keeping an open mind here. Now, this is going to be a very personal bout between DUKSAN Esports and NS REDFORCE, right? So, but I could be wrong, Red. Somebody might shock us today. Or rather for this game, one of those teams, just like what happened to Infinity. Remember where they came from, Red? They were, I believe, below top 8. Now they're at number 3, I feel, or even number 4. So that right there, that's a statement.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to catch my breath here with all the stellar performances coming from all the different teams. But then again, like what Pika always say, the nature of the competition, we can only crown one winner. And again, this is season 1 of the PUBG All Korea's here. So we do expect some more. A lot of this tournament will happen in your community. So don't forget to support, subscribe to Riverside Esports YouTube page. Click that button right down there, and while you guys are at it, don't forget to visit our social media pages as well. It's Red Team and Pika. I mean, if you want to stay in the loop of all the action that is happening within the community, I mean, we get a chance to cast the English broadcast of the Pro Series for Korea, so we have an idea like what's happening in the community, what kind of meta these guys are on, what kind of trend these guys are following, what kind of guns do they use. So the next time that we see them perform for the Clash of Giants, which is the most anticipated off-season tournament of Riverside Esports, we then have like an insight of how Korean teams really play out, you know, or like how they handle the matches in every tournament. Because it was a great surprise, right? When they entered the Clash of Giants before, DUKSAN Esports just really wowed a lot of audience.
Yeah. So, having said that, DUKSAN Esports, it's also no surprise why even beyond this league, like you and me, Red, we look for them. We look for DUKSAN Esports. They gave us a lot of memorable, I'd say, moments and plays for us to always watch out for where they're gonna be next. But the very first team who gets eliminated here, we're gonna have to say GG's already ending their journey, their pursuit of the top spot here for the PMPS, say the least. So, and again, Red, look at this. We're landing right back to Puerto Paraíso. Really? Okay. This is the similar flight path we had earlier, didn't it?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, but okay, so DUKSAN, again, if you didn't catch the numbers just a while ago, they only have a 5-point lead up against NS REDFORCE.
Yes.
But of course, I mean, whatever that they do right now for this final game will have a big impact, right, to those teams who are trying to catch up still, because the gap from, I can say, 3rd spot down to 7th, right? We can see a lot of reshuffling happening there.
Man, I had a feeling you would sing that. A little bit of sing-song action right there. Okay, so now hopefully you are making some virtual noise here, ladies and gentlemen, for DUKSAN Esports. Will they exit this entire league with one of the most astounding records ever, right? So again, that's just for us to wait and see a little later on, ladies and gentlemen. Eagle Owls. Okay, so this team right here, can we just be real? Red Eagle Owls definitely no chance of getting within our top, our not even beyond top 12. I feel, or maybe not even beyond top 10 if we're gonna be a little optimistic about that. But I'd say this is not the first time we saw them. Hopefully in the next leagues, not just for Korea, but I hope we see more of them and in a more evolved state as well.
Honestly, I just want to see them challenge up the big boys.
Yeah.
Again, they don't have anything to lose, right? So this is the perfect opportunity for them to try and check out, oh, do we stand a chance if we go up against this team, or like if we try to challenge up the boys of this team, blah blah blah. But yeah, I mean, Eagle Owls. They're not gonna go home empty-handed from here, and just like what you said, hopefully we see them in the next tournament or in the next season, a much more evolved
Mhm.
kind of gameplay. So we're being optimistic here. Again, you always need to be proactive with everything that is happening inside and out of the community. Always have to improve. There's no way to go but up. That's what we
Yes.
always say, right? So
Mhm.
let's see what's going to happen. If they're just going to cause nuisance or going to cause chaos for other teams, are they going to be like the troublemakers? The best way to put it. But yeah, so far, amazingly, even if this is already the last game, we didn't experience any drop clashes happen.
Yeah. They just go with what they know, Red. So maybe, just maybe, they're waiting for that right moment to strike. As you said, they could cause mayhem should that be needed, right? So Team Forever, they also had a good spot so far, but with only 1 point lead, this kind of pegs the question: will they be able to have a little bit of that peace with Angry Esports still standing in their way? Because Angry Esports is technically okay, right? It's almost certain at this point that they're guaranteed 4th place.
Hmm. And they also have like just a 5 point lead up against Angry here, so there's also that possibility
The
that they
Infinity,
will
yeah.
win
Hmm.
over, right? But you know what? Because this is also one thing that I've noticed so far inside of this tournament is that when it comes to Miramar, we don't see that much DMRs or like mini 14s. It is always about a combination of AR and a shotgun. That is it.
Yeah, and that is the downside, really, of Miramar. To be honest, I wish I could see more here, like maybe a more P90s, right? Maybe even a FAMAS, but not really that much diversity when it comes to weapons here. And again, it really just goes with the map. So, yep. Later, let's still be hopeful. We're gonna see more diverse weaponry moving forward. So, Red, in your past, witnessing the past 3 days, right, or at least majority of the games off of here, the PMPS, would you say that you already had a fixed idea on who was gonna win it all?
Well, having casted season 0 of the
Yeah.
PUBG Korean series, it already gave me an idea that okay, it's gonna be the usual suspect like DPLUS, Kia, DUKSAN, Esports, even Gen G, honestly. And I guess it is what is happening right now. I mean, DUKSAN being at the top spot, DPLUS, Kia somewhere, in the top 10, but NS Red Force, Angry, Forever, Infinity. These are like the teams that I did not expect to really, really perform well. Good enough, honestly, good enough to even be part of the top 5. I mean, you would consider, it was a easy finish for DUKSAN, D plus Kia, even ROX and Beyond Stratos Gaming, considering that they are heavy hitters, they're very good at getting those elimination points. But with this, with a wild turn of events for Infinity, even Angry Esports, because they picked up the game for day number 3. That is it. I mean, day
Hmm.
1, day 2, they were kind of struggling. So, I guess with this kind of results, it was expected that DUKSAN will dominate, but NS Red Force, Infinity, Angry, catching up this close with what they have said. Oh, that is the plot twist that we were waiting for.
Yes. So that again, I like how you phrase that, the plot twist, right? So there's that small bit of subconscious pressure to be the best when it comes to that title. So hopefully a little later we'll see if that has maybe, just maybe, put a dent or shattered their train of thought a little bit. Because when people feel that you're the best, right? When people feel that you are possibly the real deal, you wanna maintain that. You wanna stay on top and make sure that those expectations are met. But maybe they don't care anymore. Maybe at this point, Red is just really getting the loot because they've been fighting for that loot for a good amount of games, and that 50 million Korean won. It's not a joke. It's not funny at all.
Mm-hmm. And this is like a path to greatness, honestly speaking.
It is. It
Right?
is.
So, yeah, you just have to live up to your reputation, live up to your name. I mean, DUKSAN Esports, again, when the first time that I saw them play was in the Clash of Giants, although I believe they have performed in a global stage. And this is one hard racking team. So we do expect that kind of greatness from DUKSAN Esports. And if they fall short to what we the expectations that we have already set coming from this team, I guess um I don't even think DUKSAN will let that happen. So that is why this is an exciting tournament, an exciting final round for the Korean Pro Series, because of the fact that NS Red Force is so close at dethroning them.
Yeah. See, that's what we were talking about from the very start. NS Red Force, they were given some kind of a super soldier serum, right? For them to be able to chase down the way that DUKSAN Esports has really plummeted to the top. But in your opinion, right, I just want to ask you this. If NS Red Force was like this from the top, would you think, or from the very start of the finals, would you think that DUKSAN would be able to do the same? Would they be able to chase NS Red Force, or will NS Red Force just stay top dog? Because NS Red Force played the comeback game here, right? They were not dominant from the get-go. It was DUKSAN. Should we flip the script? Would NS Red Force, if they were the top one, would DUKSAN be able to do the same?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
They would.
I mean, with the kind of performance that they've shown us during day number 1 and day number 2, they've maintained their consistency, not just in placement points, but in getting those elimination points as well. They have that golden ratio going on, for the team. And if NS Red Force should, or like had taken over, I believe DUKSAN will, like pull out their big guns, their secret weapon. Because I believe this is not even their 100% just yet. This is not their full evolution. So we might see, there's always that possibility that NS Red Force would be successful at dethroning them for this growth.
Yes.
You always need to take account for the random elements, the thought factor. And DUKSAN, they've had like quite a number of bad matches for day number 3. That actually kind of put an end to their streak, so to speak. But this is DUKSAN Esports that we're talking about. Out of all of these teams, I believe they are the most experienced. So they could turn things around, but then again, there are those random elements that we need to consider. So I am not taking out the possibility of NS Red Force actually dethroning DUKSAN.
And I would leap from my chair if that happens, right? And it is absolutely not to discredit DUKSAN Esports' effort, but NS Red Force, again, that's gonna be a huge heist, to say the least, because we spoke so much of DUKSAN, and they are more than equipped. The experience, as you said, would be their most gracious feat when it comes to being on top. Now, I also feel that maybe we haven't been putting enough emphasis on how Infinity did, because with the way that they pulled off 2 winner chicken dinners in succession, imagine that, from top 8, maybe even below that, and climbing up to top 3, almost guaranteeing a win, or rather a 3rd place victory with, say, a hefty amount of loot. That's another underdog story, to say the least, that became successful, Red Queen.
Yeah. And also the fact that we've got ROX, Beyond Stratos Gaming, even MSJ. I mean, these guys are pretty solid at getting those elimination points. It just so happens that they're not quite that equipped yet when it comes to circle prediction. Okay, so I guess that is one of their the areas that needs improvement. Because it plays a great deal if you know how to position yourself at an angle wherein you can really maximize your effort at getting those or accumulating those elimination points, that could really, really be good for you and the rest of the team. Which I know DUKSAN Esports, they've already mastered that. But in terms of just like getting those elimination points, I can say ROX, BSG, MSJ, even Forever, honestly speaking, they know how to win gunfights, right? I mean, when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile, everyone knows how to do gunfights. Everyone knows how to aim. Everyone knows how to do a massive spray and just really eliminate their enemies. But I think what makes the difference is the fact that how do you lay down your strategy? How do you execute? How effective are your plans, your tactics when it comes to playing tournaments, right? Because planning is just 50%. I guess that's the beginning of it. Execution plays a great deal as well.
And it's never easy to plan right off the bat, right? Because anything can change. Speaking of change here we go. This is one of the things that kind of did not change since we started our day number 3. Eagle Owls went right back to the jinxing here, down to their last member, and potentially gonna end that in just a jiffy. Well, no, but Hood though still punching back, able to knock down one, but it was Junie who sealed the deal for Eagle Owls. GG, thank you so much. We'll see you in the next season.
Yeah. Well, still, I would say congratulations. I mean, to be able to play at this level is still, like an amazing to be proud of. So let's check out DPLUS Kia. Easy 4 elimination points up against If You Mine. Okay, again, we've got 2 back-to-back fights that just happened, and now we're gunning for the 3rd one. And this time, it's Gen G.
With a bit of bleeding though. Okay, not really looking too good. Oh, ZZP has to go with that for that serpentine motion, but no! Vega Esports fishing off one of Gen G's players. Okay, this is not good. This is the biggest problem that we have here, Red Queen, when it comes to Miramar. See, there's no cover nearby. That tree was not gonna save him for squat.
Ooh, man. I can't see why. Just capitalize on the fact that it's a great vantage point. Easy.
Super easy.
MSJ is just, they walked into a trap. That is it.
Oh man. So everyone here, they're prey to any predator, and vice versa, right? Any predator can also be prey. So, having said that, at stage 4, ladies and gentlemen, there's not a lot of chaos ensuing just yet. However, in terms of points, DPLUS Kia really ahead of everybody else here with 4 eliminations and no casualty. Gen G did the same. Unfortunately, though, they did lose one in the process. So those 2 teams, right? So If You Mine, GG's again, even though they didn't have an elimination. Thank you for giving us amazing moments. We'll see you in the next season.
Yes, see you guys. Which brings us down to 14 teams remaining, and we are already at stage 4. Okay, so it's again, the fights are a little bit slow. Okay, but the good thing is that we are I mean, this final round is already shaping up to be quite an intense match especially for those at top 3, because they know they have something to lose, right? I mean, I can't say the same for those at the bottom, because all they need to do is just really rack up points, and that is it. They need to go all out and just go home with the smile on their faces because they've participated in the Pro Series. I guess that is enough bragging rights for them. You don't go empty-handed, and I believe in this kind of competition, you do get something out of the prize pool. I mean, although very minimal, but still you get something out of this. But ROX, 1 elimination point. Oh, okay, they're having an exchange up against DPLUS Kia and another team.
Who's this?
Okay, it's a 3-way battle.
Now we're getting somewhere, ladies and gentlemen. So EMT also suffered a couple casualties here. ROX, I believe, and I don't know who else they're shooting at right now, but this is not gonna look pretty. So Join Us also has their hands full against Focus.
Whoa!
So, oh man. Okay, so Waru from EMTEK right here. Just letting that rip, handing that final blow to Focus. So GG's again. These teams that have been eliminated, Red, they didn't have a single point under their belt. Very sad.
And I guess DPLUS Kia 5th spot, right? If they win this fight up against MTEK, that could improve their status, and perhaps maybe even, taking the spot out of Angry. But MSJ, man, these guys are not really catching a break here. They started off really strong and they just kind of faded out of glory here. But final, okay, let's see if it can make the final play up against NS. Red Force goes up against the final, and yes, sir, it was Porta who got the job done.
Oh man. Okay, so Red, check this out. We're now at 162 points, right, for NS Red Force, already beating DUKSAN. But now I feel that DUKSAN's gonna be super duper wise in keeping their heads down a little bit until it really, really matters. NS Red Force, they didn't have a single casualty just yet. So should they be able to sustain this momentum and deny again, that's the word, deny DUKSAN from pointing anymore, they are gonna be top. So I cannot wait for the conclusion.
Well, if DPLUS Kia continues to play at this kind of pace, they
Yes.
could really, outshine Angry Esports. I mean, the gap is not really that wide, so there's really a chance for them to catch up. And again, DPLUS Kia is one of the juggernauts that we have in this competition. So there is that, hint of possibility there. But Angry, they've picked up their momentum, right? They've picked up their pace, and I believe they will just continue on doing that. So again, we'll just have to wait which teams are going to be favored by the circle, because we still need to consider luck. We still need to consider those random elements that we were talking about just a while ago, and of course, just how good you are with the positioning yourselves in with that circle prediction. But from the northern side, oh man, there's a lot of teams that will be coming from that direction. But from down south, it's the Infinity, Beyond Stratos Gaming, and Forever that will duke it out before they can even say that they're safe.
We're far from safe, if anything, Red. So let's see. Let's see what this clash is gonna look like. So Vega Esports a while ago, they did steal one frag, to say the least, right? So this right here, it's pretty scary, to know that there's another team across the distance from where you are, just keeping their sights on you, ready to make you an elimination. I don't know. I haven't seen anything too dirty here yet, Red. I'm actually very curious, because if I see some of them good stuff, some of that good steal, some of the robberies from these teams, it'll be a very interesting final match. We're already at stage 5, my goodness, and we are still at 11 teams strong.
And we haven't even seen, the DUKSAN Esports just yet. I mean, they haven't really engaged, with any of the teams here. They haven't set up any elimination points whatsoever. So let's check out Gen G. All right, 5 elimination points with 1 casualty. So I guess they are on a roll right now, looking to improve their status. I mean, they wouldn't go down not swinging, right? And so Missile here just cooking up that nade, manages to give a little bit of damage up against A of DPLUS Kia here. Okay, going in for the second one, but did not hit his target at all. He might want to consider not really overextending his exposure here, because right at the top, those are the boys of DUKSAN Esports, and that might, give off the DUKSAN Esports the elimination point they need.
Speaking of DUKSAN Esports, right? This is still pretty strange to me that I haven't seen them even position themselves, Red. So maybe just later, I want to see how that works. I want to see how DUKSAN Esports is gonna play this one, because having no eliminations here, and with already I'd say a 4-point deficit from NS Red Force here, I worry so much for DUKSAN. Meanwhile, Gen G folks, they went out with a bang, literally and figuratively. Thank you so much, GGs. Hoping to see you in the next season.
Okay, NS Red Force for elimination point.
Wow, DPLUS Kia has 8.
Both teams still have a complete set of players. Same thing goes for Infinity and Angry. I mean, this top 4 teams, this Titans, are kind of playing it low-key for now. Okay, let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be an exciting last few rounds. That is for sure. But okay, Angry, we've got Eugene. He already has 1 elimination point under his name, and they might go up against, not exactly sure here, because we jump back to NS Red Force. Definitely going in for a pinch here. They've spotted 1 player, which is Tom, coming from ROX. And just look at that. Holding off multiple angles here, just really trying to back Tom in a corner because Jerry, oh man, he just run out of spirit there.
Okay, so yeah, there we go. But ROX not doing too bad. I'd say, you know, from where they are now, Red. But again, you said it so clearly. They're up against Titans, right? They're up against teams that are complete, grittier, hungrier, and with better stats. So I don't know what's the final take here for ROX. Meanwhile, NS Red Force, 5 eliminations, complete squad, best stat so far. Red, they are on the way. They are definitely underway. They're about to go face to face against a DUKSAN Esports, probably in the top 4. So fingers crossed. Let's see how that's gonna go. Seeing a little bit of a resistance right here from Rox.
But yeah, DPLUS here, by the way, Pika is already out. So that is good for.
That's big. GG's.
Oh,
Yeah.
man. Okay,
We didn't get
so
to mention that too. Yeah.
Infinity up against Beyond STRATOS Gaming. Okay. Oh man, Infinity. If they lost this fight, if they lose to Beyond STRATOS Gaming, oh man, that's going to hurt a lot.
Oh man. Yeah, you're right. BSG, they were really points away, right? A lot of points away. So this just might be a huge dent, and it looks like they did, huh? Or they're losing members. They're losing members left and right here, Red. So Infinity, oh man, if you lose your spot and you land at 4th, this is gonna sting. Oh boy.
Oh, such a good position for Tom of ROX. They need to get rid of Tom if they would want to move forward safely into the zone. Oh man, that is one situation that perhaps they did expect, because the way that Assist actually moved forward, he did not even watch his 6th there. So it was an easy shutdown coming from Tom of ROX.
Yeah. And I can't believe they're still hanging on for dear life here. And I love it. They have nothing else to prove at this point. So again, if they're not playing for points, they're playing for gatekeeps. This is gonna be very, very tough. Very interesting to say the least. I like the fact also that NS Red Force, they're not evacuating the zone. They want to go for the finish because just a few more points and they'll be able to. But it was stolen though. It was stolen by Angry.
Yeah. Oh man, it was
A good try.
It was a good try, yes, definitely. But it was Forever who caught that. Okay, and it's Red Force.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh man, they're getting punished by Forever. Yeah, Forever. They are at 6th place. Oh, okay, all right. So, okay, I'm not saying that this is like a huge chance that Forever can take down Angry Esports at this point in the competition, but if they manage to really play their cards right, that is also possible. Not gonna lie there. DUKSAN, all right, here we go. First time 2 elimination points by QXZZ. We can see they're pretty close as well with Angry Esports, but will Angry take the bait? Will they try to flush out the boys of DUKSAN? Is this risk, they're willing to take?
We saw that happen earlier, Red. Sometimes the greed play will really bite you in the rear. Having said that, they do have some vehicles. Oh, what happened to Benny? Oh no! Okay, so NS down to the last man standing, Red. Very unfortunate. Oh, also Yuki from JS right here, already eliminated, I feel. Or yeah, it looks like that was an elimination, wasn't it?
Yeah, a lot of things happening.
Let's wait for that. Yeah.
Unfortunate for NS Red Force. Oh man. Okay, so we're down to the last player, huh? But they did manage to put up 5 eliminations at this point. Pika, honestly, they need to go for placement. They do. They don't do. Aggressive because they don't have the manpower. But again, they have to be smart with their moves. Now, crazy being crazy. Oh man, retaliated up against Beyond STRATOS Gaming, eliminating them from the final round here in Miramar, setting themselves up with 10 elimination points at stage 7.
GG's BSG. That was beautiful. Now, Rox probably 1 foot out the door, and as I said that, Red Queen, Rox Esports eliminated with an amazing showing for the entirety, at least, of our finals. GG's, we'll see you next time. But that's all she wrote for NS Red Force. They're done. They are so done. You know what this means, Red? DUKSAN Esports is still in the running and possibly our champion. Spoiler-free warning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man, okay. I guess that is it. That answered your question.
I'd say, yeah.
All right. DUKSAN will, of course, remain to be the top dogs, for this competition. As they still have a complete set of players, right? They've managed to put up 2 elimination points, and now Forever has just been eliminated as well, which brings us down to just 4 teams remaining. Who's on the 8? Second to the last zone. We've got DUKSAN again getting another point. Oh man,
That's definitely them.
Going to be a DUKSAN ending.
It just might be, right? And even if they give in, right? Even if they give this to Angry Esports, it still is a very DUKSAN match. Now they're down to the last 3 members. Okay, and GG's to JS as well. Thank you so much. Angry Esports, complete squad, 4 eliminations per. Oh my goodness, Saixei still punching back here at Jamin.
Yeah, Angry can actually land the 3rd spot here, shutting down Infinity. I mean, just look at the points.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Rightmost part of the screen. Oh man, I mean, it is a sure ball. Not gonna lie here. Okay, here comes Alexander with a massive spray. Was able to shut down one player coming from DUKSAN, and now we got New Jeans cooking up a nade here. It's I believe this is a 2v3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, it is.
2 players of DUKSAN, which is Saisei and Hyunbin.
Okay, landing a few bits of damage there, but unable to go for a knock. Oh, Angry Esports is Alexander. Ellen is hitting so as DUKSAN Esports in a bit of trouble. Look at that. Look at the shakeup of the charts. Infinity just got moved down to the 4th spot.
And just look at that, Pika. Angry now has the number advantage up against DUKSAN Esports. Will they get the chicken dinner and snatch the win from the top dogs?
No. No.
Oh, this is now a fair fight.
2v2, ladies and gentlemen, and equal amounts of eliminations as well. More on the line here for Angry, ladies and gentlemen. And to cap off our finals, Angry Esports bags the final winner chicken dinner. Congratulations.
Oh man, just look at the guy here. Oh man, he is really celebrating the win here. I mean, understandably so. I mean, it was a tough competition up against DUKSAN Esports, but just look at how happy the guys from DUKSAN.
Yeah.
I mean, it was a close call. They almost got dethroned by NS Red Force. So I really just have to put a little bit of recognition as well to NS Red Force for a job well done. DUKSAN Esports really felt the force coming from NS, and that is absolutely wonderful. It only goes to show that DUKSAN, they have some strong competitors, right? And from inside this tournament, I mean, it's not even sure now inside the community that they are the best among the rest. Okay, you might have won for now, but what about the next tournaments to come?
So, again, begs the question, but ladies and gentlemen, as we said, the spoiler-free warning, and need we say more? DUKSAN Esports, they gave it their all. Amazing performance since day 1 of the finals. Without a doubt, a very, very dominant force to cap off Season 1 of Pro Series Korea. Red, just look at the points they garnered. The moment that NS Red Force was eliminated, we knew already that DUKSAN was gonna emerge victorious.
We gave it a little bit of how to say a challenge, at least for NS Red Force, because DUKSAN, NS, INF, and Angry, we didn't feel their presence during the first few zones, right? We saw them really engage in a battle. The moment that we stepped in, perhaps stage number 5, going to the latter stage of the game. But it was unfortunate that NS Red Force took a wrong turn. It was a bad spot for them. And so they kind of just really went at it and released a massive spray up against NS Red Force. And that actually put an end to their streak. Hence, also giving way for Angry Esports to take over Infinity as well. I mean, amazing performance from this Bulls right here.
Man, those closing moments, obviously heartfelt for not just Angry Esports, but also for DUKSAN, Red Queen. So, man, I also feel that warmth from these players, right? The effort, the passion that they have. Not to mention, this is just the beginning for our PUBG Mobile Pro Series for Korea. So, congratulations. I want to see the MVPs as well, Red, because that's so random. It's so random. We don't even know who the top guys or top person will be.
Whew. Again, thank you for inviting us to cast for this PUBG Mobile Pro Series. I mean, I'm happy to be part of it. I believe this is just the second time, right, for an English broadcast to happen for Korea, and we absolutely loved it. It was a different kind of experience, honestly speaking. We may not be used to the kind of style Korea has shown us, but it remains to be one of the teams that need to watch out for when it comes to the global stage. And we are looking out for the likes of NS, REDFORCE, DUKSAN, Kia. We also got MSJ, Infinity, and Angry Esports. I mean, these guys, they have a bright future when it comes to the PUBG mobile scene. So we are going to watch out for you.
That we will, the Red Queen. So, having said that, ladies and gentlemen, our champions, DUKSAN Esports, right? Without saying anything beyond congratulations, please watch out for them. This is going to be a huge few more seasons for the Pro Series of Korea. Now, of course, this is what we're seeing right now. This is just the previous match, folks. This does not depict at all the entirety of the leaderboards, because later we're going to show you that. Angry Esports, right? Because of that amazing performance, 17 total points in succession. We see 14, 10, all the way to, again, unfortunately, the likes of MSJ, If You Mind, Focus, and Eagle Owls not having a single point. But none of that matters now. We're setting our sights further on for the next.
Mm-hmm. And hopefully, with this broadcast, it kind of update the meta for Korea, as we all know.
Oh, yeah.
That gunning for the placement points first, or like getting to the station 5, getting to station 6 without having to put up any elimination points. That don't always work out, right? So hopefully, in the next tournaments to come, we do we expect some change to happen. But let's not take away the spotlight from LXN of Angry Esports, setting up a total of 3 elimination points and 438 damage output.
Now this is, yep, here we go, folks. So, much like we did spoil you earlier, DUKSAN Esports with the amazing gap between them and NS REDFORCE. But you know what? I gotta tip my hat to NS REDFORCE as well for closing that distance between them and DUKSAN Esports, because the start of the day was just an astronomical gap between them. So 172 totals, 83 frags, and NS REDFORCE being the most bloodthirsty team we have here with 101 eliminations just really goes to show they want it bad.
Oh, yeah. And again, it's always hard to get those elimination points. And as for the top fellas for this tournament, it's Fabian of Forever, Noble of DK, Crazy of Forever once again. So we got plays from Forever. We got Junie from Gen G, and another one from DPLUS Esports. But not quite sure, though, if we're going to be considering players with the most number of eliminations or highest number of damage output. But we always consider, I guess, for all the tournaments that we passed with Pika, we always go for the highest number of damage output. So in this case, might be Fabian that will receive the most valuable player.
Oh yeah, actually that might be real. So yeah, we'll definitely keep an eye out for that. So having said that, Angry Esports, with them putting their madness, their grit to good use, showing us a lot of stats here to be proud of. So keep your eyes peeled for these gentlemen right here, especially New Jeans. He likes to pop off. So we'll watch out for that in the future tournaments.
Yes, and of course we will give recognition, credit where it is due for Angry Forever DUKSAN Esports, especially join us It was a different gameplay that we've seen for the final round coming from this team. I mean, they really took it out, considering that they always go out of the game right early. But for the final round, they did manage to score a lot of elimination points. So if they can play at that kind of pace, if they can do that consistency that we were looking for, then join us. Will have like the improvement that they want.
And much deserved as well, right? Because these teams, they make sure to take something away from every tournament that they participate in. We don't just say that here for Pro Series Korea. No, every PUBG mobile tournament we've had, we see a team change a strat every now and then. Sure, some habits die hard, right? But they're sure to bring back some lessons with them as soon as the league is done. Speaking of league being done, thank you so much to PUBG Mobile Pro Series Korea, allowing us to go for this amazing English broadcast. I know I only did one day, yeah, but it's the best day already, to say the least.
And yeah, also thank you to the community of Riverside Esports for their continuous love and support. Not just for the show, right, but for your casters as well. I always make it a point that I respond to your messages as much as I can. But thank you so much for following our social media pages. We have been plugging it every time, and we always get the positive result. So far, we see a lot of you saying hi in the comment section, or not in the comment section, in our messages, especially in IG. So thank you. And again, don't forget to stay in loop of the action. Don't forget to subscribe to Type Esports YouTube page. So, Pika, it was one great tournament for the Korea PUBG series, but do you expect the same teams to dominate, perhaps in season 2?
Hopefully not. And it's not because I don't root for any of these superior teams per se for season 1, right? I just want to see more. Like you said, diversity. We want these teams who we didn't really see on top of the charts to be the ones to give us a treat, to give us those moments, those gasping memories, right? To say the least. But that's just me.
Yeah, I honestly, I just want to see some versatility and adaptability next time in the next tournament.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
The pace of the game. But okay, ladies and gents, that is it for us. We're wrapping things up for the English broadcast, but stay tuned because we still got a lot more to show you. This has been Red Queen and Pika signing off.
텐데요. 먼저 MVP와 3위 시상부터 진행하도록 하겠습니다. MVP와 3위 시상에는 대전광역시 문화 콘텐츠과 정선화 과장님께서 수고해 주시겠습니다. 먼저 정선화 과장님을 무대 위로 모셔볼게요. 과장님 올라와 주세요. 네, 우리 현장에 계신 분들도 과장님께 큰 박수를 부탁드리겠습니다. 먼저 페이즈 1부터 파이널까지 가장 좋은 퍼포먼스와 데이터를 보여준 MVP 선수에 대한 시상을 진행하도록 하겠습니다. PMPS 2024 시즌 1 MVP 미래엔 세종의 혹시 선수가 MVP를 시상합니다. 네, MVP를 기록한 혹시 선수는 기복 없는 플레이로 100킬 그리고 2만 딜이 넘는 엄청난 화력과 퍼포먼스를 보여주면서 많은 팬분들에게 사랑을 받았는데요. 혹시 선수에게는 200만 원의 상금과 트로피가 지급되도록 하겠습니다. 이번 시즌 MVP를 기록한 혹시 선수, 다시 한번 혹시 선수에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 혹시 선수가 다음 시즌에도 어떤 경기력을 보여줄지 너무너무 기대가 되는 이번 시즌이었습니다. MVP에는 혹시 선수가 지명이 되게 됐네요. 네, 이어서 이번 시즌 3위를 기록한 팀에 대한 시상도 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. PMPS 2024 시즌 1 파이널스 3위 바로 앵그리 팀입니다. 네, 앵그리 팀 선수들은 모두 무대 위로 올라와 주세요. 엘렌 선수, 재민 선수, 재석 선수, 뉴진스 선수가 함께합니다. 네, 앵그리는 이 선수들이 마지막 매치에서 치킨을 차지할 만큼 그 우승팀을 꺾는 엄청난 저력을 보여주기도 했는데요. 이번 파이널스의 3위인 앵그리 500만 원의 상금이 주어지도록 하겠습니다. 다시 한번 앵그리에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 3위와 MVP 시상까지 맞춰봤고요. 시상을 도와주신 대전광역시 문화콘텐츠과 정성화 과장님께 다시 한번 감사의 말씀을 전해드리겠습니다. 자, 이번에는 이번 시즌에서 2위를 기록한 팀인데요. 시상에는 크래프톤 배틀그라운드 모바일 한국 서비스실 신진호 실장님께서 도와주시겠습니다. 실장님 나와주세요. 네, 여러분 우리 실장님께도 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 그럼 발표합니다. PMPS 2024 시즌1 파이널스의 2위 팀 바로 농심 레드포스 무대 위로 나와주세요. 우리 비니 선수, 스포르타 선수, 티즈 선수, 엑지 선수가 무대 위로 올라오셨습니다. 마지막까지 좋은 활약을 보여준 농심 레드포스였는데요. 엄청난 교전력과 화력으로 모두를 놀라게 했던 매운 농심이었습니다. 너무너무 멋졌습니다. 농심 레드포스에게는 1000만 원의 상금이 수여가 되고요. 2위 너무너무 축하드립니다. 여러분 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드릴게요. 네, 이렇게 해서 2위의 농심 레드포스까지 여러분 멋진 모습 함께 하셨습니다. 이제는 올 시즌의 주인공을 무대 위로 불러봐야겠죠. 바로 대망의 우승팀 덕산 e스포츠가 우승입니다. 여러분 너무너무 감격스러운 우승팀 바로 무대 위로 불러보도록 하겠습니다. 덕산 e스포츠 나와주세요. 덕산 e스포츠의 CJ 선수와 현빈 선수, QX 선수와 소이지 선수가 무대 위로 올라오셨는데요. PMPS 2024 시즌1 파이널스의 우승팀 덕산 e스포츠에게는 3천만 원의 상금과 함께 우승 트로피 그리고 2024년 대미를 장식할 PUBG 모바일 월드컵으로 향하는 시드가 주어지게 됩니다. 다시 한번 우승팀 덕산 e스포츠에게 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 네, 우리 덕산 e스포츠는 무대에 계속 남아서 저와 우승 인터뷰까지 진행해 주시면 될 것 같고요. 우리 시상을 도와주신 크래프톤 배틀그라운드 모바일 한국 서비스실 신진호 실장님께서 시상을 도와주셨는데 여러분 큰 박수 한번 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 이렇게 해서 모든 시상을 마무리했고요. PMPS 2024 시즌1 파이널스 그 주인공이죠. 벌써 세 번째 인터뷰예요. 덕산 e스포츠 그 우승팀과 대화를 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 덕산 e스포츠 우승 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
아, 정말 페이즈 1과 3 그리고 파이널 1일차, 2일차, 3일차 전부 1위를 휩쓴 엄청난 저력을 보여준 덕산 e스포츠였습니다. 먼저 이번 시즌 우승 소감부터 들어볼게요. QX 선수 먼저 말씀해 주세요.
이번 대회 일단 너무 여러 팀들 원래 중하위권이었던 팀들마저 모두 잘해버리고 서클도 뭐 되게 모두에게 어렵다고 생각했어서 되게 힘들었던 시즌이었던 것 같은데 이런 어려운 시즌에서 우승을 했다는 게 굉장히 기쁜 것 같습니다.
사실 제가 3일 내내 덕산 e스포츠와 인터뷰를 하게 될 줄은 몰랐던 것 같아요. 정말 꾸준히 좋은 경기력을 보여준 덕산 e스포츠였는데 사실 오늘 쫓아오는 팀도 정말 많았고 에란겔에서는 약간 불안한 모습이 있기도 했어요. 그때 팀원들과 어떤 피드백을 주고받았는지 그 비결도 오늘 인터뷰를 통해서 좀 엿듣고 싶어요. QX 선수가 대답해 주실까요?
일단 오늘 에란겔 같은 경우는 저희가 되게 상황이 안 좋았다 생각했고 저희 랜드마크까지 가는데 그 비행기 동선이 굉장히 안 좋았어가지고 또 서클도 동쪽으로 치면서 되게 저희가 들어갈 수 있는 라인이 많이 없어서 좀 많이 어려웠다고 생각했었는데 약간 흔들림이 있긴 했지만 5, 6라운드가 저희가 가장 자신 있는 맵인 미라마기 때문에 팀원들과 다시 리셋해가지고 끝까지 해보자고 계속 말했던 것 같습니다.
그 끝까지 잃지 않았던 집중력 그리고 또 QX 선수가 이틀 내내 말씀해주신 자신감이 참 돋보였던 것 같은데요. 한번 CJ 선수한테 여쭤볼게요. 도대체 덕산 e스포츠의 그 자신감 원천은 어딜까요?
원천은 일단 대표님의 말씀이 되게 큰 힘이 됐던 것 같아요.
대표님이 혹시 어떤 말씀을 해주셨나요?
너희가 항상 최고라고 너희의 시대가 올 거라고 항상 말씀해 주셨던 것 같아요.
너희의 시대가 올 거다. 그럼 혹시 이 자리를 빌려서 우리 대표님께 한마디 남겨주실 수 있을까요?
대표님 사랑합니다.
와, 우승하고 사랑 고백까지 받은 이 대표님 지금 기분이 너무 좋으실 것 같아요. 감사합니다. 그럼 현빈 선수 혹시 우승 상금이 3천만 원이에요. 이 우승 상금으로 뭐 할지 좀 계획해 보자면 어떤 것들 하고 싶으세요?
부모님 드려야죠.
오. 그러면 좀 다른 선수들에게도 여쭤볼게요. 어떤 계획을 갖고 있으세요?
저는 일단 모을 것 같습니다. 통장에.
저축을 하겠다. 부모님께도 드리고 저축을 하겠다. 너무 좋습니다. 참 우승 상금 3천만 원의 주인공이 오늘 되셨고요. 그리고 PMWC를 확정하면서 이제 조금 여유가 생겼을 것 같아요. 우리 덕산 e스포츠 다음 시즌과 리아드까지 어떤 준비를 해 나갈지 그 계획도 좀 듣고 싶은데요. 우리 소이지 선수가 계속 답변을 해주실까요?
뭐라고 했는지 못 들어가지고 다시 한번.
자, 다음 시즌과 이제 월드컵 가잖아요. 리아드까지 남았습니다.
네네.
어떤 준비를 해서 더 업그레이드를 시킬 수 있을까요?
같이 스크림하면서 부족한 점을 이번에 느꼈으니까 이번에 아쉬웠던 점을 더 보완할 것 같습니다.
사실 제가 보기에는 거의 아쉬운 점이 없었을 만큼 너무너무 완벽한 플레이를 보여주셨던 것 같은데 굳이 아쉬운 점 꼽자면 어떤 점 한번 꼽아보실까요?
이번 에란겔에 좀 많이 아쉬웠다고 생각해서 그런 걸 보완할 것 같습니다.
네, 에란겔에서의 그런 치킨 결정력 꼭 이번엔 저희 다음 시즌 그리고 리아드에서는 확인할 수 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 자, 정말 값진 우승을 한 덕산 e스포츠입니다. 이번 지금 현장에 많은 팬분들이 함께하게 계시고 또 온라인에서도 덕산 e스포츠를 축하하고 계신 팬분들이 많아요. 이번엔 팬분들께 한마디를 남겨볼 텐데 우리 선수 전체가 팬분들께 한마디씩 한번 남겨볼게요. 마이크를 쭉 돌려볼까요? 우리 QX 선수부터 팬분들께 한마디씩 해주시죠. 하고 싶었던 말 다 해주세요.
일단 여기 경기장에 남아 계신 팬분들 정말 감사드리고 먼 곳에서 오신 분도 있고 뭐 가까우신 곳에서 오신 분들도 있을 텐데 항상 이렇게 응원해 주셔서 저희가 힘이 나서 이렇게 좋은 결과를 얻을 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 또 방송으로라도 현장에 오시진 못했지만 이게 방송으로 응원해 주시는 팬분들도 정말 항상 감사하게 생각하고 저희가 채팅도 한 번씩 다 읽으니까 계속 열심히 응원해 주시면 더 열심히 해가지고 좋은 성적으로 보답드리겠습니다.
네, 여러분 예쁜 채팅, 응원 채팅 남겨주시길 바라겠습니다. 네.
일단 제가 처음으로 우승했는데 저를 끝까지 응원해 주신 분들 정말 감사하다고 말씀드리고 싶고 리아드 가서도 꼭 덕산다운 경기로 꼭 챔피언 자리 다시 한국 최초로 챔피언 자리 따오고 말겠습니다.
와, 이런 자신감이 바로 덕산 e스포츠죠. 우리 팬분들께 한마디 간단하게 남겨주시죠.
네, 일단 응원해주신 팬분들 너무 감사드리고요. 네, 이번에 있을 월드컵과 한국대회 다 우승하도록 노력해보겠습니다.
응원해 주셔서 감사하고 다음엔 더 좋은 성적으로 보답하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 그리고 우리 쿼즈 선수까지 마이크를 잡아주세요. 네. 제가 질문을 좀 우리 선수에게는 한 가지 더 드리고 싶은데, 쿼즈 선수는 이번 시즌 돌아보면서 좀 소회가 어땠어요? 느낌이 어떠셨나요?
한 게임도 못 뛰긴 했는데 형들을 하는 모습을 계속 옆에서 지켜보았기 때문에 너무 거의 감동 먹고 저도 배울 점이 많았기 때문에 너무 좋았습니다. 감사하고.
와, 그래도 우리 선수의 존재감 덕분에 덕산 e스포츠에서 강조하는 그 팀워크가 더 강해질 수 있었던 것 같아요. 그럼 마지막으로 팬분들께 또 한마디 남겨볼까요?
항상 덕산 화이팅이라고 댓글창이랑 소리로 외쳐주시는데 너무 저희의 자신감의 원천이 되는 것 같고 너무 감사드린다는 말씀 드리고 싶습니다. 감사합니다.
네, 덕산 e스포츠 우승 정말 축하드립니다. 이번 파이널스에서 포인트를 쓸어 담은 것처럼 우리 팬분들의 마음까지 훔쳤을 덕산 e스포츠의 인터뷰가 아니었나 싶은데요. 끝까지 긴장감을 놓칠 수 없었던 PMPS 시즌1 2024 파이널스. 이렇게 모든 여정을 마무리하게 됐습니다. 정말 많은 팬분들이 응원해 주신 만큼 이번 대회에 참가했던 16개 팀 모두 그 열정에 보답하는 그런 좋은 경기력들을 보여준 것 같은데요. 모두 고생하셨다는 말씀 대신해서 전해드리고 싶네요. 네, PMPS 2024 시즌1 파이널스의 우승팀은 덕산 e스포츠라는 소식을 전해드리면서 저희는 다음 PMPS 2024 시즌2로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. 저는 여기서 물러나지만요. 여러분, 덕산 e스포츠의 우승 세레머니가 기다리고 있다고 합니다. 바로 함께 하시죠.